Yes, we are. What is happening, folks? It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We thank you so much for tuning in. The number 866 We Be Big. As always, we thank you for being with us. Got a busy show on tap today. Not only do we have golden ticket seats visiting the show, but we've also got a number of things to update you with. We got an RBU that's ready to go and publish on Saturday morning. We'll talk to you about that. A lot happening today, plus your phone calls as always at 866 We Be Big. All right, well, let's bring everybody in without further ado. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Little rainy drive in where we live. Everybody good, though?
It was a little rainy.
It just kept raining.
Sure
And kept
did.
raining.
Oh,
and
yeah.
kept raining.
It would get heavy, then it would get light.
Yeah.
Then it would get heavy.
And then it would get light.
Then it would get light.
Then it would get heavy. I tell you what, though, the new sod down.
Song.
Yeah, the new sod down in my yards. I hope I got it down in time. It looks like it's getting a lot of rain. Just want to say.
It might have been dead to begin with.
It could probably.
By the way, I don't let that throw you off. I think the monitor is just out. I think TV. I think we're on YouTube.
I just saw it.
It keeps coming back and forth. So just a heads
I'm a
up there.
dog.
Oh my! Here we are. Up. They're gone.
See what I mean?
There we are. Oh, go.
Is it
There we
is
are.
it turned more than usual? Or is it
No,
just me?
it's been like that, and it's a
Okay.
bip. I don't know why it does that.
That's
I
weird.
have to get up and push it down, and then it'll slide back.
Oh,
up.
so it's doing it on its own.
I don't know. I don't know if it's the cleaning people dusting or something. I have no idea.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so we're talking about our 4 TVs that are mounted on the wall. One of them is a program monitor, and it shows us the live shot for TV, and that monitor is blinking off and on, so it gives the appearance as though something's wrong. But I think we're good. It's just the monitor, so
And it's
that's what we're talking about.
slid down and hanging out.
Yeah, it's like facing up towards the ceiling, which is a bip, and it does that a lot.
It is a bit.
Because it gives a glare on it, and Bubba's like, hey, is that
don't like
sliding? And I'm like, yeah, it is. And so I'll get up and push it down. But anyway. All right, so as we roll on for the day, I know we got a busy day today. A little cold front coming in where we live, a little rain.
Raining a little heavy,
Yeah.
raining a little light.
And anytime you got rain that comes through, and you have a dog that responds to like rain and severe weather and high winds, that's always a battle. And we got those calming treats that a lot of folks recommended, and we started them around noon yesterday. It's like
Luckily, the weather never got that bad. Just
yeah, but it was windy at times, and so we have
the
a little
wind bothers you.
there's a vent that's outside that's an exhaust fan for the kitchen, and whenever it gets real windy, it'll catch that little vent and it'll open up and close and like clinking, and hit and make a noise, kind of like this HVAC does up here, but not that bad. And whenever he hears it, he's like, and starts looking around like, what's up?
So he don't like anything.
No,
like that.
not at all. So he was up and down a little
That's
bit most
fine.
of the night, but
That's fun.
but we made it. It wasn't as bad.
No,
He didn't go to using the bathroom all over the house.
And I'm not disappointed. There's some people when they predict severe
Yeah,
weather and it doesn't
yeah.
happen, they're
Isn't
mad
that
about
something?
it.
Isn't that something?
I look at it as a positive.
good
right.
That actually the atmosphere wasn't that unstable, and we just had a little rain, lightning,
Yeah.
some wind in some areas.
That's
but
right.
I noticed I had a big rotten. I got a tree I got to cut down that's kind of rotten. I noticed a big giant limb out of it was laying.
Just
in
decided
the
to go.
ditch. Yeah.
Okay,
Wind
that's
got
good.
up.
That's good.
I need to cut it down.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it.
For those of you traveling into the Golden Ticket seats, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of hours. We'll try to make this as fun zone as possible, which means that we really can't discuss the news of the day. There's some stories out though that we can hit that aren't hard news, but we do have some of the updates here. We were talking about these gyms with the apartment complexes where people can go and it's part of the apartment complex, and you go up to the front and have an access key if you live there, and it opens the door and you go in and you can really work out anytime you want.
Yeah.
There's even workout businesses that are that way.
Yeah.
The Key Club, they call them.
Right. You're really talking low today.
Am I?
Yeah, I can't push you up anymore.
I don't know.
But a Florida woman is in the news for fending off what would be, I guess, an attacker or something that acted like, hey, I live here or whatever, but I can't get in. So she was the only one there and was nice enough to go and push the door open.
Trying to be nice. Look what happens.
And then, it's
Should have said, if you don't know the code, you ain't coming in, Jack.
right.
Should have just waited outside, I guess.
Yeah. So she kind of pushes the door open, and we'll have it for the main show, but she talks about it. I pushed the door open. I thought, okay, well, he's just going to go do his thing. I'm going to go back to doing mine. And then she realized quickly she was over by the squat rack, and he approached her, and she was like, "What's going on?" And all of a sudden, at one point, is chasing her around what looked to be the row machine or something. I don't know what it was. And then they get to fighting, and it's all on surveillance camera.
She held her own pretty good.
She sure did. And this guy,
did he finally just leave? I don't know.
It looks like she fended him off enough to where he did leave because she fought back so hard. But I'm like you, the surveillance footage doesn't really show the like him leaving, but it does show that she's up and okay.
Surprised these things don't happen more often.
Yeah, I know. You see these 24-hour gyms and the apartment complexes gyms and stuff like that are worked like we're talking about. And we come in so early every now and then you'll see a car or two at some of these places. Yeah. And people are just trying to do better whenever they can. But that footage is something else. I mean, at one point she is fighting. Yeah. I'm talking about fighting. And he's he was not a little scrawny dude, you know. But, yeah, you're right. These apartment complexes, you don't ever want to just open the door. But the guy played it off like, hey, man, I forgot my key.
Yeah.
And if you don't open it, you feel like, well, I'm a jerk. Yeah. You know, you stay outside.
Go, well, if he's mad waiting on me.
Right.
Because I didn't let him in.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's one of the stories of the day, and a success story on fighting off. She said that my parents told me to never give up on anything. She said, so when I was fighting, she said it was just in the back of my mind, them saying don't give up, and she said she was just I'm talking about hitting him as hard as she could. And finally, he said, I'm done. I guess I'm out. I don't want none of this. That's one of the stories for today. We have a lot to discuss, plus your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. I think we're going to have a little Fun Zone Friday unscreened phone calls. We have not done that in so long.
You've been talking about that for 4 months.
We have, and today's the day.
You don't care nothing about it.
No, we don't. Here we go. Let's do this. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour on this Friday edition. And as always, we thank you for selecting the show when we know there's a lot out there. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before you're out of warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party, Raycon's, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a
21 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We thank all of you for tuning in. We got a number of things to discuss today. One thing that we'd like to discuss is the fact that Helmsy, father, and husband, was home alone last night. Any of you that have a wife and kids and they're away and you're home alone, it can be enjoyable, different, quiet, and you can do things that maybe – you can't always get to do with some peace and quiet. And Helmsy, I know where you are on this, and that is watching or binging streaming movies or episodes or whatever that you watch with your wife. It's almost like, okay, we're watching this together. Yeah. And then there's some things that Terry says, I'm not interested in that. You can move on.
Yeah, I get a pass on certain things.
And you get a pass. But if you ever are watching it together, and I don't know why, for me, I was always scared to go ahead and leave Terry, but then sometimes she'll just watch something on her own.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like I have to deal with it.
Let's watch this. She'll go, yeah, I already started watching that.
Yeah.
I said, you didn't think I'd want to watch that?
Exactly. But I know you found yourself in a dilemma because you and Amanda watched 1923 together.
And it's like her favorite show. What
It's
was
a
the
good
one
show.
before that? 1883.
Yeah.
And so that's when she really got in. She never watched Yellowstone, but she really got into the 1883 and was on me forever. Hey, let me know when that comes out. Hey, is it out yet? Is it out yet? Is it out yet? And then it gets out. Then it comes out. We're watching it. hey, when's the next episode? And then we had a few weeks where we didn't get one. And then they put one out. Well, the latest episode we had not seen up until yesterday. And she is in Auburn with Braden and Caroline for high school tennis. They left yesterday. I'm back home. I have to leave today for South Carolina. My mom is coming into town this morning. Maddie spent the night away last night with a friend, go to school with today, and then my mom will handle everything from here on out at the house. Well, last night I had about 2 hours where I had packed for South Carolina. Amanda spick and span the house before she left. There were some dishes I had to deal with, but I dealt with that. And so I found myself sitting there going, and I had to go get some snacks for Maddie at the grocery store and my mom. So I went to the grocery store and got that, and I got me some Japanese hibachi chicken. Got home, had it like I liked it. Let the dogs out before it started raining again, and felt like I was in a good place on packing and getting up and all that. And I thought, well, I got to watch some television. I hadn't seen television in a few days. Need to watch. And I thought, Rick's trying to ruin it because he had already seen it.
You gotta be
guys,
careful of that.
And so I was like, I got to watch this, and then I'm just going to act as if I hadn't watched it, and I'll just watch it again with her. Of course, she's listening to Kickoff Hour this morning. I'm busted, but I watched it last night.
And when you open the Paramount Plus app, it's going to show that it's been watched. So you better pull that.
I'll handle that.
Start from the beginning.
I will, honey. Go grab us some chips and dip, and I'll get it ready, and I'll pull it back. I'll handle that part because you're right. And but I'm telling you, she will go ballistic if she finds out I have moved forward without her on this.
Oh yeah, that's a big
oh boy, it is. It is.
And I will tell you, didn't feel bad about it at all. Enjoyed. No, I didn't. I enjoyed it, and I'm so glad that I know what's going on without Rick ruining it later on today, because I felt like he was getting dangerous with his comments, and I felt like
you can't give him long.
I felt like if I didn't watch it then, I would have no way of watching it over the weekend, and if he didn't say anything today, he would say something Monday. So I was like, well, I gotta watch it.
See, there's some shows, like I said, they're obvious that I'll step out and go, well, she don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel
Wild
like
Croc territory. I started watching that yesterday. She don't care about Wild Croc territory. We're pretty good about
you're
that.
free. You're free.
Yeah.
You're free. Hey, by the way, the HD quality and some of the stuff they shoot is pretty cool.
Oh,
too.
yeah. It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, they get some shots of the old Crocs. They'll relocate a big Croc in a minute.
In a second.
What about the one that – have you seen it? There's one that lives out in the wild, but he'll pull up in the boat and holler, and it'll come to him. It's an old one, and half his jaw's gone where it'd been fighting other Crocs, but he'll take people on tours, and he'll get out of the boat. It'll swim up to him, and he rubs its head. And it lives in the wild.
I've seen 1 or 2 or 3 episodes because Tyler
Bone
and Mabry
his name.
Watched the whole deal. And so at times when I was around them and they were watching something, it would be on. Yeah. So I've seen bits and pieces of it, but it looked good. It looked real good.
But like I said, he'll have like a group of people that he's taking on tour, and he'll go, come on out here and see these people. And here it comes. You see it coming up the slope.
Good night. But you're clear on that. You watch it on your own.
Yeah, she
don't worry
care.
about the wife.
Know, but now she'll go ahead and start stuff.
A whole different.
She'll start stuff that I'm going, well, I might would have liked that.
Yeah.
Because I may have broken a wedding vow last night. I mean, really.
Yeah,
I felt that bad about it.
Really, but you didn't stop you, though.
No, it certainly
but
didn't.
But if you get to
that
rewind and let
Fuji
her watch
Express
it,
Japanese steak was good.
How about when you got your food like you like it? It's hot. You sit down. You're like, okay, turning it on. I mean, that's just a good time. We had about an hour last night where we had just nothing to do, and so she said, let's get caught up. And instead of 1923, we chose another show. But so I'm the only one that's watching 1923 on staff that has not seen the last episode. And this is when
I didn't know that. Okay.
This is when they release 2 or 3 at one time or whatever, and then it's once a week they release a new episode. So I just hadn't seen the last one. But I was concerned about that. I haven't told Terry about that. I said, I think
if you don't get it by Sunday, you're going to be too bad.
Well, not only that, I think it's today. I think that y'all probably start talking today, and Rick just
I probably
Rick sorts it out.
I didn't know that, and I won't say anything. But I will ask you this, because who in this particular part of Taylor Sheridan's work, who is your favorite character in this one?
The old lady.
Me too.
Yeah,
I thought the same thing.
Yeah, she's really good.
Yes,
she's really good.
She's the best character in the whole thing.
I thought so too. Okay.
And who plays? What's
It's
the-
Helen
Mirren.
Mirren.
Yeah,
Remember
yeah,
she did the
yeah.
Queen or whatever. She's done a lot
Yeah.
of stuff.
Oh yeah, she's
But you would think
She's in
when you
the,
see
all that
Harrison
kind.
Ford,
Yeah, they're
you would
both
think, well,
A-level actors.
yeah.
Both.
And
What is
then,
it? Red. She's in too.
Yeah,
with Bruce
you're
Willis
right.
and stuff. Yeah,
She's been in a lot of
Fast
stuff.
and
She's
Furious.
considered a big deal.
yeah. But yeah, that's good stuff. And Helmsy, so you've moved on without your wife.
moved on, and I'll tell you this, and I'm just going to put this out there because we talked about this before too. Maybe slept better last night than I have slept in 10 years, and it
Well,
has
just really coming clean today.
well,
aren't you,
and
buddy?
it's
You
one
might
of
wanna
those.
quit talking.
Here's
Yeah,
the thing:
good night.
there was no dogs jumping into bed. None of that. So it was like I went to bed and I woke up. There was no. I found. You know what I found out last night? I don't actually have to get up to pee in the middle of the night because I didn't.
Well, you think that
You know what I mean?
How'd you control
Because
that?
that's what I'm saying is I'm,
wife
I'm
wasn't there, so you
constantly
didn't have to
being.
pee?
So
I'm
your family
constantly
makes you
being-
have to pee.
I'm constantly being woke up
Oh,
by
you're saying
dogs.
you're in a deep sleep, you don't
kids.
realize you have to
Exactly. I found out last night. It turns out I don't have to get up yet and pee.
It's just something else wakes you up, and you go, "Well,
I'm
now
up.
that I'm
Might
up, I
as well
gotta
go pee.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. How about that? That was a win for me too because I was
Family
getting
makes you pee.
hey was getting concerned.
Thought you had a sugar problem.
Did. And so now I'm not. I mean, I went to bed at 9 o'clock and I woke up at 3:58, right before my alarm went off, which was weird. Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Well, you slept good. You don't even need your alarm."
Sometimes I
Let's
like
go.
to wake up about halfway through the sleep, so I
Yeah.
can look at the clock.
Was
and go, "Ooh, I
dreaming
ain't gotta get
good.
up."
Yeah.
I was dreaming good.
Well, and I stopped there.
I mean,
buddy.
I was everything was
easy.
just.
I hope
going
your
great.
wife does not hear this hour.
Well, it's not
'Cause you
her.
basically,
it's
we're like, hey, I'm
dogs,
glad
kids.
y'all aren't here.
I blocked the dogs off so they couldn't get back to me. The kids weren't arguing.
Hey, I was about to say, what'd you do? Get rid of the dogs when everybody was gone?
We got an area I blocked them off.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the Innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother.
All right, it is 25 minutes until top of the hour. We've got a little bit of controversy here within the studio. And, you know, one thing about this show is that we'll pull the curtain back. Sometimes we should probably keep it shut.
Yeah.
But we'll pull it back if you don't watch it. And that's just kind of how we roll out the show. And, you know, Greg is our he is our staff electrician. I mean, that's what he did.
Difference. I'm not an electrician.
Well,
I'm a lineman, two different things.
Well, but
There's
really,
a lot of electrician stuff.
All right. Would you admit that anything electrical is in your world?
With this crowd,
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
When it comes to power and electricity,
here,
you're our go-to.
Hey, stop.
I mean,
so
you don't have to be an expert to see
Right.
Helms is shaking hands with danger over there.
Understood. So
I mean, we don't need an electrical engineer for
yesterday it was discovered that Helmsy's one of his charging cords for his laptop has a little kink in it, and you can see the inner part of the wire.
It's burned.
It's brown, which means it's heating up, and you see how it looks like it bubbled?
Yeah.
That's from heat.
And Greg
Probably
won't,
not a good
Greg
idea.
won't stop talking about it.
I guess he's waiting for a
extremely
flame to
concerned.
blow out of
You're
it.
scaring me.
He's
Stop.
waiting for a flame to just blow out of it.
Hey.
Matter of fact, he said, and I heard it yesterday, hey, don't leave that thing plugged in and go anywhere.
I wouldn't leave it plugged in overnight charging. That's just me. I mean, we can put the fire out if we're all in here looking at it when it cranks up.
You don't like it though, do you?
Well, no, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, it is, and I got to get
Safety department shut that down tomorrow.
It is.
It's brown.
It is concerning.
Hey,
Okay, so
it's a white cord that's brown in that
on
spot
both
now.
ends, by the way. And
Let me see it.
Look at this.
Can
one.
I see it?
Yeah.
I mean, good night.
And
what have you been
on this
chewing?
one,
The dog's been
this
chewing
one is
on
when it is expanded so much. This one is starting to. And here's, I will say this.
What have you done?
My
to it?
computer has
hot.
actually been running. No, it's not. It hadn't been plugged in.
Oh my, Helmsy.
I know. That's what I'm saying. And
Why
so,
don't you tape this up at least?
well, I don't have any electrical tape with me right now.
Did you see me?
It looks like
yesterday. We're in the middle of a segment. I looked over and I just looked at him and I went and I pointed
Yeah,
at him.
you
He was
did.
like, and I'm like,
Give me what I did again.
Like he's mad about it.
You know that
I
that
said,
steel,
you do realize that's heating up. That's,
yeah, it looks like steel wool in there.
It is.
Yeah,
it does.
look at the color.
Yeah, and it's you can see the
and
inside.
It's bent like it's bubbling.
Helmsy, this is unacceptable.
Well, I know it is, guys.
Buddy, you can
I
afford a
know.
new cord.
Well, I know. I just got to find the time to go grab it.
Well,
I
you
probably
could've
could have done that
last
last
night.
night
Yeah.
versus watching
Come out with-
1923.
Or just when
No.
you went and got snacks.
Well,
You could've
it was
done
probably
at the
closed
end.
by the time.
True.
But I
Look, that's fine. If you want to be a fire hazard, everybody, that's
Well,
Well,
what
I was
you-
going to say it's created quite the off-the-air debates. Greg's not happy about it.
well, you can't have that.
well, and I've noticed too.
I'll put out of order tag on that in a minute.
something has been
Out of order.
going
Do not
on
use.
with my computer.
Well, I guess so.
Because it's like almost sounds like it's going to launch. Like you know how it'll make the fans on it start getting loud.
it's
and all
probably
that.
going, what are you putting in me?
And
Well,
so
do you
this
think-
is probably it.
Do you think? Did you pinch it that started it?
Did you what?
Pinch it. Did that start?
Greg,
it?
I didn't pinch it.
Well, I mean, they don't. I don't understand why it's heating up like that.
Well, I don't either, Greg. That's the thing. And here's the thing
I think
too.
you pinched it.
It's
Thank you.
it's on both ends. That's the strange part.
Yeah, that you
So
got
there's
a little- you
something
got
wrong with
something.
this.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I can tell you what, that one right there,
It's giving you
he
a
didn't
little-
want to see it Monday.
It's
I can
giving
tell you
you-
No,
that.
he won't. I'm gonna. By the way, do y'all have an extra charger laying around this kind?
That particular kind. No, but
No,
you can borrow
it's
mine.
it's the C.
Well, I need one for the weekend. Greg.
Well, I'm not letting
You
you,
take-
have mine
you
for the
take that
weekend
with
because
you?
you'll tear it up.
yeah, I have to. That's the only one I have.
Oh.
What's that other one I'm looking at?
Well, this is for my phone and Apple Watch.
Let me see it.
Which one?
The phone and Apple Watch one.
Why?
Just let me see it.
You
Is
afraid
it the
something's wrong
C?
with
It would
That
help.
Would
if
that
you
work?
would- there's
no,
obviously
no,
a
you got
problem.
USB in on it.
But if you had some black tape, it would help.
It's the C port charger. that
There's
it
a
has.
reason it's doing that, which is there's something abnormal.
Well, you want to know why?
We paint it.
They're on me about my charger,
Rick,
Rick.
we could start a.
Yeah. Hey,
look,
Rick, I guess it's got to flame up before he
Yeah.
cares.
See how it's burning
Rick,
on
you-
both ends?
Rick, you can't have that in here as president of Rick and Bubba Inc.
that?
That can't be in here, Rick.
Well,
Greg, that's what Greg said in the break.
I knew I smelled something burning.
I know. I know.
In the break, Greg said, "I can't believe Rick's allowing that."
Rick, I'm gonna get a red tag and tag it out.
Y'all got any electrical tape?
It would help.
I think I might.
I bet Bubba's got
I think I
electrical
might.
tape.
I know Scruggs does.
Oh yeah, forgot about
Yeah.
that.
But
I bet
there's
he
a
may even have.
Even though
he
there's a
may even
reason
have
it
an
did
extra
that,
charger.
electrical tape won't fix that reason.
Well,
No,
no,
I
it
probably
won't.
wouldn't take that on the bus with you.
Well, I
That's
mean,
fine,
I'm
though.
not going to
Just-
plug it in on the bus.
This
No, the
just
hotel.
in, UAB men's tennis bus burns down on the side of the interstate.
Yeah. Why
I
don't
do
you-
need to-
Everybody's
I do need
standing
to
around
charge
with their
it for-
hands up and looking at a Coach Helms. They call him Bullet Head. He's holding a white cord that looks like it's been on fire. Let's go
That's
out
his
live.
official
This is
voice.
official. Say fire again.
Fire. Let's go live
do
to the
need
interstate
one
where
before I
Chuck is
leave.
standing by.
Thank you, sir. We're here, and we got
going this
Bullet Head
far
with
with
us.
it.
Bullet Head, what happened to your cord?
Well, I don't know. I have Greg. He works with me. He said it's a fire hazard. I don't know.
Why didn't you replace it?
I don't know. I got my voices confused. I don't know what I'm saying or who I'm interviewing.
Well, you should have replaced it. Good
He's
night.
still
Look at the
doing it.
bus.
He's still into it.
Now let's go to Greg.
I tell you what, he probably pinched it.
Thank you, man of 1,000 voices. He ran through about 4 of them there.
I guess I might stop at Best Buy because
Oh,
there's one right there.
you'll make
Buddy,
it. To
you
the-
could spit and hit a Best Buy.
Greg, you're the one that's been.
Well, I'm just saying. If you,
now you just
said all you can make
it.
Now you're saying
long
after
as you
you've
keep an eye
demanded
on it.
stood
Hey.
on your head
No, no.
yesterday and said,
Keep an eye on
change
it.
that cord. Now you go, I can go get you.
I wouldn't go
it'll
to
be
sleep
all right.
with it. I'll say that. But,
Plugged up.
yeah.
I would like to see you cover that open cord. Though.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
I mean, it's split
But if it's
open.
that easy, I mean, whatever.
But it
Order
is-
it on
I will
Amazon.
say this.
I need one for the week.
looks
I'm
like-
gonna be. I'm leaving. I'm leaving before the show ends
know,
today,
I
and
know.
I'm
You're
I'm
throwing
not
rum
coming
to
back
us.
until
But
late
you're right.
late
It may
Sunday
be
night.
why you're just acting like
Yeah,
it is.
probably is. It's, like I said, the computer's probably going, what are you doing?
I think I'll leave like 10 minutes earlier than I was going to, and I'll go take care of it. Of course, they don't open.
No,
Good
no,
Lord.
no.
Can't do that.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Walmart Supercenter now.
They don't. Do they have?
I don't know.
I don't think they
made
carry
that
these
up.
products.
Yeah, sure. They got a Seaport. That's a Seaport charger.
Yeah, but
Just
for
the
a
cord.
laptop?
Just the cord. You don't need the box. You need the cord.
Do they sell just the cord?
I don't think
Why
they
are you
do.
squinting at me like
Ain't
that?
cheap either.
That's why.
No,
he's doing
I'm
it.
not worried
Hey,
about
that's
that.
why he's doing it. Go see if
I just wish y'all'd let me borrow one of y'all.
go see if Daddy Bubba has some any electrical tape. I like to see you cover that.
Let him
inside
borrow
out.
yours.
I know Scruggs has got some for sure.
Of course, he's not here, but yeah.
Well, I can go in his office.
Break
I
it
wouldn't
in.
worry about it. It's fine.
All right, so there's that update. I'm just sorry. That's just us
Greg,
pulling back the curtain that off the air there's been like major debates on this cord.
Do these
And
wires, when I plug it in and actually charge it, will that shock me?
I don't know. Depending on.
It doesn't like
Good.
it. The laptop doesn't like it.
Let's try it.
Well, I touched them yesterday, but now they're actually out.
Lick it. Let's plug it in and let you
Like
lick
a
it.
9-volt
Hey,
battery.
kids,
My dad used to do that to me all the time.
Kids, do not try that at home.
When I was a
Uncle
kid, I was
Greg is kidding.
Check a 9-volt with it.
I wanted to tell my dad, after it worked the first time, I know what I'm getting into now. You don't have to ask me to do it. I'm not sticking my tongue to a 9-volt battery.
You start screaming. Ah!
Golly, it hurts.
So you set you up. That and green persimmon. Talk somebody into eating one of them.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, their mouth go.
You know, every time I do this, I figured out every time persimmons are brought up, I have a story about them, and I need to stop. And that was hunting with Will Wohlers with Summit Tree Stands in Tennessee.
Yeah.
And he put us, he had a ladder stand in the middle of a bunch of persimmon trees. And those deer love persimmons, by the way. And we were covered up like they ain't no tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
He said, "Hey, we got some persimmon trees."
We
out
had
here.
persimmon trees where I grew up, and we would get them when they hit the ground, and got mushy. Then you could stick a stick in them and throw them with a stick, and they'd smash all over.
Yeah,
we loved that.
Sure. If you got persimmon trees on your hunting land, I'd put a ladder by them. They love them.
Do you think I could strategically today, when we're game planning, we're going to stop and eat lunch and all that on the way to South Carolina, I can try to find a place that's near Best Buy? And they don't know.
Just Best Buy or bust with you. I mean, my God.
Where at? Well, you talking Walmart? They're not going to have it.
Get you a little tape. And
Super Center, Walmart's going to have an Apple charger.
Seaport
I think
cords
Dollar
are.
General's got it.
I think Seaport cords are a little bit more. Now it's going to be an off-brand. I'll give you that, but it might get you through the weekend.
Well, why would I want to invest in some off-brand that's not going to work?
No, it'll work.
Weeks?
It's just, I mean, like
Get
probably
you
not
some
an
tape.
official Apple.
Now he's
listen,
telling me to
if the
patch it now.
opportunity comes up, replace it. If you go, there's a place I can get
Is this damaging my computer?
that I don't know.
That's what I'm
above
I think
my
it's
concerned.
pay
sending
grade.
weird codes in there.
I don't know about that. I have
That's
no
what I think.
idea.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back.
I'm going to go get some electrical tape.
But
I'd
the
like to
fans
go-
you're hearing, that means something's heating up.
Yeah.
It does.
And it's the
that-
cord.
and the brown on the insulation, that also indicates something's heating up.
What do you think he's done to it?
He pinched it.
All right,
Somehow.
all right, unscreened phone calls next
Or
about the
dog.
cord.
Okay.
Where can Helmsy
Or
find
about
the cord?
anything.
Where can
Anything.
Helmsy
I
find the cord?
guarantee no one's going to say the Walmart Supercenter.
I
Somebody
bet
bring
they
in
have
one
it.
today.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba,
866
Rick and
We Be Big.
Bubba.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-706-8951. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-706-8951 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-706-8951. What do you have to lose? Call 800-706-8951. Again, 800-706-8951.
Need weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make us your weekend destination. Join us in-store for free giveaways, events, and activities for everyone to enjoy. This month, stop by for fun events like our 2-day Super Bowl prep party and our Valentine's-themed kids workshop. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup. Count on Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. And now, activities in your community with Weekending at Lowe's.
The new Crispy Melt Taco is now at Taco Bell. Some facts about it are, 1, its shell is freshly fried daily. 2, it has a melty, cheesy blend inside. And 3, it comes with seasoned beef or black beans. And totally feel free to drop those Crispy Melt Taco facts whenever you want, too. Like maybe save them for when a friend's like, what should we eat? And you say, Crispy Melt Tacos. And they're like, nah. And then you need to make an airtight case for why they're wrong.
The new Crispy Melt Taco. Try one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation which vary.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, we're rolling back 10 minutes until top of the hour. The phone calls are coming in, but we're not screening you up because they're unscreened phone calls. And 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. If you've wanted to get in on the show, you can do so by calling 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll take unscreened phone calls here in a second. Plus, we have an update on the cord from the commercial break.
I think I fixed it.
Hey, it's good now.
This portion of the show brought to you by carshield.com/Bubba. If you're not prepared for the unexpected, you need to be, because the facts are, and we all know it, right? As luck would have it, something's going to happen to your out-of-warranty vehicle before you know it, and that cost is going to hit you, and you're not going to be ready. The unexpected breakdown will happen. We all know it, right?
Sure.
You have to shell out thousands of dollars.
Didn't count on that.
What a bip. But anyway, you need to go to carshield.com/Bubba. Their administrators will have your back, as they understand your car is more important than just getting you from point A to point B. It's a way of life. Traveling by car is something you got to have, from picking up the kids to running errands to your daily essentials, whatever. carshield.com/Bubba offers protection plans to fit every budget that includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call carshield.com/Bubba now and save 20% on your plan and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. That'll give you peace of mind. 1-800-451-7776. 1-800-451-7776. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com or go straight to them at carshield.com, then go /Bubba. All right, the phone calls are rolling in, but real quick, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Keep calling. Few lines available. You went and dug off in the engineer's office.
I did. I
Did you help yourself?
I had fixed it.
Did you break the lock?
He's fixed it.
I fixed it.
We don't know why it heated up and burned it, because it's going to heat up and burn through that too eventually.
So a couple things. One, I think I've temporarily resolved us even having a fire. Okay.
Well,
I will get a new charger. I know you're concerned about that, and I
tape
will.
would help.
Yeah, but this will help. This will help me get through the morning.
It doesn't solve why it's heating up.
Speedy, I'm being told that Walmart does have these chargers, so good on
Target does
good
too,
on
which
you.
is one up on the left on the way out. You could always run by there.
Yep.
Both of those.
How'd you find that at? Walmart call you?
No, they've got people saying they bought one recently.
Apparently, if an emailer tells him Walmart has it, he's good with it.
Well, no.
But if I tell him, he doesn't believe it.
Well, when somebody said you hadn't bought anything there, you just said it was there.
Well,
they actually purchased one.
You've improved your situation, but it's not perfect. I got a little song for you. Shake hands with danger, 4 fingers and a thumb.
And I didn't think about this either. Most major truck stops have these type things. So always do that.
You can get a shower while you're there, too.
Mm-hmm. May actually do the Target thing on the way, because there's
didn't know you
one,
didn't like Walmart.
There's one on the it's convenience at this point in trying to get somewhere at a certain time, and I think that would be a good resolution. But I think I'm good. I think this will give me another 2 months.
Oh my
I'd
gosh!
ride that at least 2 or 3 months.
Don't you let Bubba find out about it.
I went in Scruggs' office and I couldn't find any in there. Probably didn't want me rummaging through his drawers.
Maybe mind your own business.
Yeah.
And I did find some duct tape, if y'all need duct tape at any point. But then I went into the server room and I found some.
Okay.
So
there.
So I need to go put this back.
Oh, keep it. You might need it later. As that one burns off.
Should I tape this part on the other end that's burning just for future?
I'm hoping and praying that you do not have that much longer. Maybe just a few hours, and that needs to be thrown away.
Yeah, we'll see.
866-WE-BE-BIG.
Let's see how this does.
Unscreened phone calls. I know y'all have. They've just been ringing off the hook.
Shake hands with danger.
Let's see what we got out there. Please don't make me regret this.
Oh boy.
866-WE-BE-BIG. We haven't done that. How long have? What was
I threw a
that?
bottle in the trash.
Good night. Is it full?
Yeah.
Did you slam it in there?
You threw a full bottle in the trash?
Well, it wasn't full. It was like somebody drank 3/4 of it, and ain't nobody gonna.
I find a lot of that around here.
Yeah.
We sip, and we leave it.
Yeah.
I didn't like looking at
Let's
it.
go to area code 601, unscreened phone calls. What's up? Thanks for calling. What's going on?
What's up? Hey, ain't there a 5 and below up there in that shopping center from the new studio?
What is
5 and below?
I don't even know what that is.
That's the things
So
cost
I've seen
$5 and below, Greg.
Oh, is that what it is?
So what?
I guess, but
They're not going to have.
I thought it was
not
the
a
temperature.
Seaport. A
That's not very helpful.
USB-C cable is what he needs.
You think you're a little sharp screaming Seaport, don't you?
That's what it is. That's what it is, in case you want to know. It doesn't have I just calling it what it is. 256 area code. What's up?
I hope he's wrong.
I'm not.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
If I had a bulldog and I shaved its rear end, it'd look just like you.
He wants to get you going.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Let's go to area code 334. They're unscreened phone
worse
calls.
things, I guess.
Got one.
You shave your own ass, I guess.
Oh, there it goes. Hey.
It's me.
Huh? Who you calling?
Hey, I just want to tell y'all. Yes, sir. I just want y'all to know. Just hope you had a good day. Y'all doing these unscreened calls. I'm heading on into work. Just thought I'd give you a ring. Tell you have a good day.
All right.
Appreciate you.
What do you do for a living?
Electrician.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's talk USB-C cord. You think it's a fire hazard to
This
let
a fire starter?
It's heating up.
No, ain't nothing wrong. That gets too low voltage. Ain't nothing gonna happen to him on that.
No, you ain't seen them.
Is he gonna mess with my computer at all?
You don't go back up on that J because that light. It'll just stay fine.
Okay. I don't know what that meant. Let's go to 256, area code 256.
Put
Thanks for
everybody
calling in,
danger.
sir. Hope you have a great day. Area code 256 on unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Ooh, I'm Helmsy. I can't go to Walmart.
I love it.
Oh, man, I'll go there now.
He doesn't like it. You know what it is? I heard him say, "It's too many deplorables there."
Yeah, I can't be around common people.
I didn't think they had this particular product. That's all it was.
I think I'm gonna go to Target. It's a little bit.
I go to Walmart a good bit, quite frankly.
I live over the mountain by a golf course. Let's go to area code 205. What's up?
They got it at Belk.
Hey.
Y'all quit being some good. Five Below has those chargers.
There you go.
All right, Five Below.
But for some reason, he doesn't like off-brands.
I haven't seen a Five
Where
Below.
is Five Below? What is that?
Yeah.
I've never been in one.
Where it is over there.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Something
He said
about-
it was across from the studio.
I think it's over here. There is one over there.
Where?
It's really cold, though. It's 5 and below.
When you point over there,
they was
I don't
real
know
cold
what
in
that
there.
means.
Towards 280.
Okay.
Over
well,
there,
that's
but it's on the Walmart side, so you probably won't go. 866 We Be Big. I mean, have you seen him heard him talking about Walmart?
Next thing he'll be, he don't want to shop at Aldi.
Yeah, I don't go get my
That's a
cords
weird
from
place.
there, but
I
was
went
just
in there the
saying,
other day.
You just if you need it.
Did you rent a buggy for 25 cents?
No, I did not because I only had to get milk, eggs, and something else. But
That
it
whole
was just the
setup's
whole
weird to
weird.
me.
It was weird. It was
Area
real
code
weird.
334. Maybe one more here on unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey, guys, I was going to say good morning. Hey, Greg, doo-doo.
This bunch gets up early, don't they? That went well. You know.
Well, glad we did that.
That went well. That was good. Yeah. Let's keep that up.
All right.
All right, Dan.
Well,
I may have run over to 10 below and
Hey, what's area code
100
9?
below?
What's area code 980? Do you know? And
Onions.
what's this 859? I want to know. Hey 980. Where are you calling from?
Illinois.
859. Where are you calling from?
Kentucky.
Okay, cool.
Kentucky.
Thanks. Sorry, we don't have time to talk.
980 was
Oh, you
Charlotte,
don't-
North Carolina.
Was it Charlotte?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
cool.
Google over there.
I got Google.
Cord ain't worth the crap. But I can Google.
But I can Google.
I'm endangering the whole building.
Well, you know what it is, the C cord.
That's what it is. They got them.
USB-C. Right? Is that what
Right.
it is?
Well, I fixed it.
Seaport.
Seaport. It's a seaport.
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 Well, I fixed it, so we're all good.
Port.
It's a seaport. Seaport.
Seaport.
Good night. You lost it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off, but A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Look, it's just a matter of time. house. Speedy and Helmsy both attend a church called Church of the Highlands. It is a very large church with multiple campuses all over the state and adding new ones almost, it seems like, monthly. And, of course, one of the latest ads has spawned controversy in today's Your America. Now, if you want to hear today some things that we thought we had all moved on from, and the marquee, but I'll get to that. First of all, let's hear from the pastor of the Church of the Highlands talking about their new campus, which is going to be located in inner city Birmingham. So here's Chris Hodges, the pastor, telling the congregation about the new campus. Here we go.
Too long ago, I met with the Birmingham mayor, the new mayor, Randall Woodfin, and what a delightful time I had with him. I went in, and he, of course, when a guy like me goes in, they always wonder what my agenda would be. So the first thing I said to him, I says, Mayor, I have absolutely no agenda. I just want to hear your vision for Birmingham. He goes, are you kidding me? No one ever asked me that. Like I said, I'm asking you. And I'm going to tell you, he shared with me just in the most impassioned way his love for our city. He talked about the 99 distinct communities in the Birmingham area. He said, Chris, there are 4 of them that are keeping me up at night. There are 4 of them that people should not live the way they're living, in the fear they're living in, the crime they're living in, the poverty they're living in. We have to do something about these 4 communities. All of our communities need stuff, but my priority are these 4. And I said, Mayor, I want to know which one they are. And if there's anything we can do to help, I'm committing it to you right now. He said, Pastor, if you'll go in there and just do anything you feel led to do, we will come alongside you and help you. So his team, we contacted his team, and we have decided, I'm announcing it today, we have decided that this fall we are going to launch a campus, but it's not going to be like our normal campuses. We're going to launch a campus right in the heart of the highest crime of our entire city, and we're going to do a live service with live speaking and different music, and it's going to be different in a lot of ways to meet the needs of that community. I have selected the Right Reverend Mayo Sowell to be the leader over there, everybody. And it's going to be awesome, and we're going to reach the drug dealers, and we're going to get the crime to stop. Come on, everybody. We're going to be the local church.
Okay, so
that gives you the gist of that.
That's what the plan is from
Yes.
Church of the Highlands, new campus in inner city Birmingham. Well, Bubba calls me into his office today and says, Rick, have you seen this video? And I said, I have not. And does the video pretty much tell us everything we need to know, including what the marquee says in front of the church?
It kind of runs itself, and you can come out of it whenever you want.
There's a news station that went down. There's a pastor in this part of Birmingham that is not thrilled about Church of the Highlands coming into his neighborhood and has on the marquee in front of his church the phrase, black people should not attend white churches.
Correct. New Era Baptist Church.
Okay, so here's the interview with this pastor who's not thrilled about it.
In response to what Pastor Hodges just said.
Talk about this side.
Okay.
What's the meaning, what's the purpose behind this?
Well, whites left the inner city. Whites carry their churches with them. They moved to the suburbs. White folk have proved they don't want to live next door to us or be our neighbors or worship with us. Now they want to plant a white church in a black neighborhood under the umbrella of supposedly to fight crime.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Friday edition. Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. All here as we move forward. Speedy, Greg, and Helms have already given you a kickoff hour on most all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Thank you for enjoying that with them today. If you have, if not, know that they are here, and that is available to you on your daily Rick and Bubba experience, whether you're catching the Rick and Bubba content live or archived. Rick, how do I do all that? Well, go to rickandbubba.com. It is all there. We're unpacking another day. We get golden ticket seat guests here with us. Welcome to those of you that have traveled to our home city and our home state. And we look forward to seeing you a little bit later on in the program. We are missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, those that may be missing a balloon.
Yes.
Welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Yep, yep.
Why do we scream at each other? And this is what it sounds like when doves cry.
There it is.
What about it?
Yeah, you brought this up. I actually talked to some people yesterday. They were gripped in fear, and I said, what's all the concern? They said, well, we've got a big event this weekend, and we're afraid our balloon arch may be shot down by the U.S. military.
I know. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
You know, in typical U.S., the way we do things, we let something go and then we overreact and then go too far the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
You know, I've been up to Huntsville and have seen several balloon launches with scientific payloads. The ham guys, you know, they do a bunch of stuff.
Sure.
Do I understand correctly that we think one of the balloons we shot down, the one over Alaska, was a group out of Illinois that had a weather balloon project they sent up?
Here's the headline, Bubba, and this feels great. So don't miss now. Don't miss. This is important, taxpayers. Please keep up with how much of your money shot a hobby club's missing balloon. Okay. You know, those weapons we fire at, these balloons, they're not inexpensive. Okay, they're in the millions. Okay?
Well, the cheap ones are about $400K.
Yeah. So we think what was it? The tally I saw, we spent around $2 million shooting down these.
It says Ted Cruz said we authorized $200 million fighter jet to shoot down a $12 science project.
Yeah. So anyway, Hobby Club missing their balloon, and they think the U.S. military shot it down. Now, back to your point, when the Chinese actually did have one about the size of a bus rolling across North America, we let that ride.
Right.
Okay,
right.
And then finally shot it after it had gotten all the information to the Chinese they needed. But we quickly showed that we will not let that stand and shot down a bunch of Hobby Club balloons.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm still a little confused
and by
about
the way,
that
we missed one of them.
Because I know that
do it shoot twice.
I know when the ham guys launch those, they usually put a radar reflector on it, you know, which is basically a big piece of aluminum foil hanging under it.
Sure.
You gotta have that.
And they also have telemetry. So, if you can see that. You can see it transmitting on a certain frequency. It's pretty easy to identify because they also identify it with Morse code ID.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why there would be such confusion with some of that.
Well, Bubba, it's called shoot, ready, aim. We've talked about it many times. You would think if we would probably this is all this world of politics and propaganda. Hey, we got to look like we're taking action. And I see some other stuff. Shoot that down. Let's get it all down. Mm-hmm. We got to make that. Now we got the physical today. They're going to convince us, and the headline tells us that Biden is a healthy and vigorous 80-year-old who can successfully execute his duties. Now, they did let you know they did find a lesion on his chest and sent it off for cancer testing. But here's the other thing. They don't tell me about his cognitive skills. I can see that he physically can move around pretty good for somebody who's 80 years old. I got that. But I want to know what his mental state, because that's where we're all concerned. None of us are afraid that Biden can't play pickleball. Okay, what we're concerned about is how does his
vigorous 80-year-old
how are his cognitive skills, and that's what I'd really like to know. My dad is in Alzheimer's, and he physically is doing really good, but you probably wouldn't want him to run the free world right now. Okay, so anyway, we'll look at some of that on the show today. But if you got a balloon out there, you better be careful.
Look out.
Unless you're the Chinese, then we'll get to it, after you've gotten everything you need.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to upset you.
I think we need a better plan here on this. Apparently, we're, in a hyper mode, and
right.
we've over adjusted.
Yeah. Don't upset the Chinese, but you can infuriate a hobby club.
Yeah,
How embarrassing it all is. It's all. I'm looking over at Old Glory behind you, and she looks a little rugged right now.
Yeah.
I think the flag over there is embarrassed. It feels embarrassed.
Well, I mean, it seems to me there's a pretty clear technical answer to this, how this could be handled.
Right.
That scientific balloon launches have. Most of the time they register them with the FAA too. So I don't know why that they can't, follow some type of transponder or something that would be easy to identify. So
well, and I'm watching right now on one of our TVs, and now Biden is telling us that we now have a plan for flying objects.
Oh yeah.
There's
a balloon plan now.
But what we didn't have one before. The United States of America had no flying objects plan.
Well, I think I think we had one, but it wasn't for giant balloons.
Yeah. But I'm
slow moving object.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Because they said they retuned the radar, reset up their parameters for NORAD, and
good.
And then they started seeing all kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yep. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, this is 2023. We've had airplanes around balloons for a long time. Seems like we'd already be on top of this, doesn't it?
Seems like this has been one of the first things we'd got. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The real reason the Church of the Highlands want to put a white church in a black neighborhood is they have too many black folks at their main campus, and they want them to leave and come to a church in their inner city.
So this is, like you said, Church of the Highlands. We've heard about their plans to move over here to fight crime. So you're against that?
I'm totally against it because their reason is not pure. It's hypocritical. If you don't want to be our neighbors, if you don't want to live next door to black African Americans, how can you put a white church over here to help fight crime? As soon as you finish worshiping, you're going to go back to the suburbs like you've done for 30 years.
Even though what I've heard, there would be an African American pastor leading this particular church.
Yes, we've heard about the African American pastor, but he'll just be a token. The white administrators of Church of the Highlands will boss him and control his sermons. All changes in society started with the black pastor and the black church. Changes in society will not start with blacks attending white churches.
All right, so first of all, this man is telling us in the current time we're living in, there's still something called the white church and the black church.
and he wants it to stay that way because he's saying that Church of the Highlands has just got too many African Americans now at their main campus. Now think about what he's saying and how racist he is being. He's first of all assuming that every African American that goes to Church of the Highlands lives in this part of Birmingham, and they want to get all the African Americans. If you go set it up in this crime-ridden part of Birmingham, or a crime-ridden part of anywhere, whether it be dominantly African American or dominantly white. There's some high crime areas where white folks live. Okay, and there's some where it's a mix of all sorts of different ethnicity. But he's saying that if you go put that church downtown in this area, that out of just magically, that African Americans that are all attending Church of the Highlands now at the other campuses will now flock downtown because that's where they belong. That's what he's saying. Mm-hmm. Now, if you want me to tell you what I really think the problem is, I'm happy to. I think this guy's had it like he liked it, and I think he likes having the influence he has, and I think he likes the type of sermons that he preaches that probably benefit him and his own personal gain. And now Church of the Highlands is about to put a campus down there that's going to compete with him and messing the whole thing up.
It's definitely two different views on it, isn't it?
Good night. But Bubba, he has on his marquee. No. Now I want y'all to picture if there was like a rural church out in rural Alabama, rural Mississippi, Louisiana, that had on their marquee, black folks should not attend white churches.
Oh. Could you imagine?
Can you imagine what would be, and rightfully so. I mean, can you? But so why does this guy get a pass? Putting on his marquee, black folks need to stay out of white churches. I mean, this guy is more divisive than anything else that you're hearing right now. This is somebody that says that really people of color and white people shouldn't be worshiping together because, in his opinion, there's a white church and there's a black church, and everybody should stay in their own church. Mm. That's wow. So, and then we didn't play the rest of it. He goes on back in history of talking about how some of the churches didn't stand up against slavery, and some of the churches didn't stand up on the right side of the civil rights movement. And he's correct on all that. But I mean, this is 2018. I think you'd be hard pressed to say that is the case today.
But some of them were.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt about that. No, there's no doubt about that. But I don't think in some of the modern churches you see some of that old stuff. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, it's an old. We've heard it for a long. My dad was the first one to teach it to me, as you can probably imagine, and that is the legend of the short man syndrome.
Yeah, now that is kind of the legend that people who are shorter try to make up for it by being more aggressive. That's kind of the concept behind it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a statute version of someone's stature. Like sometimes you see the guy with the convertible sports car, and they say he's overcompensating for something.
Right.
This is kind of the I'm a little man, and so I've also
heard that about a big truck also. So it can't be both.
Right.
It's
well, this
and
one,
a lot of it spins out of Napoleon.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who we know was
they call it Napoleon syndrome. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out again this weekend. If you are into deer hunting, I think you'll enjoy it. We interview Brian Morris from South Alabama Deer Tracking Service. Some fascinating stuff about the incredible gifts that dogs have, these tracking dogs, really something. And also some things that you learn about tracking deer, and he's got some pretty incredible stories, and we talk about some things that I didn't know as far as scientifically about deer as well. So enjoy that this weekend. If you are a deer hunter, I think you get a lot out of that. And if you're fascinated by working dogs, I think you'll like it too. All right, so looking at a couple things, Bubba, let's get this out of the way. Tim McCarver has died at 81.
Yeah,
the major league player and broadcaster.
Good
broadcaster.
Player, absolutely great broadcaster. Mm-hmm. Funny story about him. When one of the first times I was in a position to decide programming for radio, they were pitching his show on the United Stations radio network.
Okay, I didn't know he had a show.
This was in the early days, Rick. There wasn't even a lot of talk radio back then.
No.
And he was doing a sports show and done it very well, and always enjoyed watching him be the color guy on a lot of these ball games because he really, really did a good job.
So he's 21 years in Major League Baseball. He got 2 World Series rings with the Cardinals in '64 and '67. He was a catcher most of the time, and then, of course, went on to be an Emmy Award-winning, as you said, color commentator, mainly for Fox Sports, or the one most notable. So 81 years old, Tim McCarver, and I always liked him too. I always thought he was
did a good job.
That he has gone on in. But again, when you hit 80-something, don't you kind of say I made it?
Look, that's the goal, isn't it?
I bet I saw a funny
for us men, it's actually not that high. I mean, that's the females.
I saw the a meme, and it had a husband and a wife, and they're standing there and they're celebrating their 80-something birthday, and they have their arms around each other, and they're on the beach, and above it says, "We made it." Because anything after that, pretty funny. So a couple of things. Do you want to jump in? This Don Lemon thing really interests me. Adler Video 4. The guys were talking about this. I don't know what's upset the left. I've seen females say, for some reason, they're just furious about Nikki Haley announcing she is going to run for president. And I mean, I heard like yesterday, like Ann Coulter ripped her to shreds on some talk show. They had those. Nobody's.
Now, what is Ann upset about?
She says that she's a sellout and that she crumbled to the left on too many things. And
what issues do you know?
Well, you would be interested on what one of them was. Which one you and I probably would agree with Nikki Haley and disagree with Mrs. or Miss Coulter.
Yeah.
And that is, she said she crumbled to political correctness when she removed the Confederate battle flag in South Carolina. That she didn't make a stand and say that this is historic, it's not disrespectful, and it's not racist, and that she caved in and went overboard to appease the left. I'm not saying I agree with that. You asked me what she was.
No,
I
understand. Yeah, because
and that's one of the things that she was. For some reason, Ann Coulter doesn't like her, and she let her have it yesterday. So the left and the right, some are upset with her. But this Don Lemon thing is hilarious.
We've done speaking engagements with Ann, and her loving nickname is Madam Copperhead.
Well, so, I will say this: she is an interesting interview, and some of the things that she has really stood her ground on, I respect and agree with.
Yep.
But she's gotten now, she got to the point where once wokeness hit, like when I heard the podcast she was on, I'd never heard the podcast in my life. The main folks, she's not exactly regularly appearing on Fox News anymore.
Right.
She's
well, the only person she hasn't totally turned against at some point in time is J.J. Walker.
Right. Yeah. That's good. All right, so Don Lemon, I don't know.
He laid a lemon on this.
I don't know what he's thinking. His point. Don
Lemon doesn't like women, Rick.
Well, and he's on record. I think
he's a misogynist.
Yeah, we saw all along that. Well, Don Lemon has proven that he must not like women too much.
Yeah, he doesn't like them at all.
Right. But this is going to sound like a misogynist. Back to your point, not just a gay man. Usually, gay men are usually pretty chummy with women. But here we go. Don Lemon is going to say that Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. And then his narrative just gets weird.
Well, he stepped in the bucket.
Yeah, and he's got other females there on the set with him, so here we go.
Notice Nikki Haley when she said that yesterday. Obviously a dig at Biden, but she said 75 and up, so that would include Trump.
Elder statesman here.
This whole talk about age makes me uncomfortable. I think it's the wrong road to go down. She says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
What do you
on the left?
That's not according to me.
Prime for what?
It depends. I mean, it's just like prime. If you look it up, if you Google when is a woman in her prime, it'll say 20s, 30s, and 40s. I don't necessarily.
40s. Oh, I got another.
I'm not saying
decade.
I agree with that.
Notice Nikki Haley when she said.
So Don Lemon steps in the bucket here, and there's no way out.
No.
He wanted to try to be sharp and somehow dog Nikki Haley because he doesn't like her because she's a conservative.
Right.
And he had to say something negative about her, and he really didn't have anything else to say.
Right.
So Nikki, and what he's referring to, Nikki Haley said that she thought politicians who are 75 and up ought to have to pass a mental exam for competence.
I agree.
To be sure they can do what they need to do. And Don Lemon, well, that's crazy. And Nikki's past her prime. It's 20 to 30. Look it up. Google it. You can Google anything you want to, Don. Come on.
He tried to
and
drop
then,
the 40s
then he throws
in there
40 in there when he
panicked.
realizes he's in trouble. and I think his co-host makes a great point. Prime for what?
Prime for what?
Having children?
Yeah.
Working? Are you saying that they can't be competent after they're 40?
If Sean Hannity,
Mentally?
Tucker Carlson, Jesse Waters, if anybody like that said this, they'd be calling for their job.
Here's a slightly longer clip I found, and he steps in it even more if you guys want to.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
It depends. I mean, it's just like prime. If you look it up, if you Google when is a woman in her prime, it'll say 20s, 30s, and 40s. I don't necessarily.
40s. Oh, I got it.
I'm not saying I agree with that. So I think she has to be careful about saying that politicians aren't in their prime.
We need to qualify. Are you talking about prime for like childbearing, or are you talking about
the messenger?
prime
I'm
for
just
being
saying what
president?
the facts are. Google it. Everybody at home. When is a woman in her prime? It says 20s, 30s, and 40s. And I'm just saying Nikki Haley should be careful about saying that politicians are not in their prime and they need to be in their prime when they serve, because she wouldn't be in her prime according to
Google
or whatever it is.
Gosh, that's awful. You're right. You got him working.
Keep in mind too that the Constitution requires that a president be how old? 40?
35?
35, 40?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I can't
mean,
remember.
so you're practically out of your prime
as a woman.
If you listen to Don, you pretty much can't be president.
Yeah, the prime that Nikki Haley is talking about, and the women try to help him.
Prime for what?
Yeah, prime for what?
Don has backed up on this.
Oh, yeah.
He's in full reverse.
I bet he is.
Oh, yeah. He's put out a post. It was a little later in the afternoon, and he's in full retreat.
He better be. Yeah, because she's talking about cognitive prime.
Yes.
Physical prime as far as getting around. And that's not what that's talking about.
Rick and Bubba.
Very aggressive and was believed to be a shorter man based on paintings where he's standing next to taller guards. But this story even goes into it to say that Napoleon actually was of average height for his time. He was not short. He just happened to be standing by some really tall guards who probably were picked to be guards because they were bigger.
Right, it could be. But in general, but this is taking on, is little man syndrome something that is real or not?
Well, this study comes out of the Netherlands, and they were using a game to prove this called the dictator game. Are you familiar with this?
I'm not, no.
I was trying to read the rules of it and how they set this up, and it's strange. It was a little hard to follow. They said that you basically have two people, and one person is giving an amount of money, and they're told they got to give somebody else a portion of that money, but they get to decide how much. And
right.
You start reading it, you feel like you've fallen in a rabbit hole. But now there's a couple of people that they point to in this, and it's Russian President Putin, who they say is only 5'5". I thought he was taller than that.
Adler. You look down to him.
He seemed like a little fellow. No, I'm like you. I thought he was taller than that.
Now they also quote studies, and this was one of them that they've pointed to that they said on average a worker who is 6 foot tall earned more money than someone who was 5'5", and actually it was about in U.S. dollars $5,500 a year. Now they also polled the management of half of the top U.S. companies. They found that 58% of chief executive officers were 6 foot tall, compared to just 14% of the general population. So they over-excel into getting into these leadership positions, that is, taller people. Now, did you think that – I thought that was strange, too. They're saying that only 14% of the population is 6 foot tall. That didn't sound right, did it?
No, it doesn't. Not now, not current time. But is that in the Netherlands?
I don't know.
I thought they were pretty big people.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We've done this study.
There's a lot of studies to back this up. They say that there's the notion of the inferiority complex, where sufferers demonstrate a lack of self-worth. Short men compensate for their lack of height by being extra assertive and chippy they call it.
Chippy.
Now they say there's evidence that points to this. They say there's also evidence that seems like it contradicts it some, and they said researchers found that tall men, not short ones, were quicker to anger when they were provoked. So I don't know. What part of it do you believe? They do say since 1916 that when presidential candidates began appearing on cinema scenes and later on TV, the taller candidates have won 17 times. The shorter candidate has won only 6.
Mm-hmm.
So this is another one of their
facts.
I mean,
I have, in general, I think that little man syndrome is real. I mean, just from my life experiences. If I see somebody's been put in charge and they're kind of a small man, I'm like, oh, look out. little man syndrome is in full play. And just in my general experience, I think there's something to it.
Well, I know in sports, because I was tall probably in junior high, but then I kind of quit growing and I was not the tallest in the group. I always felt like I had to be faster than everybody else. That's the only way I could even it out, is try to be quicker.
Boy, speaking of that, you ever have a short umpire? Watch out.
Oh, buddy.
Now,
I'm king of the diamond.
Yeah, can I go talk to him?
Well, here's the thing.
Who you talking to?
Well, I'm just asking.
Yeah, well, they might get angry, but I would say, far as pitching, I did not want a tall umpire because their strike zone was totally separate than what I had to throw in. I always like a shorter umpire back there.
Yeah,
but I mean, I had to have that low pitch.
We're
just talking about anger.
Yeah, we're talking about not even anger. See, I think that's the reason why so what if taller people are easily angered? This is not about anger. This is about I'm going to let everybody know I'm in charge, I'm the man. And I'm gonna be a handful because I'm overcompensating because I think everybody doesn't respect me because I'm little. And so I've got to overdo it and let everybody know that I'm in charge. That's really what we're talking about. It's really not about anger.
Right.
I don't see anger having a height tied to it. But as far as, hey, I want everybody to know I'm in charge and I'm overdoing it because I'm trying to make sure nobody looks down on me, no pun intended. Now, I will say also that I don't think tall people have helped because of saying things to little men that probably make them feel like everybody's against them. Because I had a little boss one time that was a 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. Looking to save a little money? How about somebody give me a little cash back right now? I'll take some cash back. Well, Upside.com. Download the free Upside app. Use our code Bubba25, and you'll get 25 cents at least per gallon back on the very first tank of gas you pump. Then after that, you just go make your purchases like you normally do with your debit or credit card and let the cash back continue. So if you buy gas, groceries, you dine out, Upside can help you. And I think that's all of us. So Bubba25 is our code. And people all over the country that are using the Upside app, the cash back last week, $1 million. So start getting cash back right now just by doing your shopping and a little help from this current inflation that the Biden administration. Now remember, the Biden administration is telling us all kinds of things. We're protected from weather balloons, not the Chinese. The president is an 80-year-old man ready to serve this country. He's perfectly fine. Okay, I mean, so they're telling us there is no problem with the economy. As a matter of fact, the job he's done with the economy is fantastic. Now,
historic.
Yeah, of course, you and I don't believe that because we're actually purchasing things. So,
Right.
So get Upside and use our code Bubba25 and start getting cash back. All right, so Don Lemon is now in full retreat. Didn't really think through what he was saying. Nikki Haley's comments were directed at as presidential candidates get in their mid-70s and beyond. It's probably reasonable, and I would agree with her, they should have some sort of cognitive test. Even the physical we just got from the current president has nothing's in there about how he's doing mentally, nothing.
Right.
And she said because, a lot of times people are running for office when they're past their cognitive prime. And sometimes even, and so Don Lemon tries to be sharp and say, well, based on what they say about women, she's past her prime. Which the ladies there that were co-hosts with him did not care for that, and he begins to kind of and ramble around. Now he's taken some time and he's come back and he says, "I apologize for my inartful and irrelevant remarks on women's prime. I don't know why he calls it inartful. Was he not very artistic in the way he presented it? Is he? So that's not a word I use a lot. I know that doesn't surprise you. He says it's irrelevant, but I mean, I agree, but it's not. You made it relevant. Now you're going to say it's irrelevant. I mean, you acted like it was relevant that it's beyond her prime because she's a female. And she's in her 50s, right? Is that where she is? She in her 50s?
Yeah, 51.
Yeah.
So, but Rick, keep going with his statement.
You're the one who said it. Okay. He says that
he says colleagues and loved ones have pointed out, and I regret it. I bet
they have.
Now, then he goes on to try to clear this up, Rick, and reestablish his thoughts on this.
Yeah.
A woman's age doesn't define her, either personally or professionally. I have countless women in my life who prove that every day. And I bet you've heard from every one of them there, Dandy Don.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you why he said this so with such a cavalier attitude. He didn't have a wife.
Yeah.
I mean, if he had a wife, he'd have shut his mouth. So anyway, his boyfriend probably wasn't bothered by it. But
Nikki Haley went on the offensive with this, saying it's always liberals who are the most sexist.
Mm-hmm. True. She's right about that. I will have to say that based on the left's definition of misogyny, Don Lemon is a misogynist.
And sexist.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And she's younger than him.
And heterophobe.
That's right. Heterophobe.
Mm-hmm.
Female phobe.
Yeah, all that.
Uh-huh. Age phobe. Ageism.
I wonder if Don will have
misogyny.
his ice skates on today as he's sliding backwards.
And I can't overlook the fact that he said something negative about a woman of whiteness.
Yep.
Oh,
he's a racist. He's a racist too.
Well, she's actually
she's
Indian,
Indian,
Indian descent.
No, even worse. He doesn't even like people of color.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, I mean, he's just all over the road. He's
out of control.
I think Nikki Haley's pretty sharp, and I think she's out of the gate and going good.
By the way, that was another weird thing that Ann Coulter did. I forgot about that. She also went on some tirade that she needs to go back to India and talked about them worshiping cows and all this kind of stuff. She really went in the whole. It was really bizarre.
She's not from India. She's
I know.
Indian descent.
I know.
Her relatives.
Right, but she went on some. It was a bizarre rant.
Yeah, I don't know that you're going to make any ground with that. I think Nikki Haley's pretty popular. Now, I don't know that she can win the Republican nominee.
Yeah,
but I think she can be a player in it.
Well, somebody asked me,
we've had her on the show. I thought she did a great job.
No problem there. But somebody asked me in just an email, what do you think about Nikki Haley? And I said, well, I don't have anything against Nikki Haley. And as I said, the times we talked to her, most of what she talks about I agree on, but she has no chance to be president. That's not going to happen. No.
Well, you never know how these things will play out, but I don't think
anybody want any of that action.
I don't think that she would be considered a front runner, but I do think she can be a player in it.
Mm. Oh yeah, she'll have.
If she has a good debate when all these kick in, and especially if Trump doesn't temper his responses to things, she could gain a lot of ground. And we just don't know what DeSantis is going to do.
Yeah, so if to me,
but you're talking about some pretty strong personalities there that would do a good job, any of them.
Yeah, I just think, of course, the whole key is who's presented. I think if Nikki Haley is sitting there next to DeSantis and Trump, she has no chance to get the nomination. But if something happens to those two, one of them doesn't run, Trump gets in some sort of
what if they chew each other up?
Well, what I'm talking about, but Trump could get into some sort of who knows what at any time.
Ready for anything.
Now, if those two aren't in it, then yes, she probably has a chance. But we'll see. Yeah, I don't know enough about her to even say whether she
it's
be
going to
president.
be. Let me tell you, it's going to be a fun year and a half starting this summer.
As Randy
Moss
once said, it's going to be a fun ride.
Yeah. Fun ride.
So what's
get you 81 jerseys?
Yeah,
out.
what's the left going to do? They can't usher Biden in there again.
No.
I think
Newsom is going to be their nominee.
They're trying to somehow get rid of him. How did they walk him away? Did they get him to ever agree to walk away? Or do they just have to destroy him?
I think there's probably a lot of discussion about that. I think they want Newsom. I think they think Newsom is the face. They can get on TV and look good for them, and he's already running basically.
Mm-hmm.
And we all kind of scratch our head, because is he going to do for America what he's done for California?
Right.
But
That's
I
hilarious.
think they also feel like they're going to have to deal with DeSantis at some point. If it's not this election, it'll be the next one, and they need a Newsom to counteract, because DeSantis on stage against Biden is going to be a big contrast in how well I can speak and handle myself.
Well, the left doesn't care about these kind of things, and you said it even there, is what Newsom's done to California should no one, left or right or middle, should want him to be the president, okay? I saw a story yesterday where they're estimated that 500,000 people left California just because of how he wouldn't let COVID go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. First time ever California's backed up in population, and they lost a seat in the House.
Right.
You know, that's never happened.
Well, I watched a documentary about a guy who was not a conservative by any stretch of the imagination. He came to this country from France and wanted to do a French restaurant in America, and he went to California because he thought the weather was great. And all that. And the whole documentary is how Newsom and the COVID stuff destroyed the American dream for him.
Yeah.
And at one time, he was adapting to everything. He was one of those people that tried to adapt. He wasn't even complaining about it, if this is what they want me to do. So he sets up his restaurant as an outside restaurant, and all of a sudden they told him he couldn't feed people outside either. And finally he said, well, y'all took a very successful restaurant and destroyed it over things now that we know weren't even necessary and didn't do a bit of good.
Yeah.
So yeah, and think about how many people got destroyed like that. And so people, when it comes to taxes and the overreach on the COVID thing and pandemic this and mask that and shut this down and vaccine mandate, they said about 500,000 people left California.
Well, just looking at the Republican side, Mike Pence is in the hunt. Tim Scott is in the hunt. They think Mike Pompeo is going to be in the hunt. So you've got some pretty heavy hitters there. It might be an interesting field.
We'll see.
And I don't think it would serve Trump well to get up there and give them all a nickname.
No, but good luck with that one.
Yeah, I know.
I bet you won't take any action on that either. Mr. Not Coachable.
I might save the nicknames to the general election.
Wouldn't you feel bad for the person that would actually waste time to sit down and have that conversation with him?
Well, here's the problem.
Because it'd be a complete waste of time.
All of those people, you need their endorsement. You need their backers' endorsement. You need their backers' donation in the general election. So. If you go in there with a scorched earth policy, you may not get their nickels and dimes when it comes to the general election.
Phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. First phone troll of the day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Little man syndrome guy, and I asked him if he could walk under a table. And so things like that
help. Yeah,
things like that
that may rile them up.
Things like that don't help.
Yeah, especially like if you have a little umpire and you claim he's missing low calls because he can't see over the shoulder of the catcher.
Right.
That's
that kind of stuff.
good.
So what do you consider? I know what I consider tall and short. What do you consider tall and short?
Well, today, that's changed a lot because people are so big now. But I'm kind of, if you're dealing with males, I'm talking probably 5'6" down. You doing?
I'm not looking.
That's probably a good number.
Yeah,
somewhere in there.
Yeah, I've had bad experiences with that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I feel good. Bubba, this one is going to be tied once again to the old devil's juice, old silly water. Country music. A man who is drunk has stripped himself naked. Do you know why?
Why, Rick?
Burger King was closed.
Mm-hmm.
And look, let me tell you, this one, when I first saw it, I thought, well, I understand his being upset. They said he was enraged by Burger King's hours. And
Rick, who thought they'd be closed at 2 a.m. on Sunday morning?
Right, 2 a.m.
I mean, who thought it? Who would have thought that?
So he shows up, and he was very unhappy that Burger King did not have 24/7 service. He was highly intoxicated. When officers arrived, and he was beating on the drive-through window and beating on the door, angry that they were not open, as Bubba said, at 2:15. This is somewhere in Illinois, looks like. The employees were complaining about the drunk and violent man. I don't know how. Were they there? Were they getting
maybe closing
or breakfast crew showing up? I don't know what it was.
He missed it by about 15 minutes, it looks like.
Right.
Yeah.
So when officers arrived, now this didn't happen until the officers arrived. For some reason, his response to the officers in his enraged state, he hit the window one more time and then stripped naked. And then they said after a few minutes, put his pants back on. But at one moment, he just said, I'm naked. I'm so mad it makes me naked.
Now, Rick, when officers arrived, they handcuffed him, set him on the curb to calm him down. Once he calmed down, the officers took off the handcuffs. That was a mistake. The man then reportedly hit the officer in the face and again in the chest.
Yep, and that might have led to the old mark on his head here in the old mugshot.
Yeah. So not only now is he charged with public indecency, he's also got resisting a police officer and aggravated battery.
Yep, they said not only is he singing the song we just had, he's added also to his set list, I fought the law and the law won. Mm-hmm. How about this? Do not swing at the law. You know, when if you've stripped naked in front of them and you finally got your pants back on and everybody's cuffed you and calmed you down.
And they took the cuffs off of you. All you had to do was leave.
Yeah, I want you to know that you're going to wake up with this now scrape on your head. Looks like where maybe the old curb finally got you.
Yeah, that's asphalt cement burn.
Right, that's a cement burn. That's old strawberry forehead right there. Strawberry letter 23. So he's going to sober up. And they're going to say, man, what happened? He said, you know what? I mean, last thing I remember was I really wanted to Whopper, and I got there, and the doggone Burger King was closed at 2:15, and when the law showed up, after I was banging on the windows, I took my pants off, and then I put my clothes back on for a minute, and they set me on the curb, and then when they decided to uncuff me, I went to throwing punches. I remember throwing punches around and preaching from my chair. And so what were you mad about? Well, I told you, Burger King was closed. I mean, it just doesn't seem.
Look,
I need a Whopper.
Rick, he shouldn't have done it, but I understand.
Right. I mean, I've wanted Burger King before and hoped it was open, but I'd never
get naked over it.
How many things would you get so mad you just strip naked over?
I'm so mad. I'm tearing my clothes off.
Has to be pretty mad.
Right. I don't know what that.
Rick, I said earlier
I'm
today
naked
there are only
mad.
2 reasons I take my clothes off. 2. That's it. There's two reasons. I can't think of a third.
I know what one of them is. Does the other one concern medical care?
I hope bathing is
showers,
one
there's
of them.
3.
I hope
There's 3
bathing
then.
is one of them.
Because sometimes the medical people will make you take.
But you always put something on before you come back out. I've never had to lay there. BAN.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour, Friday edition of Rick and Bubba. Any topic you want to talk about, you can weigh in on what you've already heard us say. You got something you want to say that you'd like for us to discuss, got a question you want to ask. Now's the time to do it. We rarely do a phone troll during this part of the show, which is why on a Friday, sometimes we try some things that are a little more unpredictable. So now's your opportunity. If you're one of those who said, well, normally when I'm listening, I never get a chance to call in. Well, you do now. All 10 lines available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And you can dial us up. There'll be no meaningless shout-outs. There'll be no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, anything like that. But everything else is, hey, I got a comment. I got something to say. I got to go. 30 seconds. And if you get a timeout for Bubba, you can extend. If you get a timeout for Speedy, you can extend. But there's only one each, so don't come in here depending on those because they could run out, or you may not receive that. As you can see, it's upset Bubba. He's about to cough up a lung over there.
I mean, you know what you may get.
So let's start with Seth out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Seth, you got 30 seconds on the show. Go right ahead, buddy.
Good morning, brothers. How you doing?
We're good.
Hey, we're good.
So I'm an investigator, and we were watching video of a criminal mischief, and apparently this dude started doing donuts in this guy's yard. And while we're watching the video, my partner, without missing a beat, says, "Stay in it."
Absolutely.
Stay in it. Don't let out of it.
Oh, absolutely.
Stay in it.
That's where it comes from.
We've all cut donuts in yards. Who hadn't done that?
Absolutely.
Who hadn't?
Sometimes uninvited.
Sure.
Greg, in
on your way out, leave a donut.
100.3 The River. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, just have a yeah. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, sorry. So I'm born and raised in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay.
And when I was probably late 20s, like about 1970s, early 80s. And I was listening to a radio station in Indianapolis, and there's a guy on there late at night, early.
Man. Not a great phone.
Not a great phone.
And tried to got hung up on the age and what year it was.
Yeah, but also when it's a 30-second phone troll.
You got to move.
Let me see if I can teach you a little bit. Hey, guys, random question. I heard this guy when I was living in Indianapolis, and then you should have been right there.
Right there.
You should have already been there.
Yep.
And
you
then
couldn't decide if you wanted to give us his age or what year.
Yeah, and you trying to figure out what year it was, how old you were. You didn't have time for all that. You get right to, when I was living in Indianapolis, I heard this show, and then right to the question.
Yeah.
And I'm so sorry. Let's go to Thomas in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Thomas, go ahead.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good.
I'm good. You know, I feel like a cad forever, making jokes about the Senator John Fetterman from Pennsylvania. I think he's in really big trouble as far as checking in the hospital for severe depression. And I've seen that up close and personal enough to know that whether he had a stroke or not, and this is somebody I would not agree with, but I think
I agree with you. Fetterman was showing all kinds of problems physically and mentally. And I understand the people of Pennsylvania, were mad at Dr. Oz because he'd become a conservative. But you really kind of overreacted. Fetterman has already, to the caller's point, we have the story today, has checked himself into a hospital suffering from severe depression. And I don't want to make light of that.
No.
But the man was showing you he was not mentally and physically fit for this job, and y'all gave it to him because you're mad at Dr. Oz. And I think that was – he shouldn't have been put in that situation, and your state now is in a bind. Tristan in Birmingham listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Tristan, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Good, man. Hey, listen, I was listening to you guys talk about Joe Biden, and I'm 25 years old. I'm terrified for my generation.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't be terrified.
Yeah.
I would be concerned, and I think there's a big jump there.
Yeah.
Concern means you know there's a problem and you try to fix it.
That's right.
Terrified to me means you're locked down. You just feel like there's
have
no
no-
hope and
yeah.
you can't do anything about it. And I don't think you should ever get to that point.
No, that's 100% correct. The terrified is bad. The concerned is fine. That way you can go to work. But keep in mind, if you were the young generation during World War II, what were you thinking then?
Yeah.
Our parents have talked about what it was like when the Russians were rolling up with nukes, and the standoff in Cuba. There's all kinds of horrific things that have happened throughout the history of this fallen world. And plus, I don't know if what your faith is, but those of us that are of the Christian faith, we're clearly told that we don't live terrified lives. Concerned, yes, but terrified, no. So that's a good word from Bubba. Joe in Chelsea. Joe, go ahead.
Hey, so I only got 30 seconds. I'm not going to ask how you guys are, but I wanted to ask if you've heard about the story coming out of Feinstein's office where they had released saying she was going to retire, and then later in the day, when asked by a reporter, she wasn't aware and said that she wasn't making any statement. And if Biden's office should handle it the same way, or if it would be better for them just to be honest and say he's mentally unable to continue in the job.
Yeah, I saw that where Feinstein is now saying that she didn't say anything about retiring, and don't confuse don't where that came from.
Her staff put out a statement that she was, right?
Yeah.
She's like, do what?
Ed in Evergreen. Ed, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys,
you've probably answered the question before of being not able to listen to you a lot. I just ask again, what is this? Is it an acronym, BIP? Can I take a stab at it first? Does that mean bad in progress?
No, BIP actually,
BIP?
it's not an acronym. BIP is a word that signifies you would love to just punch somebody. BIP, or slap them.
Yeah, I want them to quit talking.
Maybe that may be a strong, maybe a pest.
Yeah,
on some
pest
level.
is a good one. Yeah, that person that comes around and you just don't want to deal with.
Bip.
But he's a bip. He won't shut up about it.
Yeah, but
stuff
BIP,
like that.
BIP came from bip, a little jab. Bip, bip. Yeah, it's somebody that they're so annoying you wouldn't mind just bip. Take them a little.
It goes all the way back to like early '80s.
Yeah, early '80s. We it's a term we used in school. Yeah. Let's go to Eric in Florida. Eric, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. I just wanted to thank Adler for what he does on the YouTube channel, and especially the retrospective part.
Yeah.
I think it's great, and there's a really sick part of me that's looking forward to the first time that you guys mentioned COVID.
Yeah, right. It'll show up at some point.
It will.
I still remember I talked about the other day. We watched some doctor from Canada that was telling us about it attaches to the lungs and the spikes and all
Didn't
that.
we all put a mask on at one time, being funny? The paper mask?
Listen, I remember we had a spring break.
Yeah.
This is
right
before
in
it
there.
even got.
And Betty and Caitlin were on a trip to California, and I'd been watching the news reports in China of what was going on.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, this could get bad. And then I went to the grocery store, and there was no toilet paper, and I thought, hey, it's on.
The toilet paper tie was really weird.
It was on at that point.
Yeah, I never.
I don't know how that started.
It seems like we would run out of toilet paper if there was a major strand of IBS out there.
That's what I thought, but there must be a symptom of this I haven't heard about.
Yeah.
And I remember there was the cruise ships.
Oh,
that they were confined or whatever, and it was coming through the ducts, and we were like, could you imagine being stuck on a cruise ship like that? That would be crazy.
Yeah.
That's never coming here.
Top of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Also, our website, you can find a lot there by going to rickandbubba.com. Get all the archive stuff.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You better not have to have a cath.
Well, I haven't been there yet, so I don't know.
The gown they put you in, you might as well be.
Is there a lower moment that when they show up with that cath? That's a. Hey, what you gonna do with that? You don't want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
But you're right. For us to decide to be naked, there's only two things. Yeah. Some people may mandate nakedness.
Wash the car and what?
Just wash the car. Bathing and
gardening.
And gardening.
Got it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I can't think of any.
Now, some people would go with 3 as sleeping, but I don't do that. That's
something
too dangerous.
Something
sense in that.
Well, you might
Too
have
many
to,
kids, chances jumping into bed, kicking.
You may have to get up and run. You
I
never
just
know.
felt like there was always just even when I lived by myself, just there's something about that doesn't seem right. Is it going to kill you to put some grippies on? Come on.
Well,
You know
Henry Cho said it best.
Yeah.
What if there is something going on in the house?
Right.
You got one of two options. You either go at that fully nude, or you got to take the time to put clothes on.
I thought it was hilarious, and you weren't here that day when he said.
I heard a lot of it.
Did you hear when his wife said, "Well, what if somebody breaks in?" And he's like, "Do you think they're going to break in and say, well, you know what? I wouldn't have come in here if you'd had your pants on." You know what I mean?
But you'd rather fight in your underwear than with nothing.
Oh,
on.
yeah.
But see, it's really not that big. I mean, it's not a lot of difference.
Well, think
there.
about just a little simple house fire. You got to get out immediately and get everybody out.
That's happened. People running in the yard naked before house fires. Yeah.
See them on the news.
Because that's the least of my worries at that point.
Well, I mean, that's where a robe. You want to wear a robe now. Remember?
Robe. I have not given a robe enough. Robe was number one.
Doesn't work for. I mean, over here in the heavy community, robes.
You got to be kidding me.
Robes just won't stay secure. I mean, I can't get that rope thing.
A robe is nothing but a hospital gown turned around backwards.
I wouldn't sleep in one.
It is. What I'm talking about, every time I tie that thing, it never fails. I look, and the robe has, even if it stays tied, the robe won't stay where it's supposed to.
It's close to being a cape. That's all you can have.
Robes are very frustrating.
Hey, Bubba, the gown you're talking about, why do we put the tie in the back?
Yeah,
that amazes. I don't understand that.
I don't either.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Some of them gone to the side, some. Well, you
Okay.
go here.
But it is difficult.
How about just right in the front?
Yeah, what about
That's
some,
where
and what about a few buttons on there? Would that hurt anything?
Yeah.
That's zipper.
You could still get to whatever you needed to in a hurry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a gown.
Well, that's true. I mean, but in the back, you can't. I mean, you got to have help. You can't,
do. You always have to
can't
ask
do
somebody.
nothing with it, and the view going down the hall is precious,
Isn't it? It is.
Yeah.
It seems.
and plus, people who are trying to hold it close and walk. I mean, that even makes it more difficult.
Well,
Who's going to pull your IV pole?
Sadly, the medical field made the decision that their entry
you can go
point,
smoke.
their entry point needs to be from behind.
Yeah.
They made that call. They don't come in from the front a lot.
Well, what's wrong with a pocket?
Right.
Let's design a zipper pocket you can just open right there whenever you need it. Right there in the back. Huh?
You remember those old
You're basically wearing a dress. You can just hike it up.
Those
if you
old
have to.
pajamas that had the little two buttons right here. You undid them and it'll flap fell down.
Yeah.
We can go back to
A
that.
long john looking thing.
Yeah, union suit. Yeah, is that what it's called? How'd you know?
Only
that?
Greg would know that.
How do you know stuff like that?
You came up with union suit.
I think that's what it's called. I think,
I think you're right.
You said it with a lot of confidence. You know what that means?
And you got
Everybody
a cup of coffee in your hand.
Take a
Makes
little
it-
pop.
We got so many naked stories today. We got naked people on airplanes,
they're
naked people in traffic.
Naked painting selling for $157 million.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah.
A big old bootied woman
Yep.
painting. And $157 million.
That's that weird cartoon look.
Yeah, it's that weirdest.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, thank you, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
If you weren't watching on YouTube, you heard bed music from Guns N' Roses. Slash said today, or yesterday, that if Guns N' Roses were alive, just released today, with everything out there in our society, including all of the social media, they would have been canceled long ago.
Yeah,
sure.
I agree.
He said their songs, their attitude, their commentary, they could not have survived today's climate.
Nope.
And even have removed some songs off their box set because they're afraid you could still be canceled even from things you did long ago.
And you can.
And you can. So anyway, I think that's probably a true statement. I don't see today's society being able to handle this new band Guns N' Roses.
No,
can you?
No.
Rick has got the name Guns in there. You can't have that.
And
right out of the
picture
gate.
of a gun.
Couldn't even have it.
And we talked about
Slingshots and Roses, maybe.
Yeah, we've talked about the 80s and 90s and all that, and about if you know, and even growing up, if our parents had Life 360, I wasn't over at Johnny's house. I was in New Orleans.
So
but
big difference.
It's just social media. It would just be a different world.
Oh,
I mean, it obviously is.
I don't want any part of that. I'm glad that we did not have all that.
No, you can't hide in today's world.
No, I mean,
everybody's wanting to post
electronic dog leash.
I mean,
I don't want anything to do with that. So anyway, we can do that other story I was talking about.
Like to ride in my beautiful balloon.
So the update on our war on balloons.
Rick, you realize this one that was shot down was a ham radio project, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Way in my beautiful
So
Rick, do the Helium Boy pop. Where's the pop?
Yeah, that's even better.
Let's see. Is it under Helium Boy?
I think so.
Okay. We hadn't used it in so long. I don't know.
Please play the song. In my beautiful balloon.
Would you like to ride in my beautiful balloon?
For some reason, I need a Helium Boy scream again.
I don't know.
You know, that's funnier than I thought it was going to be.
It was.
I wish Greg sang like that.
All right, so
Oh, gosh,
let's start with video 2, then we'll get to the story. Here is the president letting us know that the balloons that we started just knocking down like a Saturday night drunk with a 38 special, Biden's going to tell us these were likely not spy balloons. Okay, all right,
Sign language.
So here we go.
Incidences. They're reporting to me daily and will continue their urgent efforts to do so, and I will communicate that to the Congress. We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were, but nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country. The intelligence community's current assessment is that these 3 objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation or research institutions studying weather or conducting other scientific research.
Are you okay? It's so
Car
much
lot
better.
sales.
It's so much better
In
than
my
we-
beautiful balloon.
All right, this is what is concerning to me.
I didn't hear a word. I couldn't quit watching the sign language.
I know. I like
Rick, you know we're big supporters of the military, and I appreciate these pilots doing what they do,
following
putting
orders.
their life on the line every day. But I'm telling you, we've got a problem here, folks.
Yeah, I don't
that
think
we can't. Okay, because I know more than we knew when we went on the air about one of these balloons now. Okay?
I don't think any of our pilots were in danger from the ham club over in Illinois.
Yeah, basically a ham club has launched a balloon, and this is common, Rick. They're launched in Huntsville all the time.
Right.
Okay. The balloon carried an 11-gram tracker on a tether, along with an HF, a VHF, and a UHF antenna to update their position to ham radio receivers around the world. At any given moment, several dozen of such balloons are aloft, some circling the globe several times before they malfunction or fail and come back to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, this was a ham radio gig they shot down, the one over Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
The group out of Illinois that launched it were tracking it. They knew where it was, and when they saw that that the military had engaged the target, suddenly they lost telemetry coming back. It's called APRS, Automatic Position and Reporting System.
Watch out.
That it failed, and they went, "Wow, that must have been our balloon they shot down."
Yeah, right.
Now,
Well,
Rick, not only
cool.
that. Do you realize we have something called the Columbia Scientific Balloon Facility, the CSBF?
I did not know.
Rick,
that.
it's been around, Rick, since 1961. Okay?
Didn't know that.
It is a NASA facility responsible for providing launch tracking and control, airspace coordination, telemetry, and command systems, and recovery services for unmanned high-altitude balloon. Customers of the CSBF include NASA, universities, and scientific groups from all over the world, which would also include hams.
I just want to ask you this.
Since 1961, we've had this, where we help people launch balloons.
I just want to be sure I have this right. We took a $200 million fighter jet.
Yep. It was either an F-35 or a F-22.
A highly trained military pilot.
Yes.
Okay. And how much our missiles run?
Well, I think the Sidewinders are 400K each,
Right.
and there's another missile that was fired on one of them, and I think it's closer to $1 million.
And we shot down a ham club's balloon?
That cost $12.
Okay.
That's what the balloon cost. The
$12.
payload might have run a couple of hundred.
Is this the one we missed the first time? I had fire too.
No,
that was over the lake.
That was the one over the Great Lakes. Which
you talking about the beautiful balloon?
Let me ask you this too, and I hate to bring this up. You remember when they were worried about shooting down the Chinese spy balloon because they didn't want it to crash on somebody?
Right.
What happens to a Sidewinder missile you shoot at a balloon that has a bomb on the front of it that misses?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Where does that go?
Well, that's a great question.
I mean, does that land on somebody's yard?
We're not really sure.
Out in the water somewhere? I mean, what happens to that?
Maybe it hit a train and derailed it. I mean, it's
Hey,
we got a lot of this going on.
Hey.
Got a lot of this going on.
Y'all,
Hey.
Rick, here's the thing. This balloon, okay, is putting out telemetry. It's updating its position.
Mm-hmm.
It's giving an ID tied to call letters, which can easily be looked up whose it is. I just cannot believe that F-35s, F-22s do not have some type of spectrum analyzer on it to look for RF signals coming from objects that they're about to blow out of the air. Out of the air. I just can't believe it.
Right. What's the ham community saying about this? Have you checked in with everybody?
Well, I think all this information is just becoming available.
I tell you what, it's
I'm
not.
telling you, they launch these things all the time.
Well, you better watch them now. No 7 and 3s there.
University of Alabama, Huntsville, their students launch them all the time. I mean, it's part of the whole process of building these payloads.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we've been talking with some of our national sponsors today and the folks with LeBlue. Of all of our winners. We'll be back. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. So that's going on tomorrow, and Bubba, you are scheduled to play in the Celebrity Pro-Am I know there's always concern about what you'll actually be wearing.
Yeah, I've tried to tone it down over the years a little bit, but I've only got like about 6 shirts I can wear. So, I was combing the pictures here to see what I wore last year, so I wouldn't repeat that. Even though I thought that was a good look last year.
I don't remember it at all.
Yeah, it was a good look.
Yeah, do you remember?
I don't remember it at all.
I see today you've gone with the standard doo-doo brown.
Huh?
O-D-O-D-O.
Yeah, I was saving my darker colors for later in the week.
Right. So, will you have any idea what you wear tomorrow?
This is usually not more.
What can brown do for you?
This is usually more of a winter color for me.
You may be the only person I've ever seen with a brown Under Armour shirt. Nothing wrong with it, but
nothing wrong with it.
I just never see
that. You don't see that one out there a lot. You see the black one a lot.
Yeah, that lime green one I got looks like I'm flagging traffic.
The red one, the red one. Hey, what you doing with that Alabama shirt? Just a red shirt, sir. Just a red shirt.
I know people.
I get so tired of that. You were talking about stuff that I can't stand. That's right up there with. When you have camo on and people claim they can't see you. Well, unless my camo design is the same color as the wall behind me, you can see me.
You don't like that?
I'm not in the woods. So
now, if
you
they
can
confused you for a bush inside, that would be.
Hey, I didn't see you standing there. I've never heard that before. There, genius.
Sound just like the guy.
What gets you more, that or Hump Day?
I hate Hump Day. I would knife Hump Day if I could.
Knife Hump Day.
Hump Day was old. The Camel commercials brought it back.
That was
a bit.
It helped.
That was funny. Of course, it was funny the first time.
Yeah.
But I don't like any of the TGIF art crap. I hate all that. What you know good, spooktacular stuff. I hate all that stuff. I love how people think they're the first one to ever do it. That's my favorite. Don't you realize you realize I've heard this before? We all have. Everybody in population have heard these things before.
And we've discussed it on air, but when what you know good, it hangs people up. They don't know what to say.
Well,
hey, what you know good?
How do you answer that? I don't even know how to answer.
I don't know.
Could care less. Okay, so you care
good.
then. Don't get me started on that.
I saw my shirt that had the Rick and Bubba logo on it the other day. I thought, I may wear that.
Which one? The
bigger logo,
The staff shirt, the blue one.
That's what us three usually wear at the event. Look like a team there.
I was going to ask y'all, and we never talk about it. We just wear it.
I know.
Yeah.
So we probably.
It's a good team
And
shirt.
last year, man, we had
team shirt.
Yeah, it's a great picture too.
I don't know what I did with my shirt.
Oh, I looked for mine this morning, couldn't find it.
See, I had it on the.
I just
dropped the mic,
but I got to find it.
I had it on the Drop the Mic pre-show tour.
Yeah.
And I may have left it in Montgomery. I don't know.
I bet you did,
Greg.
I bet you did.
I don't know.
You know where mine is? Hanging up in the closet in the office. So every day I forget to wear it. When we're shooting some picture or a video, I go in there and get it.
There you go.
Yeah, have it handy.
That's
a good idea.
Your shortcomings are not bad as long as you realize you have them and you start adjusting against them.
You work to solve them.
Right.
Yeah.
Bubba, I think you need to turn it up this year, my friend.
Do you?
They'll go back to those knickers, though.
Go.
please do.
Knickers.
With Argyle socks.
Yes.
Purple.
I thought that was
Come
a
on,
pretty good
Bubba.
look for that year.
Yeah.
People still talk about that.
They do. It comes up a lot.
They do. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
If you don't have that funny little hat, though, it won't work.
Oh, no. You got to have that. Sets it off.
Yep.
Somebody asked me if you were about to introduce one of the royal family.
Yeah.
Sir William!
Hear ye! Hear ye!
That town crier.
Well,
Wow.
I think you need to turn it up because you're going to be with your man crush.
Yeah, you are.
Hey, here we
Y'all,
Huh? And I think you need to look good for him.
true. I'd like to hit a few balls in the fairway and win this thing. So I'd like to do.
That'd make Daddy proud, wouldn't it?
Well, once they took away that lowest handicap, that hurt, didn't it?
But see, if you play
Yeah.
bad, you play bad but look good, you'll be all right.
I'm cheating myself with a 24. I'll just be glad to finish with half the balls I start with.
Right. Do you? What's the big when you're the person that hadn't played very much or whatever? Is the biggest concern that you're
We're gonna
slowing
leave that
everything
one
down,
alone, Bubba.
or do they make you pick up if it's nowhere near?
Yeah.
Yeah. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back 866. We Be Big, another episode of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Have you ever been interested in deer tracking? Well, you might want to check into that and find out about a very talented dog named Gator. As we talk to Gator, his owner, and some of the experiences they've had out there. And catch that wherever you get podcasts this weekend. So, Wacky World.
How bizarre! How bizarre!
Everybody, here we go. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Yep. I feel good. Friends were emailing and texting me this story all night last night. Y'all may have gotten it too. Here is the headline. Criminal caught after cutting off 37 man buns in one day. He claims he was doing the Lord's work. Los Angeles County has him. Craig Ledbetter, 33. He's been placed in custody after multiple reports came in from all over downtown Los Angeles that a man had been seen running up to other men and cutting off their man buns. Adler was terrified throughout the evening and sought refuge. Dozens of men filled the police station pressing charges because they say he attacked me. He aggressively removed, they're calling it the top knot, or man bun. I was in fear for my life because he is clearly a madman. It'll take a while to get our hair back like we like it. We hope he gets the punishment he deserves.
Well, he's doing the Lord's work, Rick.
Right. And they're saying you can't go out and cut people's man buns off and not pay a price for that. And I understand where Craig's coming from. He thought he was doing the work of the Lord.
This man bun thing's getting out of hand. I get it.
It is. And look, it is one of those things that if I could stop it, I would, but I can't force people. Bubba, they have given him a psychological evaluation.
You think?
Yeah, and they're going to do that and before they move forward. But he said that he could not, that man buns were taking over manness, and he felt led by the Lord to remove them from these men because he was tired of seeing them.
Is this the shot, the mug shot from the police station?
That's Craig. He's smiling. He thinks
I didn't think they let you smile in those. I thought you had to not smile.
You know
and
why?
He's also wearing a wife beater
That's
t-shirt.
passport.
Yeah. You know why he's smiling, don't you? He feels he got something done.
Yeah, I mean, he looks content and satisfied.
Well, he did the Lord's work.
How many did he get? 30?
Yeah.
37. I feel threatened, frankly.
Yeah, well, you need to watch out.
Safety.
Somebody runs at you with a big pair of scissors. Look out.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So 18 months because of each assault could get it. So he's sitting at 55 and a half years in jail if convicted.
That's a little much.
Unbelievable.
That's a little much.
But if you come at people with scissors, guys, we can't be coming at people with scissors.
Yeah. Have you ever heard
if you just come at them and beat the tar out of them with a group, then you only get 6 months.
Well,
They let you go the same day.
That's really
Great
good
point, Bub.
Now, see, it would have never been an issue at our house because our dad would have cut it off.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'd have never been out there. Yeah. I mean,
Your dad
else's
would have been guilty of this
Right.
at his house.
Right.
He would have been charged with 2 of them. I can tell you that. He might have let our sister keep hers.
Right. But did you know that people in Los Angeles are called Angelinos?
I thought it was called dump.
Angelino?
Yep.
Yeah, it's fun.
I'd never heard that before. But anyway, they say that
They're Angelicans.
Yeah, when you look at this though, it almost has the.
What if they're from San Diego?
It almost the
San Diego.
And I looked, and other people are reporting this, but some of the way it's written is a little bit Babylon B-ish. So
You think it's fake?
It could turn out to be a fake story. Yeah,
I think it's fake.
It felt fake, but I looked, and there were like other people doing videos about it.
But
too,
how
so
many?
I
mean, you got to come across 37 man buns.
That's a lot of man buns.
I think this is real.
Yeah.
Well, this site that it came from, I'd be careful.
Well, there's others. That's all I could print.
Yeah, well,
I printed that one.
That's the first thing I did was to Google to see if there were others reporting it, and apparently there are.
Look under recent posts in the story. You have to read some of those headlines.
See, that's usually a dead giveaway.
Yeah, I don't know if speaking of satire sites, have you been keeping up with just the field day that Babylon B's having right now?
Oh, I tell you,
they can't keep up with all of it.
It is.
It can't be any better for them.
They got more balloon material.
What gets me too is they'll also just throw in something just out of society. It has nothing to do with headlines.
Right.
Nurse goes a record 3 minutes without mentioning she's a nurse. And I mean, when they throw things like that in there, just in the middle of all that, East Palestine sees real estate surge from Californians seeking a better quality of life. Golly, that's good. Yeah. Biden taken to the coroner for his annual physical. Our tests show the water in East Palestine is safe for drinking, says official with gills and glowing yellow eyes.
By the way, did you see? I think we have that where the guy went to the creek with a stick. Don't we have that to look at today?
Yeah, there's a couple. Have you seen people throwing rocks in there too?
I've seen that footage. Also, and they're not even going to let the revival at Asbury go. Report: Asbury University revival started not before a huge group project was due.
Golly, that's good. That's a good one.
Yeah, I have seen these, and we'll come back and look at them. But I've seen these videos of people over there with the water. Y'all, this thing of what was released into the environment there is, I mean, there it is. He's showing it now. Okay, there they are. I mean, it's.
He moves that stick, and it's just like some kind of oil or something comes off.
And like you said, I saw some people
That's
throwing
J.D. Vance, by the way.
Yeah, people throwing rocks in too, and watching the weird.
Yeah.
It's not Bubba.
I'm sorry, what, Speedy?
I thought he's a senator. Is he a congressman? I guess that doesn't matter.
Maybe a senator.
Well, a congressman would be a representative or a senator.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So,
but hey, there's some folks that are commenting on what that is coming up from the bottom or whatever, but it doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't make you want to get down there and get your pop off of it, does
Especially, did you see where the Biden administration turned down assistance that the state was asking for, I guess, some type of disaster relief assistance, and they said it didn't meet the criteria.
The what?
Say it.
The criteria?
Thank you. Mm-hmm. For some reason, I wanted to say like I was crying.
Right.
Criteria. Criteria.
Yeah. So anyway, there's a lot of those videos coming out, but the bottom line is, it's not good.
Mm-mm.
Can we say that?
No.
Well, no, it's not.
What am I supposed to be seeing on that?
Right there, see it.
But look at the big TV to your right.
See all that. See the oil slick stuff that's coming.
They throw the rocks in, like oil's coming up off the bottom and all that. But again, there's some people saying that might not be tied to this, but. Hey, it's not good.
Not good either way.
No, not good. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Criteria.
Also, Buttigieg says Ohio's bad, but this happens all the time. Thought that was odd, too. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you can pick up if somebody else in your group's, doing good.
Yeah.
Or, you just get tired of looking for your lost ball sometimes.
I would.
Tromping around the woods.
Now, who all are you playing with? VJ Singh.
VJ Singh, Gus Malzahn, and not sure about the other members of the group. We'll find out
VJ
tomorrow.
going to hit some of that antler.
Now, Bubba,
Bubba.
Serious business. I hear he can be one of two VJs that show up.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you
performance
a
or
heads
mood
up.
wise.
I'm talking about mood wise.
Well, I want Bubba to get dogged by VJ.
I do too, for some
Just
reason.
so we can have a story.
I do too.
Maybe he'll dog Greg and we'll have a story.
Well, that'd be fine.
Hey, so what's his nationality? What kind of name is that?
Rick, I told you he's from Fiji.
From Fiji.
Oh,
but
you did say that.
I said Fuji, but I meant Fiji.
Yeah, Fiji. Yeah. So I don't know.
But
he speaks English well and all that. I mean, that won't be a problem.
I know that.
Well, I'm just saying if he's from.
I didn't say he could speak English.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying.
Don't yell at him real loud when you're talking to him.
But I'm.
Hey, VJ.
But I'm telling you, there's a chance that he wakes up on the wrong side of the bed and it won't be good.
Oh boy!
Well, we've seen that.
Please.
with all
I know
the,
we have.
we've seen that with all the pros and celebrities. I mean,
Well, I've
you got good days and bad days.
Oh, yes.
well, see, that was another thing that Gary was confused about. Hey, Bubba's playing with BJ Singh, ain't he? he thought his initials were BJ. He's playing with that BJ Singh, ain't he? All right, that's not
Y'all may be best buds after.
Yeah.
He may invite you to Fiji.
like all the others.
What if you and Malzahn ended up in Fiji?
Oh, it'd be
What
nice.
if you and Malzahn got mad at each other and went speaking by then?
Well, Greg, hopefully we'll have a more entertaining time like we did last year and every
I'm just
year.
saying.
I usually come away having a good time.
I'm just wanting a good story, Bubba. I get it. It's going to go well. I know it is.
And the good thing about where the
let me
course
live
you're
a
playing on is they let the carts go all over the place. Unless it's raining,
You
it's going to
know,
be cart path only. You got
that's
to walk to your ball.
Yeah, no, that takes
will be
all the
tough.
fun.
Yeah,
You know, it
then
could
now
rain.
we're dirty.
It could rain. Rain's in for you.
There's a little bit of rain scheduled today, I think.
Let me give it up.
You remember when he had to walk a Shell Creek up on that last stretch?
Yeah.
I want somebody go get him.
Yeah.
That was when you had to help Bo, wasn't it?
We got rained out. We got rained out one year over there at 9 holes, and I was so happy.
Oh, you were doing a rain dance.
Oh, I do
Speedy,
remember
here's all you care about. Looks like the show is in pretty good shape on the rain right now.
Yeah, I saw it coming in maybe towards the tail
Are
end.
you
of
going to have
Bo's
that
round.
headlight on again when we get there?
I might. I got to be able to see, Greg.
We come strolling up last year. He looked like a miner down there. He had his headlight.
Well, you got to see the.
I
see
know,
what-
but it still looked funny.
Of course, good time gang coming in. Hey, what you got there? Matching
it
shirts,
doesn't like
holding
there's
hands.
It doesn't like there's a high percentage of rain really at all tomorrow. I mean, the highest you got is 40%. The highest it ever gets 40%. Of course, that'll all change tomorrow when we get up. Well, Thursday looks like a doozy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
But it looks like tomorrow by the time we get up, it could all change. These wraps ain't worth it, darn.
So what you wearing?
No, I don't know yet.
Yeah, you
figured
do.
it out.
All right, so you're going
You
Rick and
got your
Bubba
pants
staff.
Probably that.
You know, you're going to go buy a substantial golf store on your way home today. Just drop off there and get a nice little shirt.
I probably already have what I'm going to be wearing.
I got it. I know. So if you want to stand out and make a statement, Rick and Bubba shirt and little Dickie jeans.
Some of them good painter's pants with
and you
the
can put your
handles
club
on
in it. But nobody's ever played little Dickies out there.
No,
I guarantee it.
I don't think they have either, Greg.
see.
I think you got a point.
Trendsetter.
Trendsetter.
It'd be good and warm, too.
You can wear that Kiva Doon.
High tomorrow, 92. Looks good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And the Word was with God. He was born of a virgin one holy night in the little town of Bethlehem.
36 minutes past the hour. Back with the music from David Phelps, the end of the beginning.
On the water, healed the lame and made the blind to see again. And for the first time here on earth, we learn that God could be a friend.
Five minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Are you looking to make a hire right now? Man, it's important. I mean, the next hire you make could be an asset to the company or a detriment. And the last thing you want, because time is precious when you're running a business, is you don't want to waste your time interviewing people that really did not have the basic requirements. They're just not qualified for the job, and you didn't know it till you sat down in an interview and you couldn't, and you didn't call them before they got there. Well, with all the tools they have available at LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and oh, by the way, we're going to get you a job post for free. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who it is you actually want to hire. Businesses rate them number one in delivering quality hires versus some of the other competitors. So they'll help you find candidates worth interviewing. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba now or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and we'll get you a job post for free with LinkedIn.com/Bubba. So more from Biden. We've already played the clip where he told us about the balloons, and it looks like that we shot down some Ham Club's balloons. So anyway, he's come back and kind of had to sheepishly deal with that. But now the president gets upset because he doesn't want to answer any more questions. Then he turns around like he's going to answer some, and he claims everybody's rude by the way they're asking the questions, and he doesn't want to hear the question, are you compromised by your family's business relations with China? So here's the president at the press conference. Here we go.
All we know and all we learn. And I expect to be speaking with President Xi and I hope we're going to get to the bottom of this. But I make no apologies for taking down that balloon. Thank you very much.
Sir, the question was it? There's been criticism. There's been criticism that this wasn't. There's been criticism that this.
By your family's business relations.
Sir, Mr. President, there has been criticism.
Did you overreact?
Mr. President, there has been criticism that this was an overreaction that was done because of political pressure.
You come my office and ask the question when you have more polite people.
Mr. President, why have you chosen Poland for your trip to mark anniversary of the war? And what's your message? What?
When are you speaking to President Xi, Mr. President?
There it goes.
That's, you know, I have to say it really was kind of a mess in there.
Yeah,
I mean, it was.
Oh yeah, it always is. Normally they'll give way if somebody's kind of got the
Come
mic.
on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Come on.
man.
All right.
Come on, man.
So next, everybody's favorite press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, and this is back to. Can I just let everybody? Can we stop playing this game? People are not questioning President Biden's cognitive skills because of his age. They're questioning his cognitive skills because of the things that we all plainly see. So now she is just going out like she can't believe that anybody is even questioning this because, he's just got a bill of health report on his latest physical. Of course, they strategically don't mention anything in that report about his mental state.
Right.
It's all his physical state. So here is Karine Jean-Pierre, and she just cannot believe that people are questioning if the president is able to do his job. So here we go.
Can you speak to how confident he is that he's going to feel up to it? He's going to feel good getting up in the morning to do this job, very grueling job, not just today or even in 2 years to finish out this term, but in 6 years from today when he would obviously be 86.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, well.
Yes, you asked me if he's going to be up to it. Yes.
Does he express how confident he is?
I mean, look, we get this question a lot, as you all know. And here's what I have to say about it. The president always says this, which is watch him. And if you watch him, you'll see that he has a grueling schedule that he keeps up with, that sometimes some of us are not able to keep up with. He was State of the Union. I believe he spent 90 minutes speaking to congressional members in front of him, to the American people. After that, he spent an hour shaking hands and saying hello and greeting the congressional members and their guests. And this is a president that works day in and day out, in a grueling fashion, with a grueling schedule, and delivers. And let's not forget, it is interesting that we get this question about this president, who has had one of the most historical presidency in his first 2 years than any other president, almost any other president.
It's been historical, all right.
Yeah, you know that. He says, "Watch me." We are watching him.
Watch me. Watch me.
That's why we keep asking the questions. We see him rambling around. We see him getting people's names wrong. We see him talking about people who no longer are even alive. We see him not able to find his way off a stage. We are watching. That's why everybody keeps asking. We see him keep screaming for people not to jump. We're all. That's why we're all. All right, so Adler, what do you have here?
If you look on the TV behind you guys, this shows Biden's days of vacation since taking office. It's 301 days, or 40% of his days in office.
Yeah, I also disagree with her assessment of his grueling schedule.
Correct.
40% of his days have been vacation days.
Right. You know why? Because he needs that rest. I understand why they're giving it to him, because he has to have it. These questions... This is the thing that gets me. It just becomes bizarre to really question why everybody is asking about if he can do the job. Does anybody think those are unreasonable questions?
No.
Even if you follow his instructions that say "watch me,"
watch me.
The watch me is not causing anyone to stop asking the questions. No. It's only escalating the asking of the questions, and even people on the left are concerned, and they know they are. And we have to sit here and act like this is some sort of pretend. Like, what are we pretending? Are we playing house? What are we doing? I mean, it's just bizarre. And even this Bill of Health thing that he's got now, that he's a healthy, vigorous 80-year-old man who's fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency. Based on what? You're not giving us anything in this report about his cognitive skills. It's not there. You know, he moves around pretty good for an 80-year-old. Okay, but I mean, you know, and at times he doesn't. He shuffles.
Yeah.
You know, and he's taking 40% of his presidency on vacation. This is just all. I mean, it feels like I'm in North Korea, and people are telling me that Kim Jong Un hit a hole in one on 18 holes.
Right.
I mean, it just feels weird.
Course record 18.
Right. It just feels like the pretend level right now is through the roof, and we're supposed to just buy this and say, hey, sorry about asking about that.
Yeah, it has to be tiring for them to have to keep it up.
Yeah. So anyway, we're following his instructions to watch him. And what we are watching causes us to be even more concerned. Is that legitimate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree.
And Bubba, his presidency is one of the most historical presidencies.
Oh, yeah. It's historic, all right.
In the first 2 years of any other president. Anybody who opposes him is a fascist.
Yes.
Yep.
You know, we got Joy Behar with that.
Yeah.
Sure. Do they know what a fascist is?
No,
they
apparently
don't.
not.
No.
Apparently
Can they not Google that to know that they're saying it wrong?
So we have that, Adder, if you want to get it on 7. I don't. I've come to the conclusion that the left, either they're just.
If you don't agree with them, you're a fascist. That's how they look.
They do not know they don't understand what fascists actually did and how they operate. But here she is.
I think that these people, these fascists out there like DeSantis, they think that we're just going to sit back and let them do whatever they want. No, we're not. We've seen this movie before, okay? Those of us who lived in the 60s and 70s, we saw this movie. There were many fascist tactics coming down the pike from Nixon and the rest of these fascists. That's what they are.
No, you don't know what you don't know what a fascist is.
Wow.
A fascist tells you who you like, who you don't like. They tell you what you can and can't say. They tell the church they can't say and preach certain things.
And by hard definition, it's private ownership with the government telling you what you can and can't do with it.
Right.
I mean, our government is closer to a fascist government than it is a communist government.
No doubt.
I mean, by definition.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And it
by
is
overregulation.
Yeah. So it's like they don't really know what that means. So anyway,
I think their definition is you don't agree with us, we don't like you, so you're a fascist.
Right, and you say mean things.
Yeah, I mean she's got Nixon as a fascist, she's got DeSantis.
Yeah.
Now how is DeSantis a fascist?
Right. Well, because he won't bend to the pressure of the left.
Oh.
Phone calls are next. We'll take yours. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Watch me. That's all I can say. I mean, it goes from one extreme to the other. Last night I heard that people were saying, well, just watch Biden. My God, age is not an issue anymore. Look, I'm a great respecter of fate. I would be completely, thoroughly honest with the American people if I thought there was any health problem, anything that would keep me from being able to do the job. And so we'll see. I think people have to just watch me.
Now, I was you've been doing this a long time, and one of the things I wanted to ask you about, because obviously there's no telling how many songs you have sung and how many concerts you have done. And obviously, your range has been one of the things that God has gifted you with, and that people always rightfully rave about, more than 3 different octaves. Do you feel the voice getting stronger, weaker, somewhere in between? How do you keep it in that kind of condition?
Well, it definitely changes as I get older, and it has its own kind of personality in mind, I guess. You just every day is a little bit different, and just kind of work through the problem spots that you have and just kind of keep going. I still go take voice lessons, every once in a while to try to stay in shape and get out of bad habits, that I get into.
So everybody needs a little coaching along the way, don't they?
Absolutely. Our favorite athletes always have coaches next to them, so why shouldn't singers as well?
What, David? What does your rest look like? Do you take periods that you just take off to kind of rest your vocal cords, or how do you manage the schedule?
Well, I have limits on the number of days I'll do in a row, and then I have to put my foot down and I have to get 8 hours of sleep because, a manager will come in and go, hey, we can get on a flight at 5 a.m. and get to the next place and sing again that next day. And I'm like, well, you can do that, I can do that if I don't have to sing. But so there's some things like that. A lot of water, drink so much water, it's ridiculous. Yeah. But
yeah, well, that's one of the things you hear. Are you a room temperature guy? Or you drink it cold? What do you do if you're about to go out?
I just drink it wet. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not that picky.
Yeah, I've heard those. Well, people start asking me this. I do a lot of speaking, and people are like, you want it room temperature or cold? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And, well, some people want it room temperature. I'm like,
I guess there's some things you'd want to drink that would be hot, some cold.
Yeah. I'm from the South. I like things cold.
Yeah.
Water cold. I like ice in my Diet Coke and my Coke and all that kind of stuff. So.
Well, the tour is going on, the Journey of Faith tour. I do want to say, too, I get the wonderful pleasure of hearing Callie Phelps sing at my home church, Shades Mountain Baptist there in Birmingham, Alabama. And your daughter has definitely got the talent, and you may be listening to her before too long, the way she's going.
It'd be great. I'll sit at home and send them out on the bus.
Right, that's what I'm wondering. I talked to Jason Crabb. He says his dad dialed into that pretty quick.
Yeah, he did.
So yeah, but she sings beautifully. I know you got to be
I'm proud of her, and she's traveling with me now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, her and my other daughter Maggie Beth. They're both on stage with me, and it's pretty great.
Well, tell us about the tour. I mean, if obviously this Thursday night you're in one of our markets there in Montgomery, Alabama. If you want to see if there's tickets still available, there are still some seats at davidphelps.com and look for the Thursday night concert. And then if you want to go to other markets where he's going to be and the daughters, they're going to be traveling all over, and you can see all that there in show notes. Carrollton, Georgia's coming up on the 19th, and then Gatlinburg the 27th, and then you can hit others. So tell me what this particular concert is like. If I'm going to it, what am I going to experience?
Well, what I've done has always been about family. I've tried to bring family into this from the beginning. My music director is my wife's cousin for 19 years now. His name is Jack Daniels.
Wait a minute! It says you're going to Eastmont Baptist Church. You know that.
So do you thank Jack Daniels for your career? Is that?
That's right. But so he's my music director. My sister plays trumpet. My other sister, before she passed away, sang with me for years and years. My daughters play. My nephew has run lights for us for a long time. So it's kind of a family thing, that
Times are available, but a lot are full, so about half. All right, so let's get started. We'll start with Mike. Mike's out of Alabama, standing by. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. What's on your mind today, buddy?
Oh, not much. Hey, I was curious. Y'all play a lot of little video clips, and I don't know if you've seen one. I don't know if it's a college or a high school where there's this guy down in front of the crowd. He's dressed like an Old Testament character, and he waves his staff one way, the crowd leans. He'll wave it the other way, and they roll that way back. All of a sudden, he strikes the gym floor with that staff, and that crowd parts like the Red Sea, and he runs all the way out. Have y'all seen that?
I have seen that. He's dressed like Moses, and like he's partying the crowd like the Red Sea at a basketball game. I think I have seen that. Yeah. We continue. Hank in Alabama. Hank, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rick. Hey, all this Chinese spy balloon thing, me and Earl accused of going to drive up to Butler to visit our friend Steve, and for 20 minutes we were tracking one of those things across the sky, and then Earl finally realized a bird had pooped on the windshield.
All right.
We continue.
It was an attempt.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jeff in Alabama. Jeff, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
up, Biggins? How are y'all doing?
We're good. We're good.
Yeah, man, I'm 56 years old, but it seems like every September the government is struggling, saying we're fixing to shut down. I mean, how long has this been going on? And is it all the time in September we're going to be struggling?
Yeah, well, you know, the government does their year October to October. That's why you see that at the end of their fiscal year. And, it's been going on a long time.
Yeah, and he said, well, here's why that happens, is we won't say to our government what is said to every household out there.
Yeah, and what you say to your kids.
What you say to everybody. Here's the money you have, make it work, and if you run out, you don't have any more. And we don't do that. We just go out and print more. Which we continue. Let's go to Rick. Rick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all this morning?
We're good. I hope you're okay.
I'm doing really good. Listen, I got a question for you. Why is Nikki Haley trashing Ron DeSantis about his parental bill in Florida?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the issue.
Yeah. So is that true? I didn't know that.
She is.
What is it? Can you explain it to us?
Well, basically, I read an article this morning, and she is really just trashing DeSantis about his parental light bill, basically, which I thought was really, really good. So I didn't know if y'all had read it or had any interest in it or what, but I really like Nikki Haley, and now I'm kind of going, ooh, well, wow, what's going on?
What is the bill, parental right? What does it cover? I'm not even familiar with the bill.
It's the Florida bill, basically for schools, basically giving the parents a right to choose some of the stuff that kids do.
School choice? Is it a school choice bill?
Yes, it's school choice.
Okay.
Right. And she is. I read it on the news this morning, and I was going, man, I just like Nikki Haley, and I'm so glad that she came out running, and now I'm kind of going, what's going on?
Well, we'll look it up. I'm not familiar with that at all, but we'll look at it. But thank you for bringing it up. Appreciate that, Rick. We continue, 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Brian in Alabama. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I know you guys like to talk about animal attacks and everything.
Yes.
I saw this on the news the other day that a rooster killed his owner by plunging its spur into his leg, causing a massive amount of blood loss, and he later died. Did you guys see that?
Wow.
That was one of Greg's stories today. He was showing me off air.
Yeah, death by rooster. I mean, I know they can flog you, but we got arteries you don't want. I mean, it's
you get the wrong spot, it can be bad.
I mean, that's you have to say this, as sad as that is. Anytime a bunch of Gamecocks start bragging, that rooster says, "Are y'all done yet? I got a story for you. I killed a man."
Yeah,
I mean, that's. He's the walking. Well, I hate to say it, he's the cock of the walk. So there it is. We continue. Let's go to Kip. Kip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good.
All right. I want to talk about the hair bun removal.
Yes.
If that were to happen down here in the South, do you think he'd make it through 37 men without getting beat down?
Let's say he was cutting mullets. Okay. No way he gets to 37. No, I mean, I don't think he'd get to 3.
No.
I mean, you're right. I mean, I'm glad he chose buns.
Yeah.
But if you go after man bun people, you probably have a better chance to get 37 than say you went after a mullet.
Right.
Yeah, you get that mullet, you're liable to get somebody with a pistol in their pocket.
Steve in Kansas. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're good, man.
All right. Well, I want to challenge all the Rick and Bubba listeners to step up to the plate and do what's right. I'm calling to announce my $100 pledge toward the Craig Ledbetter Defense Fund.
You say it was kind of hard to get mad at Craig. But you got to love his passion. Of course, I'm not sure it's the Lord's work, but still, I mean, you got to love his passion. We go to Becky in Ohio. Becky, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I hope you all are caffeinated and ready to go.
We are. Absolutely.
Yes. And my comment was on a conversation you guys had about a week ago about coffee. And Rick, you said you hadn't drank coffee until you were in your 40s.
Correct.
Something like that. Okay, neither had I. I'd never drank coffee. When I was in grad school, I knew that I needed something. I was working full time, going to college, and so I started drinking coffee. And then it changed my life. And a couple of years ago, I did the Ancestry DNA.
Yes.
And discovered that there is a caffeine gene, and about 10% of the population has this caffeine gene, and I have it. And our bodies process caffeine a lot faster than normal, and so we can drink caffeine all day long, and it never keeps us up at night. It's just business as usual. We can drink coffee all the time.
Yeah. You know what?
With, no insomnia.
Yeah, it's, I must have it because my dad drinks coffee from the time he wakes up, from the time he goes to bed, and has done that all of his life, and he goes to bed whenever he wants to. Right. Yeah, and really, it doesn't keep me up either. I can drink it anytime, and it doesn't bother me.
Agreed.
But what bothers me about that, shouldn't that mean it doesn't help me wake up either?
Yeah, you would think that.
But I've actually drank caffeine before it made me sleepy.
Well, I was going to say that it will sometimes if you're antsy trying to go to bed and you haven't had any long time, you're almost having like withdrawal.
Yeah, I guess.
And
you're
if
right.
you'll just drink a little
Settles you
bit,
down.
it'll put you to sleep.
Let's go to Captain. Yeah.
Captain.
Hey, Cap. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, gentlemen, I have a very perplexed question I'd like to ask y'all. It's almost been a year now since the Ukraine war started, and before that, we had Lieutenant Colonel Vindman was on air all the time. He was an expert, and we haven't heard a word from him.
Well, now he was the one. He was the one that testified against Trump, wasn't he? On the call to the Ukraine, that he was uncomfortable with Trump. Some of the things he said. Although Biden there was a tape of Biden saying that he told them to change a prosecutor, who, by the way, was looking into his son, or they wouldn't get any missiles. I mean, he bragged about it. And it was 3 times worse what Trump did. Yeah, Vindman was relieved of his duty at the White House.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, well, you don't testify against the president and expect to stay, I don't think.
No, you don't get to.
No.
But they were saying they were talking to him about the Ukraine coverage, and now he's vanished.
Well, he was the Ukrainian expert, remember? And he was
and he was on
why
is nobody interviewing him anymore.
Well, I think he's cleaning out toilets in Alaska somewhere. Or
Yeah,
something. I don't know.
You got him cleaning.
Well,
Yeah.
You don't go against the commander in chief, guys. I'm telling you.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
There we go. Bubba, I am telling you right out of the gate, I am surprised that you are not beat red, that you're not just. I'm telling you. Now I know it looked like a storm was going to come in as we were leaving, and by the grace of God, that did not happen. It did not. It did not look good. And as I was leaving, I thought Bubba is in for a hot, humid, wet afternoon.
Oh, it was humid.
But so the cloud cover, I guess, was actually a nice little gift there.
You know, our team,
considering it didn't rain,
our team noticeably played better while it was overcast.
Yeah.
Especially on the back nine. So it was warm, but we had a great time. Met so many folks yesterday who are fans of the show. Got pictures made with a bunch of them, and I've asked them to send me those pictures so I could share them with everybody. And some of them I already got up on social media this morning. So, but we'll share more of those. But we had a great time, and we'll talk more about it here next segment. But it was it's a hectic day for the show because it starts earlier in the week. Speedy and some of the other guys have to go out and set up. Without him and Bones and everybody else, I mean, it doesn't happen. We get there. Super Tom's helping us out. There's always pitfalls, and it's, you just have to go out there like you're trying to catch a knuckleball and be ready to go. But I thought yesterday overall went pretty good. What I heard, we laughed pretty hard on the way home yesterday. Hunter and I tuned into the Rick and Bubba Extreme Club and listened to the play-by-play off of the first tee, and it was pretty funny. We were laughing pretty hard. We backed it up several times. So
you did surprisingly well.
What about Gary out there trying?
Hey, he's gonna knock the.
I tell you what he's gonna do.
So
I think I scared VJ Singh. I hope you apologize to him later.
I
As I was
heard you
running down the
interviewed him,
first fairway trying to catch up to him.
Well, VJ's he's a very stoic person anyway. But he's serious business. But he's a nice guy. I think some people take his focus for being difficult or something, but he was really nice yesterday. I got him laughing on the back nine. I mean, belly laughing one time.
Yeah.
Because, and I'll tell you about it when we come back. What I was doing. He loved it. He got to laugh, and then he made fun of it the rest of the time.
Did you give Coach Malzahn the space he needed?
Yeah, absolutely.
You didn't come in too hot, did you?
We had a lot of fun. Matt Crawford was in our group, and also Raymond Harbert, and we had a lot of fun. I'll be honest with you, there was really no talk of football the whole afternoon.
Well, you know why? He probably doesn't want to talk about it.
Playing golf.
Yeah, VJ was interested in talked to him a little bit about the economy of college football and the numbers. But we had a great time.
You might have recalled Tommy Tuberville's comment when he said that Billy Knight became Bobby Knight. I'm sorry, Billy Knight was a guy we knew in Oxford. Bobby Knight and really took Snow Glass to another championship. But Bobby Knight said to Tommy Tuberville, "What about him being the neighbor? Look, we'll have a great relationship if you don't ask me to talk about basketball."
Right.
So.
Well, and good. I hope Coach Malzahn enjoyed that getaway yesterday. He seemed to have a good time.
Yeah. So we'll recap that today.
He's a pretty good golfer too, by the way.
Yeah. While you were out there and enjoying all that, I had one of those things happen. I had the worst case scenario happen on a road on the show, a show on the road. When the show's on the road, you have to get to work earlier than you normally do. Which is tough enough as it is. And I had the worst thing happen. I got Big Eye about an hour before I needed to get up. And so I went from going to get up earlier, and then I got Big Eye. But Big Eye ended up actually being one in the world. But Big Eye actually worked out because, and Speedy, you'll love this, I had left all my credentials at the studio.
Did you?
So Big Eye saved me, but it was a long day.
So you had to come up here to the studio to get your stuff and then go back out to the course, which is not close to each other.
Yeah, the course is closer to my house than the studio.
Yeah.
But Big Eye was too much Big Eye. Even when I got here, it was more time than I needed even for that.
Oh, really?
I literally was sitting down in my office doing work and getting stuff done like an hour before I even left to go to the it was and then all of a sudden all this stuff with Dawson and everything broke out, and everybody wanted me to like be on my A game, and like at one point everybody's talking to me and they're like, "Rick, you all right?" And I said, "Guys, I can't talk about this anymore. I can't talk about anything. I mean, I'm done. I have been up. I have passed the 12-hour mark about an hour ago.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm shutting down.
Yeah, I can't go anymore. You know, it is. I can't talk anymore about things." So
but thank goodness you. I mean, we could have got you in anyway without him.
Yeah,
but,
I thought
but
about
still.
that. I thought about because I've been there before. Walking over to do the show would be no issue, none. But I started thinking about, what if somebody comes in there and checks my truck and tows it?
Yeah,
and then I'm trying to go in there and get some breakfast, and I have to go tell everybody, bring you over and say, hey, I can get in.
That's Rick. Leave him alone.
So you know what you do? That's it. I'm going to get it. So all right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, the Rick and Bubba Show, Sweet Home Alabama to the world. We thank you for being with us however you get the Rick and Bubba Show. Find out every way you can get it, either live or archived on your own time by going to rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Do what you do, and welcome to the Great Eight, the Elite Eight. Here they are in the golden ticket seats today. Yes, sir. And here they are.
Like the dating game.
Yeah, that's right.
We got a little mystery.
Here they are.
Got a little mystery going on behind us too.
Really?
See the shirt right here back left?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so who's going to do it? Who's going to take their phone? Greg doesn't know
I don't
how.
know how. Greg, that's how you get out of stuff.
What do you do?
This
You
is
just
a
take a
QR
picture?
code.
You just take a
QR
picture
code.
of it?
You
Yeah,
take your
you
camera.
just hold your
go there
camera and hold it
your-
to it.
I'd like to see you attempt this.
Is that the official? I never can get the phrase right. QR code.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And so
I
go
see
over
it.
there. That's
you
what
on
I said.
photo?
Hey, you know where your photos are?
Yeah, I'm on photo.
Go to camera, like
Go to
you're
your
taking
camera.
a picture of something.
That's photo.
And then go then go over there and let it
No,
focus
it's
in on
actually
it.
camera.
Yeah, and then
He didn't have an
it'll-
iPhone, does he?
Yeah, he does.
Oh, yeah.
He
yeah.
did. He finally upgraded.
It looks like he's scared of it when
Yeah,
he's
Greg.
touching
Well,
it.
he's terrified of it.
Greg, just hold. Please look.
Yeah, and then it'll show up.
I see it. See where it says click on that?
No, don't take a picture of it.
Greg.
Nobody's taking a picture of it.
Click on it. Greg, once you get
Click
it up
on the
there, there you
link.
go. You got it. You got it. You got it. Where's it taking you?
What is?
That's an ad.
Okay, so we got an ad going.
Okay, we got an ad.
Got to have that.
Greg.
Yeah. You remember the Rick Ashley stuff? Yeah, the Rick Ashley stuff. That's funny.
We did a whole story about that.
Yeah, you should have seen that when we
Playing it. Keep playing it.
Look,
how
wide is that
You
guy?
can turn it off now.
He may be the widest human alive. We have
Our gold ticket seat holder?
No, the Rick Ashley.
Yeah.
He's pretty wide too. But Rick Ashley with them dance moves.
Right, you're right. The widest guy alive, not the
Yeah.
guy in the audience.
No, the guy
you're
singing.
You're right, the guy singing. I got you. Okay, I got you.
And Speedy.
And Speedy.
Rats.
Speedy was asking me. He used the word rats about something.
In a text. I haven't heard that since Scooby Doo.
And he said
Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown. He said, "Rick, you ever use it?" I said, "No, I heard Charlie Brown use it, but
I don't know the last time I've used it.
I never. No one's ever told me
That
so.
was his answer. I looked down and Helms had asked the question.
At least I replied.
I thought somebody
there
was
was no
based
need-
off a particular name, and they share a name evidently. I thought someone was going to be here today, and we know them, friends. And so I sent Speedy and Greg a message, and I simply said, "He's not here. They've got the same name." And his response was, "Rats."
Rats.
I don't know what.
I've never.
That's all I had time
I've never
for.
heard you say that.
I've neither.
That's all I had was rats.
I've never heard a person in 2023 on this show ever when they were disappointed about something go, "Oh, rat."
And I know. Here's
Maybe
the
they
best
should have been
part.
saying that.
When I looked at my phone, you know how when you hadn't checked your messages, it'll show partial.
you'll do that.
All I saw was rats, and I couldn't see the question. I said, I got to figure out what they're talking about.
Yeah, we
I
got
thought might have
rats.
had rats. In it.
Rats.
We got rats.
That was the other studio.
Couple of updates you're right. Couple of updates to start the hour. So we had somebody call during the last phone segment and saying that Nikki Haley's announced she's going to run for president, all that, and now everybody's commenting on that. And he was like, "Well, I like Nikki Haley, but she was negative about Ron DeSantis, the parental rights bill in Florida." And none of us really updated on what he was talking about. So Bubba has done some research.
Well, Rick, it was known as the "Don't Say Gay" bill. Remember, that's how they tried to paint
that. Wasn't what it was called.
And it just limited the ability to talk about gender and things before third grade.
Right.
Without mentioning the governor by name who signed the bill into law, she says, "I'm sorry, but that law does not go far enough."
Right.
So that's not really dogging Ron DeSantis. She's agreeing with him, but saying you need to do more.
Yeah, so I guess
The third grade, I mean,
right. Well,
so in the third grade, it's okay. I mean, is that what he's saying?
Well, and that's what she's saying.
Rats.
To Bubba's point, what she's saying is, and this is where the caller may want to go back and actually find that if he thinks that bill has done something, but it could have done more, she's not disagreeing with what he is trying to accomplish. She's saying it still left too much room, that she would have gone further. So I don't know whether you'd see that as a positive or a negative. I mean, you may think, well, wow, she says she would have done even more than DeSantis. That's not being negative about, I don't like him.
So the caller thought she didn't like that. Any of it?
Yeah, the caller thought,
disagreed with him.
The quote was
not on the link.
The quote was being negative about Ron DeSantis' parental rights bill.
Okay.
But you got to see what she's being negative about. Is that positive to you as a conservative, or is it?
She's agreeing with it, just saying we should have done more.
Exactly.
And maybe that's all they could get done at the time. You know, it's incremental. You got to remember that.
Did I see her claiming to be, because she was talking about is she a person of color? Is that what she said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's
She
got
has Indian descent.
right, and her family or something. Yeah, this is
and also first president with a stripper name. Nikki. Thank you, Greg.
Well, she's
Think
not
about-
president.
Well, she's not president yet.
If she
If she were to be president.
Right. Thank you for that.
I apologize to the Nikki that's actually in the golden ticket seats
Right,
today.
Yeah. Right. Well,
we've had that running.
Greg's covered this. He has.
There's exceptions.
Yeah, be glad there's nobody here named Peggy. It'd be a
Yeah,
banner
that'd
day.
be different.
It'd be a banner day.
There's no one named Nikki either. I just want to make you feel
But
uncomfortable.
there are exceptions. But
He did.
I
He
started
did.
out-
He thought-
but there's
he
a
thought
chance. There's always a chance.
I was looking for somebody upset, and I didn't see it.
Right.
Well, actually, they agreed with me.
Right. The
Thank you though.
I remember on the tour.
I'm just saying, I believe that more than she's a person of color. I mean,
Okay.
I was looking at her.
Right. Well, I mean, legitimate. Yeah. It's,
You would think that other rather than
Rick,
that.
everything you're saying is uncomfortably true. Yeah.
Hey, that's her parents,
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess she is.
Yeah.
buddy.
Yes, she is.
Could
Greg.
somebody take the toothpick
Yes,
from him?
She is.
He's got his toothpick, Rocky.
I know. Could somebody get that from
Not,
him?
I guess she is. but
Well,
she
I know people that don't claim to be a person of color that are darker than that.
Right.
It's not the darkness,
Yeah.
Greg.
I'm just
She's
saying.
darker than Mahomes.
Oh my gosh! Now you're off in it.
Well,
What are you
is.
doing?
Rick, technically,
She is.
Bubba, you're right in the middle, buddy. I'm
Right.
sorry.
You know, I'm
just saying she threw the label out there. I was just,
Right.
that's fine.
I tell you what, I can't believe you're not covering. I didn't know from that culture the name Nikki was prominent.
I know. I bet it's short for something real long.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Rick,
it's her
no,
middle name.
No, it's
Hard
her
to
middle
say.
name. Can you say the other names, Adler?
Let me look. I don't know.
I got it.
Is it a
Well, you
nickname?
put her by her parents, then I get it. But you got to admit, when she first just said it, I was like, what?
Right.
Nimrata?
Be glad that she's going by Nikki. Let me say that.
Right.
Oh,
So,
wow.
so it's a nickname? Is that what it is?
No, that's her middle name, and it's spelled
That's
just
a
like
professional
Oh,
name.
Nimrata.
Yeah,
Nimrata, Nikki,
Nimrata, Randhawa. Hey, yeah, she
Randhawa.
is.
Rwanda.
She's convinced me
Buddy.
now.
You hate.
Ranhawa.
I wish she was graduating. You had to call her to the stage. Greg.
Wow.
How would you do it?
It'd be tough.
Try it.
Nimrata, Nikki, Randhawa, Haley.
Okay.
Let me
Pretty
tell you-
good.
Former
Solid.
governor of South Carolina and former ambassador to the UN.
How about this? If I was
Loves it.
if I was at
Got a thing for her.
if I was
Bubba, I'm sorry.
She's no Dr. Birch.
Well, I started to say, you know my type. You know my type, blondes and librarians.
You put a scarf on Haley, you got something.
Hey, you got his attention then.
how about this? You wouldn't grow up where we grew up with the name Nimrata.
No, it's tough.
That'd be tough. How many times with that name you'd go to Nikki real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need that name in Calhoun County.
No, you toke that around, you got problems.
You do.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
So there
y'all.
you go. There
She's
you go.
no Mama June, but she's doing okay.
Thank you, Greg. Thank
You
you,
talking
Greg.
about post makeover?
Right.
Exactly. From not to hot.
I'm sorry, that's never hot.
Oh, just having a little fun.
Just having a little fun.
Part of his regret.
Take it easy, Don Lemon.
Right.
Yeah.
There's nothing like a 2-day buffer.
Yeah, at least I didn't say she's past her prime.
Right. You didn't say that. That's true.
All right, cut the mic off.
Oh, here's the bad emails.
15 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The last round that I played was last year.
Right.
And I have been to the driving range twice.
Right,
And that
yeah.
was very limited at best. So, I'm just not I'm not a good golfer anyway. Even when I used to play a whole lot more before the kids were born, I'm not that good. And
I'm talking about you. Was there ever a time you played enough you thought? Well, I mean, I'm
well,
right
I
there.
used to play maybe once a week, twice. I lived on the golf course in Jacksonville.
Well, that's
So,
what I thought. You didn't get that right in there. Nothing had too much going on.
Well,
still.
I mean, I was a bogey golfer. I just,
Yeah.
I'm just not that good, and it's some people are better at certain things, and I'm much more comfortable on tennis court. But the thing yesterday, I keep a notebook, just a little tiny notebook in my bag. It's not much bigger than your wallet. And I keep notes about what I need to do standing, all from, because when you start from zero every year, you don't really remember that stuff about where you want your hands and where, you know what I mean? Because you just don't do it.
Right.
So I basically have a little notebook, and I refresh my memory of how I want to do things and what I have the best luck with it. And also, the key thing in golf is the distance to the flag, to the green. And certain clubs, you hit a certain length. So, you're laying out there in the fairway, and we even have lasers now that can, hit the flag stick and our GPS. Hunter was wearing a GPS watch yesterday and said, hey, it's 160 yards to the green or to the middle of the green.
Right.
So then I have to just choose a club that should go 160 yards if I hit it correctly.
Right.
Okay, and that's a big if. We all
Sure.
understand that. But that's kind of how you set it up. Well, I don't remember the distances that I hit certain clubs. So I have a little list. I know if it's 160, I need to do this, or if it's 175, I need to do this, or I hit my woods a certain distance. So when I get the distance, I kind of look and go, okay, that's a 7-iron, or that's an 8-iron, or it may be in between. So I'm gonna land it short, and hopefully it'll bounce up. So I kept checking that, and VJ, he said, Bubba, what's in your book? What are you looking at?
Is this your attempt at a Fuji?
Well,
Fuji
no,
accent?
I was just giving you a little different voice.
Don't stop him.
Is that called Fijianese?
Well, he has a slight
He
accent
does.
compared
Big
to mine.
Fijian. Yeah, that's what they call
And
him.
you ought to hear him imitate me.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I've got the distance, what I need to use the clubs. And he said, you have to write that down. And
That
I
is
said,
funny.
well, yeah, I just play once a year. I write it down.
That's funny.
And now the pros also, you'll see them in their caddy using a little book, but it's a distance book. And it shows at different parts where they are. And
for that particular course.
Yeah, and they also have like a topo map of the green. They can tell you where the ridges are, not even looking at it, but looking at the map of how it goes up and down. So he got to laughing at me looking at my book. So that got to be and he got to belly laughing
funny.
loud.
Yeah.
Okay. So we would go up and he'd go, Bubba, what does the book say?
That's
So we were like, I said, y'all got a book too? He said, yeah, but we're looking at something different. I said, I know, but you play every day. You know that a 5-iron's 170 yards. I don't remember that. I got to go look at the book. So anyway, we did have a little fun with him. He was a great guy. He's like I say, you see him on TV, and he's known for being very stoic and very businesslike, but he was a lot of fun. He was very nice, and he's a great golfer. Man, he can hit a golf ball. Woo!
Yeah.
I love seeing those guys that can really swing the club.
Oh, yeah. Well, it sounded like Gary did, too.
Yeah, because they really knock it. And do you have the footage of from the first tee, the video?
I don't like it.
I saw. Don't we have that on social media? There's slow motion of you hitting it.
Well, that was on the driving range.
Oh, it was
before,
okay.
But I have the actual tee off, and you can kind of hear the crowd. It's on Instagram if you can pull it up, Speed.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I saw it out there. Isn't that the one you have out on Instagram that's got a?
But I have one of the first hole that's the actual video of the shot. And
on your Instagram?
Yeah. And yesterday, we were lucky on the first tee to me is kind of how the whole day is. That's what you're known by.
Right. Well, you heard me say that. I don't know if you heard the broadcast. I said, Bubba's whole world, he just got hit off the tee. What happens after the first tee? Who cares?
Yeah, I got down there and duffed the second shot, but nobody sees that.
Is that well? Now I did have a buddy of mine send a picture of your ball on the sidewalk.
Yeah. Well, it didn't get on the
cart path.
I did have one.
Cart path.
I had one bounce in there somewhere.
Yeah. I have the picture of it.
There was a few of them.
All right, here's Bubba right here. So let me. It's 20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Chipley, Florida, tonight. First Baptist Church, Prove Yourself a Man 2023 conference. And from the manchurch.com team, Rich Wingo and Scott Dawson there tonight. So y'all enjoy that. There's room available for you. If you're over in Selma, Alabama, got us on Alex FM. Andrew Varvudas at No Limit Church in Valley Grande tonight as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Be there for that. All that information available for you there at themanchurch.com. Bubba, we started at one time with a list of people that we'd like to have on the show called Slapped at 5.
Right.
And Keith Olbermann was on that list.
Oh, really?
But we've had people come off the list like Bill Maher. He's come off the list, showing.
It's not we're running buddies with him now, but just not quite as offensive as he used to be.
Yeah, we still disagree with Bill Maher on a lot of things, very important things. However, even Bill Maher, who is a leftist, says the left is way overplaying their hand.
Oh, yeah.
And some of the things that they're doing, and some of that's just logical no matter how you see the world. But Obi has kind of been out of our lives. We hadn't heard from him in a while. I missed an opportunity to tackle him on the streets of New York.
I can't believe you
ran right into him, by the way.
Man, and he looked a little bit afraid when we
How
started.
big a fella is he?
Well, we started hollering Obi.
Yeah, I wasn't impressed with him. Okay. So anyway, but now he is about to call for an economic civil war. If you remember, the way the Union, one of the ways they defeated the South was to starve them out. You're eating horses and things like that, and they've cut off all supplies to the South, and then some of the things after that got kind of cruel and unusual. But Keith Olbermann says that right now, if you are sick and tired of all of us who are in red states, they need to economically starve us again. I'm not making that up. I mean, here comes the bizarre Keith Olbermann. Here we go.
We are owned by guns, and therefore there is only one way to stop the mass shootings. It is to suffocate the businesses that make billions of dollars in profits off guns, to destroy the gun lobby, the death lobby, and the Republican Party that defends those lobbies and those businesses. And the only way to do that is an economic civil war. The blue states have all the money. They must starve the red states into submission, or another 600,000 Americans will be murdered in the next 10 to 12 years. That and more in the Wednesday Countdown podcast, available now wherever you podcast.
O's got him a podcast now.
O's got him from his house.
Well,
There's a reason.
Yeah,
you're at home.
Yeah. From ESPN now to your basement podcast.
Yeah.
That must be a tough slide.
We must stop.
Sometimes things are said that are so stupid.
Yeah.
It goes back to, you don't even have a. Do we even want to spend energy on how stupid that was?
This is stupid.
I mean,
No, I think he covers his own stupidness.
Yeah.
Wow. You talk about not understanding.
I mean, that's got to be the dumbest.
What was that
thing I've
official
ever
voice
heard.
he was in? This news breaking.
Yeah, well, he's
that?
trying. He's trying to be edgy, and he thinks.
edgy.
Yeah,
And that's about the dumbest thing I heard any fool say ever.
yeah. It's just there's. What was the other about? We're all dumber for hearing it.
Yeah.
I don't know what
That's
that
in
was
there,
called.
too.
But what's it called?
I know who said it. From
Paul Rudd?
No. See no evil, hear no evil. Wildman.
6762.
Yeah. Okay.
Woman in the red dress.
you mean woman in red?
Yeah, the woman in red.
I thought this was,
What's his name?
No, I don't think that's who this is.
It was from.
It sounds like Paul Rudd to me, but I don't think it is.
No,
is it?
the movie it was from.
Here it is.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Old School. Was it on Old School?
Adler's got okay. What now?
It's Billy Madison when he's doing the
Billy
quiz
Madison.
show at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
When he's trying to graduate.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So is that Billy Madison saying that?
No,
Who's
it's
saying it?
It's the quiz guy, but he does look like Gene Wilder, but it's not Gene Wilder.
Okay, but it does sound like it. It sounds like Gene Wilder's voice. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
What you just said
It really
is
does.
one of the most
Says
insanely
a lot like
idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
There's a scene in one of those movies with Richard Pryor that he gives a speech almost identical to that.
Yeah. I miss Gene Wilder. Funny guy.
Funny guy.
But what Oberman
Stir Crazy was on the
what
other
Oberman is saying, what idiots like Oberman just don't seem to have the concept that Americans have access to weapons to defend themselves against a tyrannical government, but also against mobs, criminals. And what Obi doesn't understand, because he is so dumb apparently, if you shut down the industry and choke out red states and economically starve them somehow so they won't make guns anymore, I don't even know how he draws that line, but then you just have a society where criminals and a tyrannical government, if you end up with people in power, can just do whatever they want to do to people anytime they want to do it because they're still going to be weaponized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's not even a complicated concept for reasonable, logical thinking people to comprehend, right? I mean, that's not even a deep point. It's just so obvious.
Look, Keith can have his opinion, and that's fine. He's got this thing called the Second Amendment that's going to be standing in his way no matter how he feels about it,
right.
How passionate he is about it, and what happens in our society.
Yeah, you hear Keith, and it goes back to earlier when Joey Behar is calling DeSantis and Republicans fascist. And we did get the email, and Bubba, look, the Google has now redefined a fascist as being someone who is
on the right.
Is on the right, basically. And what they don't understand.
That's a convenient recalculation.
But what Obi doesn't understand, what he just said is what a fascist government would do.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he wants fascism as long as he can be in power. He wants his ways forced on other people.
That's what he wants. It is part of human nature,
right?
That we want to force our way on others. It's old as recorded history.
It is, and which is why absolute power absolutely corrupts and all this
hadn't worked well
never
throughout
has.
history.
But how about human beings can't handle it?
Yeah, and look, I know when we have crimes committed with guns, it's bad, and there's a loss of life, and it's terrible.
Of course, there's reasons for that.
But then you turn around and look at like people who are being held prisoner in China. They have no say-so with their government. They have no way to defend themselves, no way to stand up to a tyrannical government. So you either get one or the other. Yeah. And honestly, I think the way we're going is a better pick, even though there's a price for it.
Right.
There's a price for either one.
Yeah, what Obi wants is for what China did to the people during the pandemic when they had all the science wrong and they've just locked people in their apartments.
Yeah,
he wants a government that can lock you in your house and starve you out. That's what he wants. And now that
well, let me ask you this: since the way he's breaking this down, it's blue states against red states. Why do the blue states have so much gun violence? Why don't they just fix their own state?
Yeah,
and then they can sell us on how good they've done.
I find myself.
Does that make sense?
I find myself feeling safer in red states than I do blue states.
Yeah, instead of me telling you how to run your household, why don't I run my household so well that you want to copy what I'm doing?
What a concept!
Not me force my will, my budget, my rules on you because it ain't working for me.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That sound?
Yeah. Back it up again.
I love it.
Listen, I hear Gary.
So it was in the fairway. It was over on the right side of the fairway, but it was in the short grass.
Compared
so that's a victory. That's
absolutely
a victory.
Compared to what we call the YouTube year, that's great.
Yeah, and
you were so happy.
I had 3 holes that I hit into water, and then I hit the second shot into water.
Well,
so I just picked it. See, I have a 2-ball per hole limit.
Yeah. Right.
And that's when I go,
well, because you can't help the group at that point,
and
too, and you're holding everybody up.
Yeah. So
Tim
just
Brando doesn't think that.
I know.
He'll play through.
Remember when he just kept playing to the
Tim,
end?
you're laying 8.
I think that's
Get up.
I think that's the one year I thought I'd walk around with y'all, and Tim Brando slowed it down so bad I left.
So
great guy, but he'll play it out.
Far as competing,
fun to play with. Fun to play with.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, that's all I know. I don't know it personally.
You have to correct
in that setting, very fun. Fun guy. How do you make that call? Great guy to play with. How about that?
Fun guy.
Fun, great guy.
Heart of gold.
Tim, pick it up. Tim, we're sitting 3 on the green. You're at 8.
But overall, we scored pretty well on the front 9. Now the back, we kind of got stuck on 8 under and couldn't get off of that for a while. But we ended up, I think, 11 under. It was good. But
who won?
I think you got to be in the 18 to 21 range to win that. So
who won it?
I'm not even sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, don't know.
Oh, me.
I assure you, Mr. Bussy was not hanging around to find that out.
No, he was gone.
Well,
he said he killed the water when he was
I did, man. I was hot and tired.
This is you on the driving range, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Hunter shot that in slow motion,
Well,
just so we could pick apart the swing. You know,
so much hotter out there, and you want it to be right then.
Yeah.
You know, I was tired when I got off the driving range. I thought, well, that's not good. You know.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We had a lot of fun. Now, there's an uncomfortable, moment in the show always, and Bubba leaves, and then I'm stuck there, and I'm just fearing that I'm gonna have to talk to someone about golf. You know what I mean? and Helmsy will leave sometimes and go to try to see it. Greg wanted to see
How was
you.
Kirby?
Kirby
I saw him when I said
I only had 5 minutes of Kirby Smart, but it was good. All the interviews I thought were great. We had a good time with all that. Bo was funny as usual,
putting on his socks and shoes
while we were talking. But anyway, so
that's funny.
So there was Gene Hallman had mentioned in passing, just when he came on the show, that he wanted me to come and putt for $20,000 for Children's Hospital, and that was a way they could add more donations. Every time somebody sunk a 50-foot putt, that would be $20,000 additional dollars that would be donated to Children's Hospital. And he said, why don't you do that representing the show? Well, we even kicked around who might want to do it, who else. I never heard anything else about it. Okay, and so we're doing the show, and we're even laughing. And I said, well, I guess at some point, if this comes up, we'll decide who's going to do it. They'll come over and say, all right, who's putting for the Rick and Bubba Show? Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's kind of how that would go. What I didn't know is that Gene just took that and made that the gospel that I was going to putt. So we're doing the show, and was it you that came running over?
Well, Angel came running over to me out of breath with the Regent's tradition.
Yeah, with the golf tournament. She runs over to Speedy out of breath and says they're announcing Rick
on the PA system.
On the PA system that he's about to putt for $20,000 for Children's Hospital.
Right.
We're in a commercial break.
Correct.
Okay, and
and really it was about a minute and a half before you went to break that she told me that. And she said, he's supposed to putt in 2 minutes. And I went, we're on the air.
Right.
And so that's when I gave you a 1 minute, go to break kind of thing. And so
yeah,
we go to break, and you're like, where do I go?
I didn't know where it was. I didn't know anything about it. And how about this? I've never putted in a golf setting other than putt-putt.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I don't know anything about it.
You were looking for the elephant's trunk.
Right. I don't know. Where's the windmill?
Right.
And so I get up there. I don't even. And then Rick Carley, who's a sports anchor in Alabama, he started talking to me, and so
and that's where we'll start this video so you can capture it.
First of all, I knew enough to try to ask golf people, tell me about this green. Where should I try to hit this thing?
Yeah.
Right. And
do you want all that in this?
Is he talking to you about all that? Okay,
yeah, I believe so.
It's
the introduction where he goes, "Oh, it's Rick."
Okay.
Here it is.
Thank you, Keith. 35 minutes past the hour. We're back. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. How about a customized mattress sent right to your door? They'll ask you a few screening questions about how you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach. They want to know that. They also want to know what kind of firmness you like in your mattress. Whether you like soft, medium, or really, really firm, they'll take that into account. They got 16 different styles. Got one that's got a little more width, a little more length if you're big or tall, or both. They'll ask you about that, and then they customize the mattress. They send it right to you. They give you 100 nights to sleep on it, and then you're going to save 20% by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. And in the 100 nights, if you do not like it, or it does not meet your expectations, you'll be fully refunded. So GQ and Wired Magazine voted it the #1 mattress. So get yours now. A good night's sleep is crucial to our overall health. HelixSleep.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll find them right there under the sponsors button. Bubba, a difficult a video to watch, and this is circulating. It happened back in January, but it's now become a story. Those of you that try to do a little better, you work out. You have these 24/7 gyms.
A lot of people like to go early, avoid the crowd.
Man,
a lot of females out there by themselves.
Yeah, and this, I told the guys, this video is going to be one of those things, kind of like at one time, believe it or not, hitchhiking was considered a way to transport yourself if you couldn't afford a car from one place to another. And then, of course, you had all these people that started murdering people, robbing people that were hitchhikers, and now nobody will pick one up. I'm not going to pick one up, okay? Well,
Dad told me that's how I used to get home from college.
Right, yeah, and I've had family members that said they used to hitchhike, but those...
Last time I hitchhiked was with you, Rick.
Okay, right, yeah, I remember that, and I don't think that was our plan.
No, it was not.
But
we were desperate.
We were desperate, and nobody would pick us up, but eventually somebody let us sit in the back of their truck.
Right. Go down the interstate.
Because we couldn't knife them from back there, I guess.
Yeah.
But now, and I've seen this happen where sometimes you're staying somewhere, and to get on and off the beach or to the pool, you have to have a fob.
Yep.
When you have fobs to these 24/7 gyms as a member, it is pretty common for you to see somebody going, "Hey, let me in. I don't have my fob," and you go over and you push the door open for them,
right,
and let them in.
Yeah, we've all done it.
But the reason why they demand fobs and they demand codes and things like that is because you don't know who may try to come in.
Yes, to control access to people who are supposed to be there.
Right.
Well, and now what's going to happen is you may forget your fob, and with videos like this, nobody's going to let you in.
Right.
Because now you can't trust that. Because, if you're a criminal and you're a predator, you think to yourself, 24/7, female in the gym by herself, I'm going to start pointing at the door like I forgot my fob, and when she lets me in, I'm going to attack her.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened.
Wow.
But let me tell you something. This lady fights, buddy, she fights.
Yeah.
And so here is the security video, I guess.
Yeah. And she's in
uh,
Tampa at an apartment complex.
Yeah, and so they've got a gym.
24-year-old Nasale Alma was exercising when she noticed a man at the door trying to enter the gym.
Yeah.
And then she's going to talk here.
Whenever he was at the door, I buzzed him in and he came inside. My thought process was it was just another dude coming in to work out. So I didn't think of anything out of that.
Nasale continued her workout. But several minutes later, the man began to approach her.
As soon as he was approaching me, I pushed him. I said, "Bro, what the F are you doing? Get away from me. Stop trying to touch me." And he started chasing me around the bench, and we ended up on the other side of the gym.
Nasale continues to fight as he tries to get her down.
No, man, she's fighting.
Big time.
I'm grateful that she came forward.
Sheriff.
I know that her story is going to be an inspiration to other women.
The fight continues, and eventually he gives up.
My advice would be to never give up. My parents always told me in life to never give up on anything. And that's one thing I always kept in my mind when I was fighting him. As long as you don't give up, you fight back, you show him that you are strong, that you are one, that you're able to fight back and survive this and get out of the situation, I believe it's possible.
Wow. Well, I mean, you think about it, you try to be nice. And
I wish she'd have gouged an eye out or
right.
something.
Yeah. And what now is going to happen is somebody's going to have a fob and really honestly be some part of the complex. Ain't nobody going to get in now. Well, that's why that's why you have the fob system. I mean, she was trying to be nice. I'm not faulting her at all. I mean, this guy's wicked and evil and deserves to be punished.
You kind of wish you'd have got a barbell and cracked that noggin for him.
There's a lot of weapons in a gym.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And towels.
Yeah.
You can tell at the end he was really tired.
Yeah. He was.
Yeah.
Y'all remember when Ricky Williams quit playing football and grew a beard? Does that not look like him?
It does. Only you've noticed that. But
it's not Ricky Williams.
Pretty good punches there.
Yeah, pretty good punches.
It's not Ricky Williams, Greg.
Yeah, right.
He's got the same beard.
Yeah, right. And now I think he's at the point.
He's tired.
He's gotten tired.
Well, she's in shape. She works out.
Yeah.
Well, she outlasted him.
Well, it goes back to any predator. You have to break the predator's desire to continue because of
they go for the weak.
That's right.
Risk of injury. And when a predator thinks I'm about to get injured to where I will be caught or killed by something else, they usually quit.
You see that a lot in the
not worth their while
in these like safari documentaries and stuff. When, to your point, Rick, a predator is approaching an animal or something. If that animal gives up a fight, I'm talking about like a big one. It'll stop and walk off like it ain't worth it.
Yep.
I'm about to get hurt.
Right.
And kudos to her for just continuing to move. I mean, and to this apartment complex, it has all this footage too, where they have active cameras, that's big too, just so they have footage of it.
Yeah, he should be pretty easy to identify, but I hate to say it because it's a very serious thing, but this also falls under that thing we keep saying, and the first person to ever say it, they were right. No good deed goes unpunished.
That's right.
You just try to be nice. I mean, that's it. And
I know.
That's it. I've got one today I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
Try to help somebody out. Try to help somebody out. Now it's turned into a hassle.
I don't really know what you do. I guess you go to the door, the glass door, and go, I'm sorry, I can't let you in.
Right. Go get your card or you
call the number or something, but I'm the only one in here, and I'm not going to do that.
Yep.
Sorry.
Is that what you say?
I guess, yeah. If I'm her, if I'm a female in this place by myself, and it's late after hours, dark, nobody's around.
Probably not a good idea to go by yourself too. I mean, it's all two makes a big difference.
But to a place that's locked, that only
well, he could have
people
been
that
a
have
freak and had the code.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean,
or just waited somebody else to come in. And scoot in behind.
Or he could have been a member there.
Rick, also a quick update on a story we had earlier. According to published reports, Don Lemon is off today.
Oh, is he really?
He is missing from the CNN.
So Don
desk.
Lemon has been given a 3-day weekend.
Yeah, CNN Insider is reporting there's so much pressure for the unpopular host to be canned after his disgusting comments. They're calling him rude, self-righteous, and clearly sexist.
Well, the only way that Don Lemon has survived as long as he has is because he's black and gay. But if he was just female, there's no way they could get rid of him. But now that just him being a male may be enough for them to get rid of him. But think about how
he's
many
had issues over the years.
That's what I mean. Think about how many things he's done, and you tell me that they would have kept a heterosexual white male as long as they have him.
He'd have been gone a long time ago.
Ain't no way. And now he just keeps making it more and more difficult for them to keep him employed. They're already trying to move him into oblivion. It won't be long till he'll be on Oberman's podcast.
Yeah.
Here's Caitlin Collins talking on CNN this morning about Don has the day off.
Everyone, Audie Cordish is here at the desk with us this morning. Don has the day off.
Yeah. You could tell. You could tell Audie was like, "Yeah, they just called me."
Yeah,
I bet he does.
Don has the day off. I hope we can get through this without him since we've passed our prime.
We're gonna be eating prime rib later.
Right. He's eating prime humble pie.
You know, the full backtrack that he put out yesterday was like at 1:30, so he didn't get very long after the show ended. He was already in full retreat.
Well, and again, I always enjoy watching the all-feeling, all-loving, all-tender-hearted left get caught in their own trap.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, he set the trap that just caught him.
So did he apologize on his own, or do you think he got pressure from the front office?
Well, you know.
Oh, he was getting all kind of pressure.
Oh, yeah.
From friends and colleagues.
Yeah.
You notice he said they're outstanding.
Oh, yeah.
I see it every day.
So now you've got the plight of women versus Don Lemon's all his plots.
Yeah, you got to look at how many boxes you can check here. Yeah.
Left on left crime.
Yeah, it's ugly to see.
It is the woke playoff, and we're gonna find out who wins.
I never thought I'd say this, but I'm sick of Don Lemon objectifying women. You know.
You never thought that would have ever come out of your mouth.
I never thought that was a statement we would have to make. But he's proven he don't care much for women.
Yeah, that's true.
So anyway,
he's on record.
He survived this, you think? We've already moved him to a different day part.
You know, the new guy that came in has been trying to clean CNN up.
Yeah.
You know, he let a bunch of them go. Remember, he let the guy that looked like George go.
Oh, yeah.
I would think Lemon's on borrowed time.
I would too. I think this may be enough. And you want to get rid of him anyway, and that doesn't help you.
No.
If they're wanting to get rid of you, you can make it easy on them. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll chat with you to find out what is on your mind. Stories you've already heard, bring up a question on your own, make a comment. We'll do that next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trouble. You gonna capture all this on video?
Yeah.
Okay.
What are we doing here? Rick Burgess, I have to interview real quick. We've got a 50-footer at the Magna Cantech Children's Hospital putting challenge. You make the putt, $20,000 to Children's Hospital. Obviously, it's fast. You got to hit it probably a yard to the right. toward the flag.
It's too far to the right.
And it should curl around a little bit, but hit it about half. Listen to me, like I know what I'm doing.
Well, I don't. I've never even played golf.
No, well, just hit about halfway, because once it goes halfway, it's really going to start running.
So you say I need to go halfway.
Well, no. Go to see the gentleman in the purple shirt. Yeah. Right there toward him.
Purple shirt.
But yeah.
Well, you can see him. That was
there you
Bubba.
go. Hey, there you go. But just go about halfway and let it roll.
So what's my form? What's my form, Rick?
Yeah,
trying to explain. He doesn't know.
My John Daly shorts are smoking.
He gave me these. There's only 2 times a year to wear it: 4th of July and today.
So there's not room for me. Where'd I run?
Okay.
I didn't know you could move the ball.
Rick, that's so good.
Bubba, talk to me.
Just smooth it.
Maybe a little ride of purple shirt.
Okay, Bubba's a golfer here. What do you think?
Well, Rick.
Look at purple shirt.
Rick.
Am I just doing like that's like a swinging gate?
Yeah, those swinging gate. Just give it a little bump because it'll go.
Very good, Rick.
Pretty good stroke right there.
Curve, baby.
Come on, baby.
Get in the
I
hole.
went right at purple shirt.
It was straight on. Why'd they tell you to go to purple shirt?
They told me to go to purple shirt.
Rick,
It's still rolling.
Well, I'm a world-class athlete. I was born to play. So, I mean, just give me a little bit of, instruction, I can go.
Thank you very much. Ricky, good job. All right, Bob, are you?
Yeah, Rick, you
That's
put it
so
right where
good.
he told you to.
well, you hit it right at the
I
purple
went
shirt.
right to purple shirt.
Come on.
Well, Carly told you. He said, like, I know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Trying to help,
I should have
Rick.
just hit it straight.
If you'd hit it straight, it would have gone way to the left. It's a very hard shot to make.
Right.
And most of the balls were breaking dramatically to the left. So that's why they had you shooting out to the right.
Right. But I mean,
And it's a speed putt. I mean, you hit it one speed, it's not going to break as much. You hit
right,
it slower, it's
yeah,
going to
right.
curve like a.
I thought my velocity was right.
Yeah, it was a great shot. And for the longest time, you were the closest to the hole.
Right.
Because this was probably, I don't know, close to an hour before I teed off.
Mm-hmm.
And we go back to the putting green to get ready. And they're still announcing, hey, closest to the hole so far, Rick Burgess.
Yeah.
Did you laugh every time you heard that?
We needed to be there to scream, get in the hole. You know how they do it.
I know. Get in the hole. Right. I honestly, I mean, can we say this? In the situation that I was placed in, I don't know that I could have got any closer than that.
No, I thought you did
No.
excellent, Rick. I mean, really,
I can live with that.
You've never played a round of golf in your life, and I don't know when's the last time you hit putt-putt.
Oh, it's
You
been a
didn't
long
leave
time.
it short. You didn't put it off the green. I mean, you
Right.
did good.
Yeah.
And those greens are so fast. I mean, it's like, cement that's spray painted green. I mean, it's just very, very hard to hit that. And that's a 50-foot putt.
By the way, if purple shirt would have been the hole I was in,
You're in. Hit it
You're
right
right.
to purple shirt, Rick.
The flag would have been right in the middle of purple shirt.
right?
Yeah.
I think. But anyway, it was good. That's the reason why they're so cavalier about throwing up $20 grand for everyone that goes in, because they ain't gonna go.
Yeah, they don't have to give a lot of those.
They might as well say $1 million.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a tough shot, but it was fun. But the funny part is me not knowing it was real.
Right.
And then you've gone to warm up, and all of a sudden they start screaming, "Rick's!"
No, I was still in the break. See, I was behind you.
I'm talking. You weren't there with us when they ran over and said Rick's supposed to putt. Were you still there?
Yeah.
then?
Oh,
okay.
yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, I thought you had gone to warm up, but they were like, no, they're announcing Rick is putting.
Yeah,
And-
I saw the panic going on over your shoulder. And
Right.
So yeah, you ran out there and you hit a good shot. I mean, you need to putt more often.
With my John Daly shorts on like I liked it. Got a lot of comments. When I walked in finally at the end of a very long day yesterday, my wife looked at me and said, please tell me you did not wear those. She goes, now here's the thing I got to know. I can almost live with you when out there, Rick and Bubba. It's fun. We're cutting up. We're at a golf tournament.
Yeah.
Tell me you didn't teach the Bible study in no shorts.
yeah.
And I said, I did. It was a bit of a bone of contention with all the men. They were kind of like, what in the world have you got on? And of course, a couple of veterans cried. But it was. It was.
You know the thing about golf too. It's
don't have to wear 'em
it's
much.
such an aggravating game.
Oh yeah.
Because you don't have to be fast. You don't have to be exceptionally strong. Nobody is trying to block you. Nobody's trying to keep you from hitting your shot. It's just you, the ball, and the hole.
Yeah.
And
It's just a challenge, buddy.
And you can hit a golf ball literally 2.5 or 3 football fields long, and it costs you a stroke.
Yeah.
Then you can get up there around the hole and miss a putt by 1/2 an inch, and it costs you a stroke. So it's just
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us. Phone calls are coming in, and we'll get to those in this segment. We got an update first. Somehow Ron DeSantis has really been on the show today, but there is an update. We've been talking about the ongoing information and the ever-changing science involving COVID-19 and, of course, the pandemic as we learn more going forward. And it seems to be stories every other day of the changes in the way things are presented. Even in August of 2022, and that took a while, CDC finally says natural immunity did as much for you as the vaccine could do. Took them to 2022 to do that. There's another story test that I saw it yesterday as a headline. Same thing. They've come to another conclusion. What you were being told about natural immunity was incorrect. Natural immunity was actually quite good at protecting you, and as good as the vaccine, if not better. And now the side effects of vaccines continue to get now might find their way into the headlines.
Well, Joey Behar is going to have a stroke over this one,
Oh,
Rick.
oh, yeah.
Doctors in Florida are now being instructed to warn recipients of the COVID vaccine that the shot could cause adverse effects, including heart attacks. The notice was sent to the state's medical professionals Wednesday and warned that reports of adverse events following vaccinations in Florida had increased 1,700% from 2020 to 2021, the shot's first year of availability.
Give me that percentage again.
1,700%.
So with any other product, we hear it all the time. They give you a list of possible side effects.
Yep.
My goodness, some of these commercials about pharmaceuticals, you're like, I think I'll just take whatever the problem is. It sounds like the drug's potential side effects are worse than actually having it.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, if we do that, it sounds like we're going to have to include one of those warnings. And it's not saying that's going to happen to you, but you need to know that that's possible.
Yeah, just look, give you the information so you can be informed. Then if you start having issues, you know what it possibly could be. It could be some kind of blood clot or something. I saw, Rick, I don't know if you saw this or not. It was a report online, and I can't remember where it came from, but it was being done by people who do autopsies, and they were showing, we call them blood clots. But they were showing some of the things they were taking out of people, and it didn't look like a blood clot. It looked like a wad of rubber bands.
I did see that.
Did you see that?
I did.
I mean, they had those literally on the table showing people what they're, and they've never seen that before about 2021.
Yeah, the quote that came from a friend of mine who's going through this with a family member said that when they did the scan on them, have you ever seen there's even a screensaver now that has jellyfish on it? And you can look at them; they're just floating all over the place. And said that's how many blood clots they look like. It was like looking at a bunch of jellyfish out there. And so
you just need to know what you're up against.
Right.
Be informed.
Yeah, and then make your own decision with you and your doctor, and then don't be afraid to get a second opinion. We've heard that all of our lives, haven't we? Let's go to Matt out of Alabama. You can get in now, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Matt, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
How about it?
Good.
Good, man. Calling about the Keith Olbermann comments. It's crazy to me. Frustrating, just sad almost that he can hang his hat on that First Amendment, and it's like he hits the brick wall when he gets to the second.
Yeah. You got to take them all, don't you?
It's what we call
they're all in there together. It's just it's so funny how quickly no.
Yeah, it's kind of like we do a lot of times in our spiritual life. I call it the buffet of faith, where the things that I don't like about Scripture I take out, and the things that I think I can handle I'll keep. I think I think we've got a constitutional buffet going on.
Yeah. Cherry picking, we call it.
866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Let's go to Jimmy out of Georgia. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey guys, this whole phone call is going to be about Greg. Two things real quick. When y'all play the Biden clips, could y'all please not show the person that's signing? Because I couldn't pay any attention to Biden looking at that girl's bizarre faces.
Yeah.
Very expressive.
That was part of the entertainment value.
The other thing is, Greg has a lot of drop the mic moments, and I don't think he gets enough credit. I was watching one of the flashbacks the other day, and y'all were talking about Villanova winning the men's basketball championship. And you know how y'all can just go from one thing to the next with no rhyme or reason, but somehow the Amish got interjected. So y'all talked about it, and y'all were going to a break, and everyone was taking off their headset, and Greg just says, you know, 2 of the Villanova players were Amish. I mean, they were no more Amish than I am, but Greg just made that comment. And so, and everybody was gone from there. I mean, it's like he should drop the mic and be gone.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a Twitter that is famous Greg Burgess quotes, and I don't know how.
I don't know if that's still around.
I don't know how updated it was.
Well,
Last
that thing
time
was hot for a while.
It was hot as a pistol.
Yep.
Yeah. There's only one Greg, and that's plenty. Randy,
I don't know what that means.
In Alabama, Randy, go ahead.
We have our portion.
Yeah.
It's a compliment.
It's the friends that suffer.
fine.
It's the friends that suffer. Randy in Alabama, go ahead.
Good morning. I just wanted to try to make this slam jam and jelly tight, but I wanted to brag on you for the good Lord just a minute. 20 years ago, I was facing being downsized and laid off, and I'd just been diagnosed with cancer shortly before. And so my wife at the time said, you know, whenever the tough gets tough to get going, so everybody's tough as she wanted to be, so she left us.
Oh, wow.
And so I got on a different plant, and some 20 years later, they decided to cut payroll, and I was one of them that they decided to cut. So I went back and I listened to your testimony of your loss and what does the job whenever you start talking about loved ones. My wife and I have now had to say goodbye to her son in an accident. But, you know, good Lord's good all the time.
Well, thank you, Randy. I appreciate you calling. I'm glad the show could be used in some way to help you through some difficult stuff, man. It's kind of you to let us know that. That definitely encourages us and makes it easier to get up in the morning. Bobby in Alabama. Go, Bobby.
Yes, this is Coach Pop from Pop Pop's Boxing Gym. I would like to talk about the non-victim mentality that female had in the gym.
Yep.
Someone has taught her she's never out of the fight, just like I teach all of my students. It doesn't matter how you're attacked. It matters how much you fight back. And she didn't let that victim mentality that the world has at this moment control her.
No, she took control. No
she
doubt.
took control, which is good. It saved her life. North Carolina, Greg, how you doing?
Pop.
Good, brother. Monkey grass.
Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Hey, man. Used to watch you on Turner South and just finally got you back on YouTube.
Good, thanks.
Since Greg's talking about strippers, we were sitting around one night and my neighbor said, you know how you get your stripper name, don't you?
All right.
I was talking about names.
You're right, yeah.
Just to be clear.
Yeah. There's dropping the mic, then there's just turning somebody's mic off.
Yeah.
You feel that? I got to get out of there.
Rick, there's also getting tangled up in the mic cord and falling down.
Rick,
Don't forget that.
When his line starts out, one night we were discussing strippers.
Right.
Yeah, I might want to dump him.
I thought to myself, never been so thankful for a top of the hour break my whole life.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Isn't it funny?
It's an odd game.
Isn't it funny when you became the voice of reason for me because we know our terminology? When I said swinging gate,
yeah,
I said, that's it. Once I heard swinging gate, I know what to do now.
Got it.
Rick,
Talk to me.
If that ball would have went in, we'd have never heard.
Oh my goodness! You'd have high stepped all the way back to the tent.
Y'all better be thankful it didn't go.
He'd have been shirtless in the flag shorts,
and probably.
Yeah.
And probably pimped it with the putter.
Oh, yeah.
You know he would have done that.
Sure, absolutely. If I'd have gone in, oh, boy. Welcome back. Look over there. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
There he is, Rick. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
And our old buddy Scott Dawson, been a friend of the show for a very long time, decided that he thought something needed to change with the politics of our home state of Alabama. in his pursuit to try to find some new people that need to run, get some new blood in there to try to see if we can't eradicate the same old embarrassments we've had for decades and decades there in Montgomery. We have all had a very, very embarrassing history of Alabama politics, and so finally Scott couldn't find anybody to do it, so we all kept saying, why don't you do it? And he has, and I would like to say to you, Scott, welcome to the jungle.
Yeah, what an appropriate song. I mean,
you're in the jungle, baby!
So, Scott, what you been up to?
Hey, buddy, how you been?
Hey, it's been a good trip. On one hand, a year and a half has flown by. On the other hand, probably the last, it's been a year and a half now since we've been working on this thing.
Right.
But on the other hand, it's like the last 72 hours has been like 4 years. So it's amazing.
Well,
you stir up a hornet's nest, and man, you just have to start going for cover.
And I sat with you and told you because I have been on the front lines of this topic, and whether everybody likes it or not, this topic is it really, there's two different topics in play here, but sadly, if this topic is ever involved with the original topic you're trying to talk about, it's always going to turn into this, especially now. And it's on the doorstep of every church. It's on the doorstep of everyone's life, and whether you like it or not. And I've dealt with it, and I told you this can be one of the most angry, evil, mean. And I'm not talking about people who are out there just trying to live their lives. But there's something now that there's always that people want everybody to be an activist now. They won't just let people just live their lives and make their own choices. Everybody's got to be an activist. So some things have happened that were not really the original intent. And I know there's a lot of commentators that they're so certain this was the original intent and this is what was intended all along. And they've been in politics and they know. And let me just tell you this. And but whatever the case is, I know you as a man. They don't. And I know the conversations that we had. In our state of Alabama, one of the things, and I'm sure other states have it, is something called ADECA money.
Right.
And this is money that's allotted to the states from the federal government, and it may be federal tax monies, it might be fines and levies and things the federal government, whatever they're doing. But I want everybody to understand, I'm really kind of tired of hearing this, it really doesn't matter how the federal government got the money belongs to the people. I love, hey, this wasn't states' money. Hey, it's all our money. Whether it be federal or state, it all belongs to the people. And then, of course, it goes into this system to where the governor's office and whoever the governor at the time appoints, people ask for grants for this money in your state based on various needs. And then the governor's office or the person they appointed, which they're still responsible for, then assesses these grants and then hands them out.
Yep.
So in this particular case,
you're doing a great job. I'm just letting him him run with it.
Well, I'm going to do something kind of bizarre. I'm going to try to be clear about this. Okay. So, and I'm going to push all emotions and agendas and all that out and just kind of be clear about this. And it really comes down to this: whether the voters of this state care about this or they don't.
Yeah.
Or they may celebrate this and say, "Man, I think this is great." Or they may say, "That's a problem for me, and something's got to change, so I'm going to go another way." It's all up to the people.
Right.
Okay. So I did some research because and I talked to different people that we know that have been part of this and worked with. My wife has done a tremendous amount of research on this organization and how ADECA works because of people we know in drug enforcement that had their grants or their money cut back. And they were like, how can we be cutting back on what we're doing when the problem that we're trying to eradicate is worse than it's ever been?
It's escalating daily.
Yeah, so we started looking into how the ADECA thing works. Now, in this particular grant that we're going to talk about today, and you've been trying to talk about, is that what we found is this one is under what is called the VOCA, the Victims of Crime Act, and this means these grants have to be given in the following categories. No less than 10% of each year's federal grant must be awarded to agencies that serve victims of each of the following types of crime. Now, you're led to believe that the grant that was received was the only thing available. Okay, now listen to me. This is the truth. Let's not deal with agendas. No, let's deal with truth. It could go for agencies that deal with child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, and no less than 10% of those populations of crime victims that have been identified as previously underserved. These underserved populations are identified in part by the state as victims of rural family violence, victims of elderly abuse, victims with disabilities, victims of racial or ethnic minorities, survivors of homicide, and the very last one, LGBT victims. Now, you heard this entire extensive list. All of this in the category was available that if they wrote a grant and asked for the money, they would be considered for this money. Everybody got that? Yeah. Now, here's what the sitting governor wants us to believe. Six minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, the big boy statue looking on with his reassuring eyes. The Elite Eight, the Grade Eight, are in the golden ticket seats visiting from all over Rick and Bubba land. We're glad they're here visiting today. Somebody say, Friday edition. Not cowards. We the choir. Throw flowers. Higher. Power. We lions, not cowards. We the choir. We champions. Throw flowers. As we start this hour, we will get a PETA update. Oh, no. PETA update. PETA versus the Wienermobile again. It's been an ongoing battle. Who will win? The all-beef wiener or the animal-loving PETA? I was a butcher cutting the meat. You're chasing a giant weenie and people think you're a bunch of idiots.
That's a great statement.
That was a great statement. I think I got it proved. I got it pretty much, if I remember it almost perfectly. I think that was it completely. And of course, PETA's been caught in everything under the sun, dumping dead animals that they rescued.
They were killing so many animals.
Letting them out and then them dying because they shouldn't have been let out. And they've done a bunch of stupid things, how they still have their stupid organization and people still cater to their stupidity stoop. But
Speedy got in a fight with them.
Yeah, they've lost all credibility. And really, most of you out there, out of the goodness of your heart, because you actually care about animals, which is a kind, nice thing. They're just taking advantage of you, and they're building beautiful offices and taking vacations all on your really coming from a good place efforts. But now PETA trying to be sharp, as we would say. You remember we had an Oscar Mayer Wienermobile that lost, and I never can pronounce this right. Is it catalytic converter?
Catalytic.
How do you say it?
Catalytic converter.
Catalytic converter is how you say it,
Catalytic.
Sir?
Catalytic converter.
Yeah, and like I said, when I was younger, I thought it was called a Cadillac converter, and it would convert any car into a Cadillac.
Oh, wow.
Small price.
We used to not have them on cars.
Right.
You're
talking about
clean air.
back when we had sense. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so
A platinum. Nice charge on that.
They had one stolen off one of the Oscar Mayer Wienermobiles. And now PETA, trying to be sharp, says they will pay for it and put another one on the vehicle if they'll agree to make it the vegan mobile. I mean, come on.
Who's going to follow that around?
They want it to be the plant-based hot dog wieners.
The Beyond Meat bunch.
Yeah.
I saw that. I saw an ad. Y'all may have seen this too.
That's a weird name.
It was, I think it was McDonald's. I'm not sure. But they were pushing that they are now going to have McNuggets that don't have any chicken in it. It's just going to be the Beyond Meat bunch.
What's in it now?
It's going to be plant-based.
Do they think there's meat in them now?
I started to say, I don't know fast food hamburgers. I mean, there's a lot of soybean there.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's a lot of meat in it.
All right, let me give you.
Isn't that almost a vegan burger already?
No.
You're
Listen,
right, Bob.
listen, guys. Yesterday, either yesterday or the day before, I was talking with a friend of mine, and he was asking me about Opelika, Alabama, what I knew about Opelika, and there's an interest in some sort of investment there.
Said you like Opelika.
And I said, I like him. He said, I've been down there. You realize that's a moving, happening area.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, yeah. And he said this. He said, there's a lot of industry that is coming there and setting up shop because of it's a great place to live, and Alabama, helps with lower taxes and all that.
It's right on the interstate,
and
close to Atlanta.
I cannot remember. I cannot remember the name of the company, so forgive me for that. But he said we were riding by this huge operation. He said, "You know who that is right there? Don't you love when a guy does that? We do that. We do that in the South. Hey, you know who that is right there?
We'll make you guess.
Hey, and then we always make you guess. And Greg doesn't like to guess.
I know.
Just
How
tell
much
me.
you think I paid for this?
Bubba,
I don't know.
But listen to this statement. He said that company right there. It's some sort of food company. Okay. He said that company right there. Not all of it. This is the part you got to understand. 25% of every hamburger patty that McDonald's sells comes from right there. Really? Not all of it.
You're right.
25% of it.
I'll take 25% of McDonald's business.
Right. But now think about that. He didn't mean 25% of their patties. 25% of what they make the patty with. You're right. So all
That's
patty,
a lot of stuff.
Right, but they're not telling you it wasn't just a beef company.
No.
Okay.
You didn't see any cows out there.
Basically, what we heard is the filler comes from right there.
What holds it together?
Right. And of course that's big business.
Oh yeah. Have y'all seen the?
So I just don't know that.
Have you seen the cauliflower Chick-fil-A sandwich that's coming out?
Don't do this.
This
is what happens. This is what happens when the green
Buffalo
kids,
Wild Wings has those wings in there that are
They shouldn't do
cauliflower
that
fried.
either.
Well, they're going to have a chicken sandwich. It's got the
no. I don't even like
crust and
cauliflower
all that,
rice.
but inside of it is cauliflower.
I want cauliflower to be cauliflower. I don't want it in rice.
I'm gonna tell
I don't
you-
want it in anything. I don't want it in meat.
There it is.
I
The
don't want
cauliflower pizza crust is not bad at all. I know. I'm
Well,
just
Greg,
telling you.
here's the good news.
Is it as good as the other? No.
There's
But it's not
always
bad.
going to be
Everybody
some,
who likes you just left.
I'm just saying. This is the
all the
crust.
points
It ain't
you had
bad.
gained this morning. Now you're vegetarian.
It's not. No, I just said it ain't bad.
We have it.
Yeah, in CD2, if you want to flash back,
Okay.
we're about 6 minutes into Bruce with PETA, and Bubba rocks back and tells Bruce.
this is
it
good.
tells Bruce
Let
the
me get
following.
let me get the
Oh,
flashback
yeah,
sound
yeah,
effect.
yeah. Now don't forget, prior to the interview, it was now let him talk. Everybody be good,
Yeah.
be cool.
That's
But he had
same speech I got when Greg McElroy was
He
in
for
the
6
stand.
minutes he had spit out so much false facts. It was and Bubba had enough.
Well, remember, and Speedy said it, but I want to be sure you understand what he's saying. Bubba gave us all a speech for us not to go after Bruce. Let him talk because he's trying to pull us into an argument. Don't let him do it. And then this happens.
But Bruce had made an agreement also. He
had.
broke
did.
the agreement, so my part was off.
It was.
Okay. All right, there we go.
Break a
Bruce,
deal.
let me ask you on the broader scale, because we you're gonna have a hard time selling this. Wieners are killing us to the public. Okay, and you're chasing the Wienermobile. I don't know if you've really focused in on that, but Bruce, would you? Let me just say, if you were dictator of this country, would you keep us from eating meat? Just
I wouldn't be dictator of this country.
well, I mean, if you were, I mean, is this one of your ultimate goals to stop the eating of all meat?
Do you want us to stop eating meat?
Oh, absolutely. I want us to stop eating meat. Do I want it to be enforced, or do I want people to make the compassionate choice on their own? I suppose I want people to make the compassionate choice on their own.
Well,
although I do think that there are some legal protections and some laws we should be passing just as a bare minimum for protection of these animals on the way to a world where there's no animal exploitation and nobody is eating these sensitive beings.
Now you do. Now let me ask you this. Okay, I'm gonna ask you this straight up because this has always been my point. Now I know that obviously you just believe Jesus probably was not God and had no authority to tell us that we can eat animals. Correct?
Well, no, I'm Catholic, and I believe that Jesus.
You know Jesus fed the 5,000 with fish. Correct?
Well, I'm not a fundamentalist Christian.
So in other words, you pick and choose what you want to believe. Then is that correct? You
I'm
pick and
sorry?
choose what you want to believe.
Let me ask you this, Bruce. If the man upstairs picked the phone up and talked to you directly and said, I said it's okay to eat animals, what would your reply to that be? Would you say, hey, I've been wrong, or God, you don't know what you're talking about?
Oh, of course I'd say, hey, I've been wrong, but I would be more than happy to get into a theological discussion with you guys any day of the week.
Well, I
and I'm
believe-
going to win. Because God was not in the same way that God was not supportive of slavery, even though there was slavery in the
Bruce,
Old Testament.
what are you
in the same way
talking
that
about?
Jesus was not supportive of slavery,
So he's-
even though Jesus had analogies about slavery.
But he
neither of
fed them fish,
were
Bruce.
supportive.
They ate fish. He was passing fish out. I mean, are you saying that's not true?
No, I've got two responses. One of them is.
Do you
that
think
if
it's
you
true?
Read, I mean, I studied theology in college. That's what my major was.
It's a shame none of it sunk in on you.
I'm saying you didn't get any of it.
No.
Did you just skip over? You said, I'm not going to go with that fish thing.
Okay, I mean, I have two
These are
responses.
fish.
Bruce, y'all are the most combative, obnoxious bunch I've ever talked to, and we didn't call you to engage you in a mean conversation. We think it's ridiculous you're chasing a weenie around that's on wheels.
Well, we would say,
and that's part of y'all's problem. You're a bunch of jerks, and I'm just gonna tell you straight up, the way you're acting right now is why people think you're idiots.
I mean, that's what we said. I mean, y'all are chasing a weenie mobile with having kids sing the weenie song with like words in like puke and vomit and things like that. Do you think that's good for kids?
Actually, I thought that the puke part was really pretty funny. I liked it.
Well, how about
I
this?
have no doubt you thought
How
that
about
was
this?
funny.
As a parent,
Bunch of idiots. There was
Chasing
Bruno Weenie. They haven't
What a
learned it,
flashback.
and they're still chasing the weenie. And that was a long time ago.
When
They're
was
still
it? Bless
chasing.
their heart.
And look, I feel bad for some of y'all that support them. I really do. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And the person that is writing these grants, here's what they want us to believe. They want us to believe that nobody in any of these categories, nobody in all these other categories, nobody dealing with child abuse, nobody dealing with the abuse of the elderly, no one with victims of disabilities, no one victims of racial or ethnic minorities, no one who are survivors of homicide, no one that's dealing with child abuse, no one who's dealing with domestic abuse, no one who's dealing with sexual assault, none of them, none of those people asked for a grant. Nobody. And the only people that met the qualification and asked for this grant was this radical LGBT organization. That's what the governor sitting right now really said in her press conference yesterday that she wants us all to believe. Yeah. Now, you got to decide whether you believe that or not.
Right.
But to me, as a citizen of this country and a voter, I don't buy that. You mean to tell me this is the only organization to the tune in November of $800,000? No, none of these other categories asked for a grant. None of them, Bubba. None of them wrote a grant asking for an ADECA grant. Only this organization that got the grant. Does anybody really believe that? That's up to you.
That was the story, supposedly,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden you get. And go back to the very beginning. Whenever I found something out, I was always trying to just make sure people knew about it. I mean, I've gone back in my mind and kind of researched this of going, you know what, this is not something that the reason why we did it across the state is because we're 3 weeks out from the election. So we've dealt with the abortion clinic when a 13-year-old got one, but 2 abortions underage, and no one asked any questions. We discussed HB 317 when it was passed at the 11th hour and just kind of ramrodded through the system. Every time I've heard something, I've tried to bring it out. But when we lit the fuse on this one, it just caused stirs everywhere.
And the reason why is because of the topic and what this organization says they do.
Right.
Now, this organization, and I thought John Archibald did a great article on the organization yesterday.
Yep.
If you just wanted to be upset with your government for their lack of vetting, sending the money that was allotted to our state to these people, this organization had a lot of problems, lots of problems. Yep. So you can just say it's irresponsible that they didn't vet out where your money went, okay, inside these categories. But then we found this, which also was readily available to anyone who was researching this group and deciding whether they were going to get a grant of our money. It is our money. I don't care if it comes from the federal to the state. Once it comes to the state, it's our money.
And this is the story that never got shared.
This is the story that never got shared. Now, keep in mind, they just got over close to $800,000 last November.
Yep, 1.7 million total from our state.
So from the Bentley administration gave them some, and then the Ivey administration has continued this. And this is from the words of the person that received your money, okay? This is what they said, and it's out on YouTube. We'll give you the link right there at rickandbubba.com. In 2012, this person said this.
Yep.
In 2012.
3 years before they got their first
Which means
grant.
this was on YouTube when the ADECA people are sitting there, Kenneth Boswell and whoever else was in charge under Bentley. This is out on YouTube because we found it.
Oh, I mean, I'm a lay person, and I found it.
And here's what the organization that got 1 point what million, Bubba?
1.7 total, 800,000 last November.
800,000 last November. Here's who they are.
2.5 years ago, I founded this organization with a vision of helping our community. Our local community here, as in many parts of our country, is a very wounded community. Many people have been the victims of this harassment, bullying, hatred. They hear hatred preached from pulpits, from all kinds of religious organizations. Many people become the victims of this hate speech. Many choose to end their lives. This is totally unacceptable. It's wrong. And during the past 2.5 years, I have begun using the voice that I have to say that when people preach, or as I prefer to say, spew hatred from pulpits, they are committing murder. When someone kicks the chair out from under themselves and hangs themselves in their closet, the hate speech, the rejection, the lack of acceptance of these things is what has contributed to this. What is that other than murder?
So your money, $800,000 last November, went to a group that says if you preach from the pulpit that homosexuality is a sin, you're a murderer and should be treated as a murderer. "22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. It is back again in the headlines today. As we were all reminiscing in the break, we've had this story show up a couple of times over Rick and Bubba history. Here is the headline. North Carolina man developed uncontrollable Irish accent.
I'm tired of this.
During prostate cancer treatment. He has since passed away. But a North Carolina man, they say, developed the uncontrollable.
They didn't say pirate, Greg.
Irish accent until his death after being treated for prostate cancer, according to research that's now being published, Bubba, in the British Medical Journal.
FAS, right?
Mm-hmm.
Foreign accent.
Now, where was he from?
Uncontrolled desire to pee.
Well, right.
That's pretty good, Rick.
Where was he from?
This guy's from North Carolina.
Wow.
Is that your Irish setter, Rick?
We talked about this one time before, and we had somebody local call that claimed it was them or somebody they
This
knew.
is not new.
I remember it.
This is
boy.
Now, let me ask you this.
Family said they got sick and tired of being wished top of the morning every day.
Yeah. Top of the morning.
Top of the morning to you.
So is it
of the
just
morning.
an accent they get, or can they ever speak in a language that they never
This guy was
learned
talking
before?
Gaelic.
He was not. That was Don Lemon.
Oh, that's a good one, Rick. Hey, Gaelic. I don't believe I'm going to finish Friday well. You can live on that one, Rick.
I heard Underwater Man.
The man of 1,000 voices is at it again.
Watch out. The man of 1,000 voices is closing in on some sort of accent.
We're not sure what it is.
I'm about to spit my drink out.
It'll eventually be Charles Barkley before he's done.
Now you're just the old guy that lived across the street from him.
Yeah, you're crank man.
Right. So, according to the BBC, others have dealt with this. Bubba, it is called, as you said, FAS. Greg suffers from something called FOS.
Yes,
but this
occasionally
FAS.
It's somewhat related.
Yeah, and people will say it's uncomfortable. It's like you have a stranger in your house because this person never talked this way.
I can't follow this, and we've been.
Do
through
you
it.
think they're faking it? Because I know you.
That was my initial reaction.
But
You're kind of drifting on this.
But you
aren't
talk about a commitment, though.
But he stayed with it till his death?
There's something.
Is that what it says?
Well,
There's something.
Well, let me tell you, Rick. Let me tell you who couldn't fake it would be him, because we've heard him try to do it.
Yeah.
See, Rick, maybe if that ever happened to me, I could speak English.
Well, you
See, wouldn't
spoke
that be
perfect
nice?
English.
Yeah.
I wish I'd come out and sound like James Earl Jones.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be great?
They said this happened before they had all the PSA testing, so the accident started the first time he had his prostate exam.
On the top of the morning to you.
Rick, I think I actually spoke Irish when I had mine.
I did too. Hey, easy now.
That or Portuguese.
May the wind blow gently to your back. Good gracious, man.
Me lucky charms.
Hey, careful with that there, sir.
Rick, speaking arched his back. For some reason, I got set up when I did. I don't know why.
I don't know why I have to say like this. I can tell you why.
He's acting like he was looking.
I believe you're trying to enter the exit there.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Oh,
No,
man.
ain't nothing good about that.
That's not good.
There's an Irish. But anyway, they
Thank
say
you, PSA.
they said it went on and on and on all the way up to his death, 20 months.
So yeah, he kept the accent the entire time.
Yeah. So I mean, would you, if he was joking, would you do it for 20 months?
I think.
I mean, I would.
You would. That's
something
nothing.
Something is happening to these people. There's no
Well,
doubt.
yeah, Bubba, of course there
But
is.
why,
again, I
why is
wanna
it
know, is
certain
it-
accents? Like we had, I think it was German. The one
Yeah.
lady called about.
Well, Greg, in 1941, they say this is the first recorded case of FAS, fake accent syndrome.
Also known as
Foreign accent.
I like fake. I was good.
I was saying that's what Speedy has.
Watch it.
It started in 1941. It was a young Norwegian woman who developed a German accent after she was hit by bomb shrapnel during World War II, during an air raid.
So the Germans, if they bombed you and hit you, you talk like them.
I guess you
Well,
did.
they
You
said
tried
it-
to, so they wouldn't bomb you again.
They
what
said
kind
it
of
was
weapon?
a problem because, I mean, she I think lost her home and had to move because they thought she was a German spy. I read the story.
Yeah, you're right.
Are you serious?
If she was faking it, she paid a high price for it and
Right.
stayed with it.
For some reason, Speedy has stapled our liners to it.
what it was? I knew it. I told you that.
Right.
There it is.
Wait a minute, Bubba, God forbid somebody vouch for her. She had to have a family, you know? No, y'all, she's not German. I don't know why she talks that way.
Hey, why is she talking like a German? Well, I promise she's not. We don't know why.
Well, she kept cooking Wiener Schnitzel, and it was hard to defend her.
That
you
did
know?
not help.
I wish somebody from up north would have this, and they would start talking like Gary.
Oh, that'd be
Oh
funny.
yeah.
That would be hilarious.
Golly.
Hey, I went to get my prostate checked, and I talk like this. By the way, is anybody seeing Gary at the turkey thing right now? It's this weekend.
We ought to call him.
You think he pulled that picture out of him and that turkey?
Oh, of course.
Because that look on his face.
Of course. He thinks
He had it on display at the expo.
Oh,
that time.
my
And,
gosh.
have you seen the one I'm talking about, Bubba? When
Yeah.
he's posing with
Yeah.
2 inch.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Now, you mean the car tag or the turkey?
The turkey, yeah. The car tag he's tried to
I've
burn.
got that picture, and that is
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah,
That
I
is
just realized he texted me yesterday and said, "Hey, call me,"
Hey.
and I never did.
Hey, somebody needs to
Do you
call me up
think?
here.
Do you think he sold the 15 calls he carried?
Probably.
with him?
Probably. But Bubba, this I've noticed every time this story comes up, this really bothers you. You can't get to the bottom of how
No.
people through
Well,
traumatic events
I don't.
are
I don't think
getting
they're-
accents.
I don't think they're faking it, but I can't figure out what's happening. You know,
Greg, of course, you think they're faking.
I think some of them are.
But to your death,
Because you got some weird
You don't
people.
come out
There's
of
a
it?
lot of weird people out there.
I would.
Rick,
Could've pulled it off.
Rick is there leaning down, and you're like, you know, I mean, the last thing I've been faking it.
Somebody read me the Irish blessing. Oh no! I'd take it all the way then. If it was something I was wanting to sell everybody on, don't give it up.
but there's no advantage for other people. I mean, they get chastised.
What was
Like
it
with this
on?
poor
The
lady, she
Bigfoot,
got
the
run out of
Bigfoot
town.
guy, he took it to his grave.
Remember when Dumb and Dumber, the sequel? And he shows up and he's been laying
yeah.
like he's comatose. And he's got the beard and everything. And
In the
then all of a sudden he
wheelchair?
goes, "Gotcha!" And he'd been doing it for years. That'd be you.
Oh, at 100%.
You know, I didn't see that movie.
The second one,
Yeah.
it wasn't as good as the first, but it is hilarious. He comes up and he's like, he's
Yeah.
been
In a wheelchair?
and,
Yeah.
and basically he's been faking it for all these years.
Just to play a
and he
joke.
screams, "Gotcha!" to him. Lord Christmas.
Yeah.
I don't think. Did I ever see the second one? I don't.
He's like in
it
an
wasn't-
institution, and
Yeah.
he comes and visits.
Yeah, he comes to visit him, and he
He rolls
screams,
him out,
"Gotcha!" and then he walks out with him.
rolls him out in the front lawn like they're having this heart to heart, like
Yeah.
he's coming to visit. And he gets on, his, "Gotcha!"
So many good
He's
lines.
got a long beard.
So many good ones in the first one. I love.
Oh, I know.
Did you
Oh,
find
the
a
first
job?
one's classic.
Did you find a job? Ain't no jobs out there. I mean, unless you want to work 40 hours a week. Bottom of the hour.
Wow, that's this year. That's
our
like everybody in their 20s right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Phone calls are next. We'll come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Spent most of her life in Plymouth and had the accent to match until recently.
So fish and chips. Chips. I say that right? Yeah.
3.5 years ago, she was rushed into hospital with a migraine, which left her with a voice she didn't recognise.
I have not actually heard my voice in the conversation for nearly 3 years now.
Nobody found this YouTube video that was been out there since 2012.
Yep. Hey, when we come back, can I share a vision for Alabama? And let's move this and go, look, it's time for Alabama to move forward.
Look, how about this? When you go to vote, you needed to know this, and there should be no apology for making that available to the voters of Alabama.
Thank you.
You needed to know. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About how some of the money was being spent, the ADECA money that comes into our state, a very controversial group, as we just played an excerpt that's been out on YouTube and is out there right now. You can watch the full video at rickandbubba.com, where the group that received this money said that preaching from the pulpit that homosexuality is a sin, those people should be treated as murderers. Now, if that bothers you, then fine. If you think that's great, fine too. But you needed to know that. And also we laid out, and then Bubba's going to hit another point, that if you look at how these grants were to be handed out, these grants could have gone to people dealing with child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault. They could have also gone to victims of rural family violence, victims of elderly abuse, victims with disabilities, victims of racial and ethnic minorities, survivors of homicide, and LGBT. And what the current governor's office wants us as Alabamians to believe is that no one from any of those other choices tried to get the grant and filled out the paperwork for a grant, only this one organization. And let's say that you believe that. I don't, but let's say that you believe that. But then we find out what the organization is really like that got the grant, and then, Bubba, to your point.
Well, you can even put aside beliefs, you can put aside lifestyles, you can put all that aside, strictly in an accountability standpoint of the government, which it is our tax dollars.
That's
okay?
right.
Doesn't matter if it goes to Washington and comes back or
It's
whatever,
all
it's
our
still tax dollars.
That's right.
When this story began to come out, this organization, Free to Be, I believe is the name.
That's right.
Disappeared, closed the doors, packed up, moved away. Why would you do that? If you're a stand-up organization, you should be able to stand the scrutiny of a little spotlight to see what you're doing and how you're spending our tax dollars.
Correct.
Didn't do that. Closed up, disappeared. Nobody knows any details that I'm aware of. Now, the thing is, as you said, Scott, and these numbers I assume are correct, we've invested $1.7 million, $800 last year. What happened to that money? What happened to it?
It's gone.
So this is the reason that our government and our state in this argument is in trouble, because this is how we spend our money with no accountability, no follow-up, just packed up and left. We don't know what these people did with that money, do we? Do we know what they did, how they solved these problems that they said they were going to in the grant? Really, this borderline's on criminal in my mind. I don't know why the Attorney General's not investigating.
That's what I called upon.
Yep.
This is real money. I know when you say 1.7, well, that's nothing in a state government. But how many other places does this kind of thinking and logic go on?
Right.
Again, this may fit the mandate of the grant far as a category, but if you can't be audited and you can't be checked, then something shady's going on, guys.
Yeah.
Right. This is not about preference in life or the
No.
governor, anybody. All these other side stories are just part of the circus going on. This is about how we spend our money. And, Scott, I think you're doing a great job. You're looking into these things and asking questions. And when you flipped the light switch on, oh, my gosh, everybody went nuts.
The cockroaches.
Because when it was dark and everybody was getting a check, everybody was happy.
I turned on the lights and realized everyone had a machete coming after me.
I think it is fair for you to ask that question. You're running for governor. You're trying to tell the people of this state how you're going to be different and what's wrong. That is fair, and I would expect that of a candidate.
Yep.
Why are the rest of them not doing it?
Yeah, and I would go as far as you to say this, too, is this makes me as a citizen realize, and like I say, my wife had already been trying to look into this because some other things, I just get a sense with all the garbage that's going on in Montgomery for generations. If you have opened up something the state needs to do, we need to look into this ADECA program.
Yep.
I bet this is rampant.
Yep.
Rampant in there, and everybody involved in it. And that's the governor's office. They're not, this is like a head coach telling you that they're not responsible for what their assistant coach did. Yes, you are. It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get to your phone calls right now. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls. Not time to hang out with Greg. Dial us up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll hear from you. Field of Greens, loving it. Just had my latest order come in. I'm on the rotator now, and so we don't run out because of the great results that we're seeing. And this is really common sense. If you want something to run right, Bubba, you give it the proper fuel. And our body is designed, and it runs on fresh vegetables and delicious fruit. And a lot of times we don't get the recommended amounts every day. Hard to do. Maybe you don't even like vegetables that much. Maybe that's hard to do. And then you got some of the supplements. They try this, but they fall a little short because they're not really using exactly what your body needs, because it needs whole organic fruit and vegetables, not some watered down supplement. So Field of Greens, it is designed to give the body what the body craves. And what does that help? Well, my immune system. Anybody fired up about that right now? We need strong immune systems. Blood pressure, metabolism, healthy weight loss. This is scientifically chosen to support vital organs like your heart, your lungs, and your kidney. Let me tell you, the kidneys. Let me tell you right now, I can tell you with zero reservation that I'm feeling better than I have felt in years. Now, I'm making a lot of life changes. I'm not saying that this is the only thing I'm doing, but boy, this has really helped and really seeing a difference with my overall goals right now. And Field of Greens is playing a major role. And I hope it'll work for you too. I'm already getting good feedback from a lot of you guys on the show. We're all going all in too. Fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba, save 15% right now. Fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba. And you also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, I'm going to just tell you what Greg is saying. And for Greg to say it, he claims that Cindy is on hold, and she's claiming she has FAS. Okay?
Really?
And that is foreign.
This is foreign accent syndrome.
Right. Cindy, are you just messing around with us, or are you being straight up?
No, I'm straight up.
So what happened?
I had a stroke almost 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The portion of my brain that was most affected is the portion that controls your speech. So I was left with speech aphasia. I lost the ability to be able to communicate for a little while. As my speech came back, I worked with a speech pathologist for a long time, doing a lot of speech therapy. It's not an accent that you have. What it is a speech impairment. My vowel sounds became very hard. It was very difficult to do consonant blends. There were certain sounds that were just very difficult to make. And so as my brain and my muscles and my mouth, everything was trying to work towards getting to a normal sound for me, it started out sounding, at first I sounded like the love child of Mel Tillis and Forrest Gump. I mean, it was bad.
We're having a hard time understanding you. Let me stop you.
Your accent has an echo in it.
We're
right
having a
now,
hard time understanding you with the phone, or I don't know if we're on speaker or what the situation is. Did you say you sounded like Forrest Gump and who? A mixture?
And Mel Tillis.
Mel Tillis. You had a stutter.
See, I don't detect an accent now when we can hear you.
Did you work on it?
It took me 3 years.
You had to get rid of Mel Tillis and Forrest Gump combined, and these accents form as your brain is trying to develop the ability to speak correctly again. Is that what you're saying?
As I worked through the stutter,
yeah,
then it became, as my sounds became more uniform and became faster, I started sounding almost a Canadian sound and then more of an Irish type sound.
So you worked a little Irish in there as you went forward.
Well,
that's a pirate.
And it's not an Irish accent. It's what your brain recognizes as the closest pattern to what my speech pattern actually was. It's really not an accent as much as it was the way my brain was putting the sounds together and the speech patterns together. Then it would do that.
So I know this may be cruel to ask, but can you talk like you used to talk? I know you've worked to get away from that, but can you act? Can you do that for us?
Can't do it.
No, that was that.
Okay.
She killed herself on just to bring it up.
Well, I wish we could have heard more from you. But what she said, I understand what she's saying is when you're trying to get the pattern right, it'll just go find the accent. Like, I hate to say this.
So when she was speaking Canadian, did she say a lot?
Yeah, I guess, and actually fell in love with what's the two brothers? Their
The
comedy,
McKenzie
the
brothers.
McKenzie brothers. But let me go back to this. Here's what I'm thinking for us guys, because we don't talk very well. We have speech impairments.
Oh yeah.
I think she's saying there's certain accents that would push through our impairment.
Yeah. Do y'all remember when we had that British lady call in that had the foreign accent syndrome or whatever?
Bubba talked about that, yeah.
Okay, yeah. And the last woman, she had a stroke, and then the British lady years ago, wasn't it a car accident?
Something like that, yeah.
And then also a family member passed away. So it seems like there's generally an incident that causes brain and psychological damage to these people, which is wild. It's unbelievable.
And then we had the woman that was hit by the chicken truck that then could see the future.
Yeah, the singing side.
Well, she had to sing an Elvis song.
But she can only
see the
prophesy.
future,
She can only prophesy with the Elvis song.
Forgot about the chicken truck lady.
Yeah, that's way back.
Wild.
Yeah. So I'm thinking maybe is it possible that I wouldn't speak so poorly if I just talked like John Thomas all the time?
He just constantly did it. Yeah.
Right. Would I do a better job, like on commercials and stuff? I don't.
What
know.
if one of them stuck with you though, and you couldn't get out of it,
It's
and you were
possible.
like Gary?
Oh.
You had to talk like Gary the rest of your life.
I'd like to talk to you right now about Field of Dreams.
That does sound.
Screens, not dreams. So it doesn't work. We continue.
Dreams is the baseball thing?
Yeah. I believe I'm talking
Actually, it's
about
not a baseball movie.
baseball movie. Or as Greg says, a ghost story.
Yeah, it's not a baseball.
Let's go to Tony. Tony, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
I just have a question. I'm curious. Do you think during the prostate exam the doctor found the pot of gold?
Okay. I see you going for the pot of gold there.
Because he's an Irishman.
That's a funny one.
I hope you'll get to the end of the rainbow. Let's go to Lindy in Alabama. Lindy, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Lindy.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Wendy. I'm from Mobile, Alabama. I had a couple of things. I wanted to see if I'd look for find
That's just cruel. She
in
dropped out.
Texas, and they have some there on the floor at the Capitol.
We didn't
And
hear
then,
Yeah, can you try?
I was at St.
Lindy, in Mobile.
Start over.
You're going to have to
Can we
start
just-
all over.
Yeah. Your phone cut out.
Right when you were about to make your comment, your phone went completely out. So I want you to go back as if I'm answering the phone now. Lindy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You're from Mobile, right?
Hey, yes.
Okay.
There's a tweet from Representative Matt Schaefer in Texas, and they have rattlesnake rodeo, and there's rattlesnakes on the floor at the Capitol. If Adler could find it. And then I want to tell you what happened to me at Sam's yesterday. A lady was trying to come in behind me that didn't have a membership, and the lady stopped her. And I said, she can come in with me. And she said, do you know her? I said, no, but she wants to look around to see if she wants to buy a membership. I said, no, she can't come in. I said, well, you're turning away potential customers. And the Sam's employee said to me, you do your job, and I'll do my job.
I have to kind of agree with her.
And I always thought, I thought you could go to the pharmacy or the deli
Nope.
without a membership.
You cannot.
No membership.
Membership
You don't
means
get in.
membership. If you want to get a membership, you buy one, then you can come in. Lindy, you're trying to bring in your non-members. Okay?
And don't be unlocking the door when you're working out by yourself.
That is correct.
Enjoy the deli.
What did she say about their snakes on the floor of the Capitol
Yeah, we're
somewhere
showing
in
it
Texas?
behind you, Rick,
Yeah,
right
I don't
now.
know why, but it looks like she was right about that.
Yeah. Well, you would think you wouldn't miss on that one. And so one of the rattlesnake handlers have brought them in. Is this a protest against the government or something? Or
is it a sanctioned event? I don't know.
Yeah,
or is
they're
this,
promoting
or is this
their
team
rattlesnake
building?
rodeo
Is this
or
team
something.
building? Yeah, I don't know
Team
what this.
you got team
well,
building.
I mean, it could be.
What we do in team building?
Well, all those ridiculous politicians, let's face it, if they want to hang around rattlesnakes, let them.
Looks like it's allowed.
Yeah, the snakes look at them and said, hey, buddies.
It's Texas. They'll allow it.
Yeah. They said they wouldn't bite politicians. They're afraid it would kill them. Let's go to Brett. Brett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. I think I'm going to regret this. Brett, go ahead.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Brett.
Hello. I just wanted to let you guys know that the cauliflower pizza from Costco, me and my husband get it all the time, and it's delicious. It's got the cream toppings on it.
No, this is just like trying to go into Sam's Club without a membership. This is, look, guys,
if we want to try to eat healthier, you just don't eat pizza. Okay, you don't eat donuts, you don't eat cookies,
ice cream.
Yeah, you eat them in moderation. Don't eat chips. This thing where we try to make these things healthier is just it's not good. Just go to them the way they are in moderation, or if you don't care, eat as much of it as you want. But trying to make healthy why would I want cauliflower crust if there's other crust available the way it always has been? And what did I think? I'm now eating a healthy piece of pizza? I mean, what are we really saying here? Okay, I mean, Bubba told us in his health food classes.
Yeah,
pizza's Satan's little party boat.
Yeah,
it's always going to have a lot of calories. You go, hey, yeah, man, I had the supreme pizza, but it had cauliflower crust, so I'm good. I mean, that's what we get. I'm eating 9 bags of chip, but it doesn't have fat in it. It's low fat chips. Yeah. I can't get out of the bathroom, but at least I'm doing better.
I started to say, I think those chips had another way of keeping you from gaining weight.
It's a no-fat donut. I bet that's good for you. You'd be better off just to eat a couple of the regulars. We'll be back. More of your phone calls and stories we may have missed right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're in charge. That's your office. You can't go out and take credit for all the things other people do under your administration and then refuse to take responsibility for the bad things that happen under your watch. It doesn't play that way. You got to take the good, and we'll applaud you for that, and then you got to take the bad. And to me, I remember, this person has been around KIV down there for a long, long time. If you took everything else away, it's just not the right choice. I mean, and that's my opinion as a voter in Alabama. Yeah. It's just the wrong decision.
Yeah.
And I said yesterday what's going to happen if she gets a nomination. You can write that down.
Well, you can be assured that for us, one of our platforms has always been transparency, accountability to the people. So anytime we find something out, we bring it out. We started early on when we found the earmarked budget of 93%. When we realized they took $63 million off the top of ALDOT, we brought that out. The abortion clinic, we brought that out. We're trying to stay on message of going, guys, we've got to be transparent before the people of Alabama. I've been out for a year and a half, and the message resonates, a breath of fresh air into Montgomery, and that's what I'm trying to do. It's time for us to set Alabama businesses free from being hijacked by special interests that are just draining us, okay? We've set Alabama businesses free by removing regulations and all the occupational fees that they place on us. The second thing is create educational opportunities to prepare kids for life. We need to make sure every kid's reading, writing, and doing correct arithmetic by 3rd grade. It's time to get rid of Common Core, bring back common sense, and let's start moving Alabama forward with Alabama standards for Alabama values for the Alabama voters. Thank you guys so much for even allowing me to be here
Well,
today.
It's this is a story, and as Bubba said, don't apologize for making everybody aware of it.
No, look, win or not, thank you for looking out for the way our tax money is being spent. These questions need to be asked by law enforcement and the media.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, anytime there's a royal wedding, it's just a blast, isn't it?
And this one's been a little spicy, Rick. I mean, every day we got a lot of headlines. I mean, is the dad in? Is he out? He's had heart surgery. He said he doesn't even know if he'll watch because he can't get excited. And
right,
we've had siblings and half brothers and half sisters writing this, saying that. Now one of them's flipped around and he's all pro, so she'll be a great princess.
Look, Greg, you know this community. We know this community. We grew up in this culture. What has happened is we now have one of the royals, and everybody knew this was going to happen. Harry has gone out, and he's marrying a redneck.
He is.
And he's bringing the neck.
She's hiding it till her family started talking.
Right. She's bringing a neck family into the royal family, and the royal family's got enough trouble without necks being in there.
I saw
and she's a Hollywood redneck, which complicates it.
That's all
well,
right.
and she hides
hid that.
Well, because she was Rachel Zane at a big law firm on Suits.
They showed a picture, and I don't know if it's real.
I don't know.
Bubba, Tanya Harding was an ice skater. It can happen.
It can. Yeah. And she's in the finals for Dancing with the Stars. But anyway, I saw a picture. I don't know if it's real or not. You know how to do, but it was a woman and like a kid, and they're pushing luggage, and it basically said it was her family. They've arrived in London, even though they're not invited to the wedding. They're there anyway.
All right. Let me see if I can get the scorecard out. Now, the big announcement today, and Bubba, I know you were hoping this would happen. Elton John will perform at Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's wedding.
I hope he'll get mad and walk off like he did.
Oh, buddy.
Anything big going on, Sir Elton has to
he loves the Royals, and he loves they say his thing is he is obsessed with the Academy Awards and movies and performances, and that he loves the royal family. I mean, he can't get enough.
Giddy about it.
Oh yeah, well, Greg, when you take "Candle in the Wind" about Marilyn Monroe and try to make it about Princess Diana,
that's true.
You love the royals.
You do.
Okay.
You know, I personally was hoping for a Spice Girl reunion, but
I know
mean,
you
it seems
were.
like it would be more to their age. You know what I'm saying?
I know you were.
Opposed to Elton
I don't know
John.
if it carries quite the weight.
Right,
In the music
You
industry.
remember how they rocked the Olympics?
I don't know what I was thinking.
Greg, Bubba is meeting once again with the 4 people that want the Spice Girls to have a reunion tour.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, it's going to be huge. Rick.
Right,
It's going to be huge.
All right, so Elton John's going to perform, but he's 71 now, by the way. So he will
Can't
be
hit
the
the high notes.
Yeah.
Candle in
No,
the wind.
Greg. Hey, listen. If I can tell Elton, and I don't know what's happened on my cable thing, but for some reason the last 2 days I can't get access the
What?
channel.
What
I
the-
can't get it. I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. There's some of my channels not coming in. I've reset it and done all
That's
that.
a good channel.
I love Access. Is that what it's called?
Access.
But anyway,
Mark Cuban.
They,
That's what I
Greg,
call
Greg,
it.
they threw out there. God love Elton, and he's a really talented guy, especially as a piano player. But I'm never comfortable using the word that people use for a piano player because if you mess it up, it's bad. But anyway, he say.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today.
Day without 'em, brother.
So we got phone calls that we'll try to get in. Bubba, I have some news for you today. A couple things.
Share it, brother.
So Sherry and I are planning a vacation this summer during our vacation time, and Sherry informed me yesterday that our rental car will be a Tesla.
Really?
And I said, Sherry, I've never even driven a Tesla. She goes, well, you're going to drive one then. She
So
said,
where are you going to be at?
we're going to
with
be in France. And so I'm going to be driving a Tesla in France.
it? Which side of the road do they drive on?
They actually drive on the right side, but I'm not sure where the cockpit is, if it's on the left or the right of the car. I don't know.
Right.
So
So you're just
anyway-
going to have to charge it every night.
Well, that's what I told her. I said, and where's the charging station? And she says, well, I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool if we to rent a Tesla.
Yeah, I'm glad
And
you're driving. You're going to like them.
So we'll see what happens there. But anyway, here's bad news. Tesla is recalling 363,000 vehicles over the self-driving feature crash. They say the software allows vehicles to speed through intersections in an unlawful and unpredictable manner. And Elon Musk says it's just wrong. But that's what they're being hit with.
He's saying it's wrong. What?
That's what I'm trying to find out. What does he mean by that? Does he disagree or saying, "Hey, we just messed it up. We need to call him back"?
It says he has hit out at the claims and branded the use of the recall as wrong.
Okay, he's saying that the cars don't do this, but they're saying they do. So they're forcing the recall, and he disagrees with it being forced because they didn't find the same problem, right? $15,000 a vehicle to get this upgraded to where it's okay again.
Well, they'll do it over the air. They call it OTA software update, free of charge.
Yeah.
And they said they're not aware of any injuries or death relating to the recall. I guess that's
Right.
where he's saying there's not
Yeah,
adequate proof and all of it.
So, and he says, he says that they're just trying to be against his company. It sounds like or causing them trouble. So we'll see. Heard you guys talking about this earlier. We knew that Bruce Willis was deteriorating as far as his mental health, and now they say he's been diagnosed with how do you say
Frontal lobe,
frontal temporal dementia.
Yeah.
And he already had a battle going on, and they now say that his condition has progressed, and now they've diagnosed with his problems with dementia are only getting worse. So that's not good news. So that's out there today too. And Bubba, we love California. There's a California university that they're urging all non-white students to take action and prevent their own race-related stress. And the school is telling the students that they need to report teachers who consistently fail to call on them in class. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? When I was in class, I would sometimes pray not to be called.
I would be doing this.
I wanted to hide behind
Please
somebody.
don't, yeah. Bubba, the documents acts of racism or intolerance.
How about that?
They say do not ignore or minimize your experiences. They're urging us. This is that thing where somebody sits down with you and you thought you had pretty good parents, and by the time that person's done, you realize you think your parents are evil.
Yeah.
You weren't even upset. Oh, you sure your parents were good people? Yeah. You sure about that? What about that time? And you're like, my gosh, my parents are evil. But anyway, they're basically telling them, don't think you're not being affected by this. Yes, you are. How? Why do you think that professor's not calling on you? Because I'm never prepared? Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. No, it's because you're a person of color.
I mean, they are just obsessed with all that in California. I mean, they can't get anything done.
Even. I mean, it's. I'm
like you. I didn't want to be called.
Are you familiar with the California Monterey Bay? I'm not familiar with that. Is that one of the annexes of University of California? I don't know. You have those in different little towns. Yep. So I don't know. Bobby is standing by in Alabama. If you'd like to join us, you can too at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We do have lines available. Bobby, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Happy Fun Day Friday, guys.
Thank
How you
you.
doing?
Thank you, sir.
Hey, I got one for you on the chicken lady. If Mighty Joe and his administration could get her to come in and be the chicken advisor to control inflation on the price of chicken and eggs, that'd be great. She's probably a lot smarter than they are.
Well, she was able to, I don't know whether we ever solidified that she was psychic, but I think she made a speedy prediction that was pretty close.
I think she made a prediction about all of us, and we reviewed that one time. I think some of it was kind of close, wasn't it? Yeah.
Hold on. I honestly don't remember her predictions.
I remember her singing like that.
Yeah. But
I see. Hold on.
The thing that I can remember her saying was, I was hit by a chicken truck fully loaded. She threw in fully loaded.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess
that was something we had in common at the time.
Yeah. Maybe the Biden administration could use her. I don't know if she's still alive or is still chicken psychic. I don't know.
Yeah. Whatever happened.
Hold on. But the part that made it so fantastic was that she could not do the prediction
unless she was singing.
She had to sing it to an Elvis song.
Yeah.
I forgot about
that. And you'd hear it start in the background.
Yeah.
And then she would tell her predictions.
Speedy, do you remember what she predicted?
Hold on. Yeah.
The singing psychic.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I don't. I remember there was something he said that
he's on the phone with the Balloon Club.
Okay. Larry's in Alabama.
I thought it was about he was going to meet somebody.
Something, and that we've credited her predicting Terry's
maybe that was
entrance into his life or something. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't get that. Larry in Alabama. Larry, go ahead. You would think him being such a good at a mime, he'd better do that.
Hey, the Daytona 500 is Sunday, and Bubba, guess what? Do.
Really dislike that guy. Did somebody give him the Daytona 500 anything? Is it Sunday?
It is.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl of racing.
I think they've already ran the
qualifiers
and everything.
I hadn't watched it probably in 10 years.
Yeah.
I'll look at it.
Yeah. Will you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I might. I mean, if I can think of it.
Well,
it's
I don't follow it like I used to, but
no. Well, you're the closest thing we got to a NASCAR fan on this show.
Yeah.
Oh, close as.
Yeah. I know you.
Remember he defended the track.
Well, let me tell you, he was the one that was all over at Bubba Watson's story. It's not Bubba Watson.
Bubba Wallace.
Yeah. Bubba Wallace. Bubba Watson's the golfer guy.
Right. Right. That's a different story.
Yeah.
Different story about the General League.
Yeah, but you remember Talladega didn't treat Bubba Watson well either. Remember he wanted to sing the national anthem, didn't work out.
No, maybe it was something like that.
No, something like that. No, but you're the one. You stood up.
I kept up with it.
I know you did. So it is this weekend. It's always weird. I know we talked about the Super Bowl is the first thing they do.
Yeah, their most important race right out of the gate.
Yeah.
I think you'd hold on to that one.
Picture that if, like, the very first game of the year, we had the two best, what we thought were the two best football teams, and the rest of it we just played out the regular season. All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.